And we are live and ready to get things rolling with our last ever Set 2 Spiritforged tournament as players go on and get prepared for the upcoming regionals. Is the Lille Regional coming up in 1 week, and then 2 weeks from now, it is the Atlanta Regional. I am plus with me today. It is Arc Ned. Ned, how are we feeling today?
We're doing pretty good. I'm looking forward to some good Riftbound ahead of the two regionals coming up. And also, as of note, in about 2 weeks, the tickets are going to go on sale for the Connecticut Regional. So
Ooh.
the other NA Regional coming up as well.
Are you looking to get some tickets for that?
I am indeed. If I can get tickets, I'll be there.
I'm East Coast as well, so I'm looking for that one as well. I submitted to be a little on the creator pass, so maybe they'll get to me on that. We'll see. If not, I'll go ahead and do it the good old fashioned way. And Ned, I met Arachnid chat. I didn't mean Arcnid. I don't know where that came from, but Arachnid, of
I,
course,
I
I know
get it
your
all the
name.
time too.
But all right, guys, since
Yeah.
we're running a teeny bit behind, let's just go ahead and jump straight into today's tournament. It is round number one. Funny enough, Eddie over on YouTube saying, I need to see some Azir. That is exactly what we have on the agenda. To start things off for today is going to be an Azir versus a Rexai. So let's go ahead and tune into today's first feature match.
Yep, we have uh, interesting battlefields that I think kind of really show that these might not be the decks you're expecting with these champions. So we have Rexai versus Azir. The Rexai is playing Trifarian War Camp, which to me signals that this is going to be a more yellow-based go wide Rexai. But over on the Azir side, we have Sunken Temple, which cares about mighty units. And if you look at the chosen champion, it's the green Azir. This is a deck that's been going around that's more bigger units, and it's going to play low cost equipment, but also going to have some more things to back it up with.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing to note, as you pointed out. So, Green Azir, we're used to seeing the more accelerated version. So, I'm very interested to see what kind of cards he's bringing to the table. On Rexai's side, we're seeing that yellow seal. So, I think you're onto something there where it might just be more monocentric, just running 2 or 3 red runes just to go ahead and get the accelerate value from this Rexai chosen champion. But other than that, I don't think we're going to see too much Fury costing cards in the deck, which we've seen has found decent success in the past. But starting things off with a nice little Void Rush looking at the top two, and let's see what he hits. Decides to put them both in hand. It was a Under Titan and a Call of the Week, so 2 energy floating
Uh,
for this turn.
2 energy floating with another 3 at base. That's a turn 2 5 drop if they need it.
Let's see what can they go ahead and capitalize on getting five energy for the starting turn or for the second turn. Rexai ability making it a whole lot easier to look at even more cards to see if he's going to go ahead and play one of these off the top. They should be revealed, shouldn't they, Ned?
Yes, Rexai is always reveal.
Okay. So it's hidden to us, but I'm sure we could look down in the chat. So reveal to cap. Oh, there we go. Maybe they're listening on chat. uh, Captain Vanguard and Anox is hopeful. You could technically play both of them, but Rek'Sai's legend ability only limited to 1, of course. So since you already played out a seal, I believe the Vanguard Legion ability is online, is it not?
Well, they played Void Rush.
Oh, of course, of
So,
course.
yes, Legion is online. So do you want the 2-drop 4 might, or do you want the that's the one that comes in with 2 recruits?
Mm-hmm.
That's a total of 5 might. And you do still have the 2 floating from Under Titan, I believe.
Oh, it looks like the not so obvious answer is going to be the higher mighty unit. Because I was thinking, since you already have Trifarian War Camp already as your battlefield, having a little bit of recruit tokens, you kind of benefit from that battlefield alone. But maybe he's thinking something else along the line. So just gets a bigger unit, plays it on his broker to follow things up, and has still technically one. Oh, no. Okay, so he played 1, 2, 3, so that cost 2. So he technically had maybe 1 floating energy. But other than that, he got more energy than he started the turn off with. So you can never complain as he develops out a really impressive board early on.
Yeah, choosing the still the go wide strategy. I think the 4 might free without having to recycle a unit was probably more advantageous. Plus, obviously, now we see he had just the perfect amount for battering ram.
Mm-hmm. And he does invest in On Guard just to go ahead and get the Sunken Temple proc as well, just to draw one. So, because we've seen in the past, Azir has struggled a little bit with the card advantage department. So, I guess the Sunken Temple is a way of kind of refilling the hand when you need so. But it almost seems a little counterintuitive because you need to invest resources to gain the resource, as we saw from the On Guard. Unless he just has a whole lot of BF swords, that's going to be the perfect five threshold to hit that mighty status. So maybe that's the game plan.
Yeah, and I mean, disciplining also, he needed that to save his unit from the Rexai.
Right.
So I think it was kind of a 2-for-1 with the discipline, and being able to get again another big unit or mighty unit in the background.
It does make sense. Now we're throwing it over to the Rexai side of things. Let's go ahead and start things off with a seal for a seal. So Legion is online. If he does have something like the Captain Vanguard we saw on that Void Rush, but sends in just super straightforward as Azir is completely tapped out. So it's getting that second point of the turn, or second point of the game. And looks to be a double conquered turn if I ever seen one myself. And I don't think Rexai is too much of a defensive deck, right? So you would want to just maybe play out more units if you have them, I would imagine.
Yeah, and hitting another Void Rush. The thing about the Rexai decks, being able to play from your top of your deck is the same as card advantage.
Right.
So every one conquer per turn and every Void Rush is just card advantage that you get.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, because I think that Void Rush was off the Rexai Legend ability. Looking at the top two, and then looks at even more cards following the Void Rush, so decides that it is time for that Captain Vanguard to come down. It looks to be the other one, as the other one earlier is sent down to the bottom. So as anticipated, developing out quite an impressive board. And Jesus, Ned, that is 3 seals very early on, following with the second Captain Vanguard. This is the biggest board we've seen on a turn 3 opening game.
Yeah, and that's what Yellow Rexai does. It's not dissimilar to what Miracle was doing, but a little bit more fair. But now we're starting to see 8 runes in the Azir side, which means he has plenty to play the green Rexai and start switching around and getting that developed, because when he moves, he can attach the BF sword. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does here. Choosing to on guard and save the sand token for a double conquer turn.
Yeah, does indeed get that double conquer, but it looks like he won't be too likely to double hold, as there's just one too many units lurking in that back line for the Rexai player. But as we saw, Azir does have access to things like the On Guard, most likely playing something along the lines of a Discipline as well. I would imagine he probably wants to go ahead and play out another equipment to go ahead and try to get a bit more Sand Soldiers online. But whoa, leaves an entire 6 runes available. What can that possibly be telegraphing a little bit to you, Ned?
Combat tricks.
Okay.
He probably has pump spells. There's 6 green cards up, or 6 runes up in a green deck. Almost telegraph they're not going to stay the same amount.
Right, does seem that way. It almost signals to me a bit something along the lines of like a grand stratagem, but also leaving room for counterplay capabilities. So a Defy taking down the Rally the Troops, and Rally the Troops is a great card to make these smaller units even one buff bigger. So if that Rally the Troops was the turn before, every single one of those units that came online last turn would have had a +1 buff, which ends up being, I believe, a 6 might difference maker after everything's said and done. But a couple recruit tokens getting pushed in, and he's ready, Ned. He's saying, bring out the combat tricks. I'm going to go ahead and overboard this battlefield.
Yeah, and as of note, they had the Azir player had 8 runes out. Only one of them was an order rune. So this is a heavy green deck.
That does make sense. So maybe nothing along the lines of like a hidden blade, since that does cost an order power, but doesn't want to go ahead and invest anything. That was too many recruit tokens over on the war camp, so it does allow him to conquer up to 4. But if he couldn't defend the war camp with a battering ram and 2 captains in the back line, I don't think the Sunken Temple is feeling all that safe. And to make it even sweeter for Rexai, hits the Voiling off the top. And I believe every time you look at the top, you get to do vision first, no?
Essentially, yeah. You can look at the top and you may recycle it, and then continue to reveal the cards you were going to reveal.
Oh, you were right on the money with the counterplays, but wait a minute. A not so
Oh, that's
fast
not
is
how that
technically not
works.
allowed here, as Call of the Week doesn't target.
Does he have the Defy? Nope. Sand Soldier will just go away, leaving this battlefield open. But now, notably, he doesn't have a 1 rune to pay to draw. So we're just going to hold it with a Vanguard Captain.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything available, so I guess he could just go in, just a nice little simple conquer up to 5. Either way, he is really ahead on the board state on every single aspect of the game besides hand. But with so many units, that's almost like understandable that you don't have enough, and keeps on an even point tempo. That's interesting. What do you think that could be about? Because I'm just itching to conquer when I'm playing Rexai.
So the issue is if he doesn't get pushed off a battlefield, he will not be able to activate his Rexai. And as you said, he only has 2 cards in hand. He'll go up to 3 next turn. Could be saving next turn for a double conquer. He'll go up to 6, and he gets a Rexai trigger. Where if he goes in, he just goes to 7. He still has another turn. He'll still have to win either way.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. You're absolutely right and nailed it perfectly. It makes sense because you want to go ahead and try to maximize your legend ability as much as possible, especially when you have the consideration of only 2 cards in hand. So you want to dig a little deeper, play with a bigger hand size effectively. So leaving 1 open allows you, as you mentioned, get the conquer on your turn. So you hold to 5 and allowed, or most likely will be allowed to conquer up to 6, and you are feeling rather good. On top of that, you could even get the Sunken Temple with the Ban Ram. So that was a really intelligent play from our Rexai player. He's definitely maybe not a main Rexai, but definitely has his reps on Rexai for sure.
Playing a second Voidling and going in. So now he'll get 2 triggers. He doesn't get to look at top 2. He'll look at 1, choose to bottom, look at 1, choose to bottom, then trigger.
Yeah, so he's doing that just now, as you mentioned. So 1 first for 1 Voiling, the second Voiling triggers, and then the Rexai legend ability will go ahead and trigger, and see if he wants to go ahead and use these 6 runes to play anything from the top 2 cards after looking at the top 2. So kind of setting up things like, did he want to play it? No, send it to the bottom. So decides that a Noxus Hopeful is enough, and does play it out for 2 as he did. What did he play this turn that put the Legion online?
He played...
Maybe it was the other Voiling, because there was 2 there. Because it was 2. It might have been the other Voiling we might have missed there.
You know what? I think you're correct. It was the other Voidling.
Either way,
this time defying the Call of the Week.
Yeah, makes sense. This is your only unit, your only glimmer of hope. But now the chosen champion for Azir comes online. And this is definitely different, as you pointed out before we started the game. This is not our usual accelerate, move all your tokens alongside you. This is the one at action speed. You could pay 1 Calm Rune to swap places with one of your units. And I believe there might be a second line of text.
Yeah, so you can switch the gear that's equipped. With one of the units you swap. So, like, if he swaps over to where the Sand Soldier is, he can get a second BF sword attached to it.
Okay.
But he can only do the swap once per turn.
Yeah, because I believe you have to exhaust. Oh, no, just action. Just action. Choose a unit you control. Move me to his location. And then equip. If it's equipped, you may attach one of as you mentioned, one of the equipments over. And a bit of a pseudo grand strategy and Undertime to try to close out this game number 1 for our opening round number 1, sending everything over. The Voiling held to 7 and saying, this is my final push. What can you possibly do? There is no board clear with just 4 energy in these domains.
I was going to try and count how much power that is, because with the War Camp and the other Under Titan, each one of them's getting +3 essentially.
Yeah.
But they scooped it up. Moving on to turn or to game two.
That's right. Game two it is. See if Azir plays a little bit tighter. I mean, not that he just didn't have too much going for him because there was just too many units. On top of that, Rexai found too much removal options with the Call of the Week. I think it was 2 Call of the Weeks there. One got defined, one didn't, but Azir just wasn't able to play out too many units. I believe total they played out 3 Sand Soldiers throughout that whole game one. So I don't know. Do you think this is a similar build despite not having that traditional chosen champion? Do you think it's still the all equipment and rely on your units just with your legend ability?
I know I actually played against this deck yesterday in at Nexus Night. Um, I wanted to say the version I played against had some units. I'm trying to remember which ones they were, but I thought they had units. It might just be a more few units, but like mainly BF swords.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
That's what we traditionally seen in the past. Like the more
mhm.
successful Azirs we've seen at the regionals event, they tend to just be full on equipment and then just rely on the simple legend ability to get your units in with Weapon Master so that you can attach those equipments and then send them in for a decent amount of might each and every turn. Of course, we always have a good signature spell to rely on, like an Arise. We saw none of that this game. But I mean, maybe game two might go a little bit better in his favor. Keep in mind though, Ned, it is sideboard time. I feel like one of the best sideboard options for a deck like Rexai, if he's worried about all those equipments, might be something like a salvage.
Salvage will should come into play as long as they're sideboarding it. And I mean, it really just depends. These go wide decks with Call of the Week, with drag under that's cheaper if they reveal it off of Rexai. Might be harder for the deck that plays fewer units but big units.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see.
Oh, and this is definitely a very untraditional Azir. First thing started with Sunken Temple, and now this is an Azir that wants to go into the late game with Aspirin Climb. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Azir tends to be the more aggressive deck, is it not?
So this version isn't. This is much more of a mid-range, later game Azir um, that will struggle against faster decks like Rek'Sai. So, yeah, I can completely see it being a game 9 or point 0.9 game that the Green Azir wants to play.
And on the other side of the board, something interesting to point out is also the battlefield selection for our Rexai representative, as we usually never really see something as a power of Nexus. But thinking about a little bit ahead, it does make somewhat sense because all the seals, he has a full set of 3 order seals in the deck. So the power Nexus is effectively only 1 power after those seals if you have all 3 online like he did in game number 1. But a Desert Call repeated to establish out 2 Sand Soldiers. We were wondering where were his units game number 1. Our answer is in game number 2. Here's 3 to start things off.
And someone pointed out Thermo Beam for Rek'Sai. Normally, I would agree because it's a red deck. However, Rek'Sai's probably only playing like 4 red seals at most, or 4 red runes, maybe 5.
True.
So I think the double cost for a Thermo Beam is probably not what this Rek'Sai is going to be doing.
Yeah, on top, as chat pointed out, we do play a whole lot of seals, so we don't want to kind of blow up our own gears as well. So I think salvage with the additional draw 1 doesn't feel all that bad. But of course, the thermal beam is like a pure gear board wipe, so that could be good as a one of. But we'll see. We'll see. I think salvage might just be the better way around it. But I know it's just single target versus everything on the board. But maybe Azir tries to play around something like a Thermal Beam just by playing like less gear than he actually has in hand. But I doubt it. I think at this point of the game, you're already 1 game behind. You just kind of want to go all gas, no brakes, as much as you can for an Aspirin Climb deck, of course.
Exactly, and this is going wider than it was last game with that double Deserts Call, or repeated Deserts Call rather. And Rexai with the same game plan: go wide, make dudes, Pass the turn.
Right, a little bit of a deja vu moment with the Captain Vanguard bringing out his friends. Those are recruit tokens getting played out. A little not as impressive since we don't have the War Camp online, but definitely a different card that we're not used to seeing in these Azir decks. Meditation coming down, exhausting one of your units as an additional cost, allowing you to draw 2 cards, so keeping that hand size nice and healthy. So far, 6 cards over the 3 from Rexai. If there's one way to keep control of this game is having enough counters, having enough combat tricks so your units stay above your opponent's unit. That is one way Azir could go ahead and lock in this game number 2. But more importantly, let's see what he has for this remaining of the turn, because right now it's a 1-for-1 trade on the manufacturer. This is a tricky spot, but okay, invest his discipline to go ahead and get the conquer, it looks like.
Yep. Now, this is the trouble going up against green decks that are in this good of a scenario is they're going to have counter spells, they're going to have pump spells, and you can go wide, but how wide are you going to be? How many units are you going to be able to invest when now this Azir still has 6 cards in hand?
Yeah, a whole lot of cards in hand, just not a whole lot of runes to go ahead and use those cards on your opponent's turn. The most you could do is another discipline. On guard on the power nexus does allow you to get 2 if you have 2 in hand. But since there's 2 units on that aspirant climb, of course, those on guards will only be benefiting 1 might. So this is a tough position because he already exhausted the 1 sand soldier with the Doran shield on the climb. Because you almost want to feel like you don't feel too confident defending that battlefield. So I would almost say retreat that one. But since you're already exhausted, there's no point of retreating just one of them. So you got to just stay put and pray you have enough to kind of take whatever Rexai throws at you. But I don't know. That might just be one too many units in that back line so far.
It's definitely a lot, but without the Trifarian War Camp giving everything +1, um, they're going to have to invest a lot of units. But Rexai is also really good at making a lot of units. So
It definitely
yeah,
feels that way.
I feel like both players are right where they want to be at the moment.
I agree. Azir feeling decent in terms of having 2 points ahead of this Rexai player. Something to keep note of, it is a Doran shield, so you are giving tank to one of your sand soldiers. If you go ahead and pick that sand soldier as the one to go ahead and play your combat tricks, those recruit tokens are pretty much not going to be able to do anything, as we see a Void Rush coming out, the first one of this game number 2, but instantly met with that Defy.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest tempo swings a green deck can do against Rexai is deny the ability to use the top of the deck. Last game, we had Rexai going through 5 more cards of their deck than the Azir, I believe. This time, Azir is ahead upon seeing their cards, their deck. So I know Rexai is going to be looking to change that.
Yeah, and it is a perfect Defy, as you mentioned. Doesn't get to dig a little bit deeper in that deck, leaving him stranded with just 2 cards in hand. Is not a situation that Rexai feels very comfortable in. What he does have going for him, he does have a decent amount of units. He goes in for it, though, sending in the Vanguard, sending in 2 recruit tokens to follow up. So he's saying, if you don't have any kind of might increases, I will be taking this board. So 3 for 3, and then the 1 survives, leaving a conquer. So goes up to 2. Actually, it was 2 from the sand soldiers. As you mentioned, recruits are only 1 might. No war camp on, no war camp in this game number 2. So it does trade everything to do that. And I don't know, it almost seems like a worthwhile trade for Azir, funny enough.
I think it was worthwhile for both.
Okay.
Clearing off 2 of those, and now having a Call of the Week come down. This will clear off all of Azir's units. I don't think he'll want to send the Void thing in, but he could to match it up.
He does,
as
Azir.
He's not afraid of anything accelerated from the Azir, which I'm not sure they play anything that could.
That's exactly what I was going to point out. Not really threatened by any kind of accelerated pressure. Usually the chosen champion is just a single accelerated unit in these Azir decks, but saying, you know what, I'll throw in my hatchling, even though it's on tempo. I need to catch up on this point department. So tying things 3-3, but you only have one card, 2 units in hand. If there's a way for Azir to take down that back line, not allowing Rexai to conquer, that's a way of kind of fully stabilizing this game, but I just can't think of anything that kind of brings in this baseline interaction. I know Charm could possibly work, but you need to have something on the battlefield to truly benefit from something like a Charm. You could technically charm the Toro into the Nexus, denying Conquer for the next turn, which would be kind of a roundabout way of kind of delaying it for a turn, which isn't terrible because right now he does need a little bit more wiggle room and completely taps out. He's going for the Desert Call. I don't think that was repeated though, or was it? That was 4?
Yeah, it was repeated. He spent 2 for the GA, 1 for a token off Legend, and then the rest of the 4 were for the repeated cost.
Gotcha.
This time he's saying you can't counter this.
Yeah, taking advantage, saying there is no counterplay online as Azir is all but exhausted out of runes and finds the Under Titan, so has so much energy to work with, 6 energy to be exact, and finds a Noxus Hopeful. So played the Void Rush, so Legion is indeed online. Decides to pick up, or what did he draw? I believe it was...
He drew the Under Titan and played the Noxus Hopeful.
Right.
So he should still have 2 mana floating, because the Void Rush reduces its cost by 2, and he got 2 from the Under Titan.
You know, and this is exactly the bit of an upper hand Rexai was looking for. He had the signature spell, the Void Rush, as we just saw, and then that Poro staying alive for another turn allows him to conquer. Looking at the top 2 cards one more time, and these are the best hits he could find. The Noxus Hopeful, follow things up by a Captain Vanguard. That's just what happens. Despite just having 1, maybe 2 cards in hand, he's able to play out so much more units as it allows him to look further into the deck. And this is just the power level of Rexai, really showing his strength so far in this opening round.
Yeah, and again, like I mentioned before, now Rexai has seen more of their deck than Azir has in just 1 turn, where I believe 3 cards less than the Azir. Just being able to dig and play the top is extremely powerful.
And I think we're going to see it for the first time in this game. Oh, I thought for some reason it's going to be something along the lines of an Arise, but the chosen champion coming down, getting that Weapon Master, just getting that. I believe it doesn't have Weapon Master, but you're able to, if it's equipped, you may attach one of the equipment to me. Did he just pay to equip it?
I believe so. He would have to, because he doesn't have Weapon Master.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to look back, but either or, this is a double conquer turn for our Azir player, and leaving most likely those 3 runes open. Keep in mind, Azir always has the potential of a surprise switcheroo, swapping places with one of these Sand Soldiers for the lowly cost of just a single calm recycled rune. So that's something Rexai has to always consider at the back of his mind. And he can't double conquer, or he can't conquer before getting through one of these Sand Soldiers. So most likely Azir has that game plan online, using that. And then if you have a Discipline and an On Guard, that Azir could be getting up there. Because right now he's defending, or would be defending for 7, as he pointed out there with that 7 counter. On Guard will bring him all the way to 9. Discipline will bring him up to 11. Without the War Camp, as we discussed, that's going to take a whole lot of units. Almost all units for Rexai to just get over that 1 unit.
It will, but keep in mind, one card that we do know is in Rexai's hand is a pump spell for all of his units, essentially. But leaving a battlefield with 2 might and leaving a battlefield with 5 might on it. It is now up to the Rexai to see what they will do with 7 runes and a seal.
Let's see what he does. As you pointed out, there is an Under Titan in the hand, so +2 across the base. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 total might increase. Does he decide to do it to go ahead and make sure you're locking in this double conquer potential? Because there's no such thing as any fight or flight. And Ned, you were right on the money. The Under Titan coming down, buffing +2 on every one of those units. This is a double conquer turn if I've ever seen one. Rexai should be able to get up to 7, and little by little. Oh, keep in mind we do have the aspirant climb, so technically not 1 point away. Still would be a double conquer / double hold away to win this game too.
Yep, going in with 13. I believe I have my math right there. 13 might.
I believe you. What I do know, it was just purely enough, just one too many units taking down the Nexus. And now we could do the simpler math with just 2 units here. That's 5 and 3, so up to 8 total might if he does decide to swing over to the aspirant climb, which I feel like he doesn't feel too threatened out because the defending total right now is just 5. So 5 to 8, it would take 2 combat tricks for them to kind of trade or for him to defend. Are we taking that risk? Do you think it's a bit of a calculated risk, or do you feel decent at 6 so far?
I think you probably just feel decent at 6. Because the next turn you'll have your Under Titan developed that can now swing in with it. But just going to
Natty might be going for the Nexus of power point here, because you hold to 7, Nexus of power up to 8, and then the final conquer up to 9. But if that was the line of play, why did we invest so heavily on Power Nexus? Because I thought it was already set in stone for him to hold that battlefield with only the chosen champ Azir in the back line. Where is another accelerated card? Do you think he's running more than one Rexai champ?
Well, I think that it's not set in stone that they were going to be able to hold without everything there. Because with Azir at 7, 2 pump spells puts them over what they had on that battlefield. So I do think this is I'm going to try and put everything here to hold.
Yeah, imagine that. I mean, it's slowly but surely getting up there. Currently at 10 total might, pushing in. If he has anything to say about that, because what was the total might? We could do the math again. There's 6 for the 3s, 10 for the 4, and then 11, 12, 14 total might defending right now on Power of Nexus. And you're already at 10, something like a Brutalizer number 2 on top of an On Guard / Discipline actually gets you up to 15 total might. And Rexai, not known for any combat tricks of their own, especially with only 2 cards in hand. There is actually a world, and Ned, if he cracks through this battlefield, that's an Azir GG wrap things up, because that's every single one of Rexai's unit pretty much hitting that trash.
Yeah, and the BF sword coming down will now put Azir to 13, and I don't see that battlefield staying in Rexai's control this turn.
I don't think so as well. We know he plays the disciplines. We know he plays the on guards. He just needs one of those cards in the 4 cards left in hand. Does he have it? I would only imagine so, as he goes ahead and ambitiously pushes in that battlefield. And it is an on guard, guys. So 15 of 14, getting rid of every single one of those units. Trying to play towards the Power Nexus, but now threatening out lethal on the very next turn with a single Under Titan. I think that's all she wrote for our Azir player, or the other way around. All she wrote for our Rexai player.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get Azir off the battlefield, and they just decided to go next.
Yeah, that was impressive. I really thought Rexai kind of turned the corner there and completely took control of that matchup, because at one point we saw how many units they were able to establish onto the board. It almost seemed like it was an overwhelming amount. But honestly, who would have expected that one Azir champion to get up to 15 total might with a Brutalizer, with a BF sword, and an on guard to cap things off with a little cherry on the top? That was impressive. I don't think anyone saw that coming. That was a fun one.
It was, and that's one of the powers of this more green Azir deck, is that it can get big. It still has mild capabilities to go wide, but it doesn't lack in the might department.
It really doesn't, as we saw. And I think No, I was gonna say maybe the aspirant climb gave him a little bit more breathing room, but I don't think any of these players got to 8 regardless. But now we have quite the opposite picture here on our final game 3 of this round number 1. Instead of going into the long game, Arena's greatest to make things that much more speedier in nature in this final game. That definitely seems to favor Rexai, as he will be on the play this round 3, or this game number 3. So this is going to be tough for Azir, but we saw him do what almost seemed like the impossible. Maybe not as crazy as the impossible, but seemed like the unlikely task to do, and he did it. So can he do it one more time in this final game for round 1?
Yeah, it's just funny seeing Azir, typically a more aggro-focused deck, playing all of my Aurora battlefields.
Right, it is interesting, right? Aspirin Climb, Sunken Temple, and Paper Tree. Very untraditional, I was pointed out before, for this Azir player, but definitely knew what he was doing. Maybe onto something, but oh, Ned, did he forget his Arena's greatest trigger? I gave him the point. This is a weekly, so we don't do high OPL for our weeklies. For our money events, we definitely do high OPL, but his opponent was nice. He said, you can get the point despite passing the turn, so 1-1 because of Arena's greatest. And most likely we'll be going up to 2 at the minimum for Rexai, as he should be able to conquer on this turn.
Yep, conquer, get his Rexai trigger, and go from there with what he wants to do.
And Ned, a little bit of a side note, if you're at a regional and your opponent misses the trigger for Arena's greatest and he passes back, are you giving him the point? Or are you being not to say a rule shark, but you're following the rules? Are we giving the point or denying the point?
I mean, I'm giving the point,
okay,
but
okay.
I can understand the argument to not give point.
Yeah, honestly, I think if there's ever a point to be, ever a time to be a bit of a strickler, it might just be regionals, because someone brought it up to me. If you're not being a bit of, quote unquote, the bad guy, someone is going to be the bad guy towards you. But I know what you mean. Sometimes it's a little bit trickier, because sometimes at these events I get recognized and like, are you from Runes and Rift? And then I definitely feel bad being the bad guy, because like, oh, I love your channel, I want to support you, I sub to it, whatever. And then like I'm over here saying, no, you can't get your Arena's greatest trigger. That's just feels bad. So maybe if I wasn't a bit of the tournament host in the space, I would maybe be a bit stricter. But I like what you say, being a little nice, even though at the highest level, like a regional.
No, what you do is you say you missed your trigger, but to help remember your triggers, tune into my tournaments so you can learn.
There we go, finding the middle ground, saying you forgot it this time around, but if you tune into enough of these events, you will remember for the next time. So sometimes you got to teach them the lesson a bit the hard way, right? That's the only way to truly learn sometimes in TCGs, is having it impact you so much and you're like, ouch, that really stung, I can't believe I missed my opening trigger. I'm trying never to miss that again. But getting back on track, Rexai getting up to that 3rd point has a Noxus hopeful with 4 might, but first things first, gets that legend ability online. Does he hit something like the Under Titan? We see him hit 2 games in a row. It almost feels like he's running a full set of Under Titan, isn't he? Do you think he's running all 3 or just 2, Ned?
Probably all 3. Most mainly yellow Rexai decks will be in all 3 Under Titan. Trying to go wide, getting the extra 2 energy off the reveal is just everything that you want to do in a Rexai deck. That card does.
It does make sense. It does look like it's so powerful in a Rexai deck. Another card that's extremely powerful is that signature spell, as we saw in both of these game 1 and number 2. And it is time for the sideboard tech to come into fruition. The Savage, as we discussed earlier before, does come down, taking out the BF sword. And you also get a nice little cheeky draw 1, as Rexai doesn't tend to draw too much cards, as we saw early on.
Yep, that chicken got a little bit too big last game, so he's taking out the BF sword.
Yeah, and little by little, that does kind of throw a bit of a stump in that game plan, because BF Sword is as big as equipment, as we saw, was one of the key pieces of allowing that Azir champ to make sure he gets over that massive 14 total might previously. So not having to worry about that for the remaining of this final game. Plays out 2 honest brokers before passing it over, and something we haven't seen in this series long is a hidden card. Maybe something as simple as a hidden blade, I would imagine, but maybe something like a face breaker, perhaps. What are we thinking about that hidden card?
I would be very surprised if it was anything besides a hidden blade.
That makes sense to
Uh,
me, as you don't have too many ways of getting that card advantage, so a little hidden blade on your own unit perhaps might be a way of allowing you to get a nice little draw too. Or you do it on your opponent just to hold these battlefields as well.
yeah, that's I think a decision Rexai's probably going to be making here soon. Do you want to hold, or do you want to end their own salvage coming out to take care of the seal? But they're already at 4. If they deny a conquer, then they're up to 6 points to 2.
Yeah, let's see. He's desperately trying to die any kind of conquerors. If he goes for the Poro, I have to say that seems pretty smart to do a hidden blade on your own unit. That way you have, as we discussed before, a battlefield that's unoccupied so that you can go ahead and conquer it to get your legend ability online. But let's see what he decides to do. The Dorn Shield gets attached into the just played Sand Soldier, but now the Brutalizer attached and going straight for the head of the Noxus Hopeful, so ignoring it. But this does open up a window for a showdown slash actions to be played. I don't think, I mean, you could hold, go up to 5, and then pray your 2 honest brokers can do the job. I mean, it's only 3 might. You technically have 4 in the back line. But it's risky. Would you have played the hidden blade here while you had the window? Or I guess the answer is no, I guess.
Yeah, you can't target the one on the other battlefield, so
Yeah, I meant it more on your unit, just to get the
oh,
+2, just to leave
you
the
could.
battlefield open. But I guess the paper tree trigger, you get an exhaustive rune at the minimum.
Yeah, also really depends on what they have in hand.
And
Yeah,
it
unit
does
puppet.
It does look like a Rally the Troops was enhanced, so draws 1 for Rally the Troops. Now, every single unit played out this turn comes in with an additional buff 1. If he has something like a Vanguard Captain, that's going to be an impressive draw, or an impressive +3, 1 on each of those units. I would imagine that would probably be the ideal card. Honestly, any card getting played out right now wouldn't feel that bad because of the +1. But I'm wondering, does he want to try to take the risks over the Arena's Greatest? Because this almost feels like a point where Azir might have kind of stabilized if he has a combat trick plus the hidden card to consider. This is actually a turn Rexai has to really think about, funny enough.
It is, and two up is an extra 2 to 3 might. Funnily enough, I have a feeling I know what the hidden card is because I got it played against me yesterday. The one that makes a sand soldier.
I was just thinking the same thing. Something along the lines of guards coming out. Because I don't think
Yeah,
desert,
guards.
guards. You go ahead and play out a sand soldier, and keep in mind the reason it works so well is because sand soldiers come in with weapon master. So you do a little bit of a flicker, you send that brutalizer over to the other sand soldier, enabling that +2 additional might on the defense. But starts to turn off, gets the hold, and then plays the hidden blade as we kind of predicted it to be, just to have a bit more options. But now doesn't have a unit on either battlefield and only has the 2 honors brokers. I think this might be the first hold for Arzier in this game number 3.
Uh, yep, and just playing out the Rexai with a buff on it. And saying, this isn't the turn, next turn will be the one I go for.
Yeah, he says, I don't like my odds at going ahead and conquering that Arena's Greatest. Let's go ahead and pass it over. Just get out a nice little Rexai champion. Goes up to 4. Didn't have enough runes to accelerate it, nor wanted to take the risk, I would imagine. So this is Azir trying to tie things up. Is it time to go ahead and establish out the Azir champ? I think it's a little bit too risky as you don't have enough runes on the defense. So plays a Stellarcorn Herder, which, interesting enough, we haven't seen any of Stellarcorn this entire series long. I wonder where she was lurking.
I would say, here's the unit in the deck that we were wondering if they played. Any units, and turns out they at least play this one.
Yeah, and it's a heck of a unit, so powerful that a lot of people have considered it to be a potential future ban on the next ban list, perhaps. But we'll see. I don't want to talk about any bans. We already had a ban about 1 or 2 weeks ago. So Stellarcorn is here to play for the foreseeable future. And as you point out, it is quite a powerful card. Every time you move, you do get an additional draw one. And with the Azir running rather low on hand economy, just having 3 cards in hand, I think that is the perfect card to go ahead and play out for that turn and leave 3 runes available, as you're not too terrified right now. If that is a guard, as you're kind of sniffing out Ned, I think he should be able to hold at least the arena's greatest here.
Yeah, it depends on what Rexai has in hand with a full grip of 6 cards, thanks to that Hidden Blade last time. Um, we'll have to see if they got removal, if they've got something to accelerate units. I know some Rexais were playing the red common from Spiritforged that lets everything come in untap or come in ready.
Oh, Bushwhack. I know exactly what you mean. So
Bushwhack,
maybe
yeah.
that could be a nice little tech card, but we haven't seen it all series long, so might be unlikely to have, but taking his chances over on the paper tree. But a Twonk not repeated, so we'll be sending out the bigger unit, being that Rexai at 4 might, leaving the only honest broker to do the damage, and that is a pushback effectively, allowing him a hold, and there is only an honest broker in the back line. This might be a potential double hold, exactly what Azir was praying for, but this could be a little bit of window where Rexai knows you can't really do much with a single rune. The best you could do is an on guard / a defy. So maybe this is what he was expecting to make things a bit more straightforward, but still a tough position without too many accelerated units, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think this turn Rexai's probably just going to build up their back line. They have Legion online now because they played the Voidling, so if they have like the Vanguard captain that can fill up their back line, they might try and make a strong push next turn.
I think that has to be the only way, but holding up to 7, now Azir is allowed to go ahead and retreat his units. You could go ahead and flip the guards, get your Sand Soldier, because I think the Sand Soldier has the ability to get come in ready if you pay the cost for it. Send all your Sand Soldiers back, and then if you go ahead and just allow your opponent to conquer up to 7, he's not winning the game, so you're not feeling too crazy. And then on your final turn, if you have something like an Arise / a couple more combat tricks, you might be able to go ahead and double conquer to close out this game number 3. But first things first, Rexai has to finish his turn, as he still has a good amount of runes left to play, still has a good amount of cards in hand. So he's thinking deeply, Ned. He's wondering what he could possibly do to try to find that path to victory, because it looks slim, but nothing's truly impossible, because these guys are rather close. It's just so far leaning a bit towards a seer, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would agree, but this is game 3 in the tank. This is probably a very pivotal turn for both players. Here comes the Vanguard captain putting another 3 units onto the battlefield. He's still having 3 runes available.
Yeah, it almost seems to me that Rexai is preparing for that final push, but the simple fact that he's only at 5, there is no such thing as a final push because he's only at 5, so the most he can get up to is a 7 with a double conquer. So that is a Azir double hold up to 6, up to 7. He could, as we mentioned before, elect to go ahead and retreat back his units, because I'm not liking my chances at defending right now with so many units in that back line for Rexai. I think you have to pray Rexai maybe goes ahead and exhausts out, maybe plays. I mean, but he's a smart player. I don't think he would go ahead and exhaust out, nor at that same token, I don't think he has too many cards to play on defense either way. So you might as well get a lot of use in playing more units on these battlefields to defend and reinforce these battlefields, because that's honestly his only path to victory currently, is defending and keeping Azir off that final 8th conquer. But interesting enough, he's going for a potential double hold because he put the Stellarcorn in. So he's going for it, Ned. He says he feels confident he could defend from this battlefield, or he could defend from that monstrous board state right now Rexai has.
Well, he might not be wrong. Being able to send in your Azir to whichever battlefield you want, having on face, was it 3/6 might there, potentially another 3 total. And going with a heads-up play of just switching now.
Does switch now, so it doesn't allow him to get any equipment, as Telecorn didn't have anything, but it does allow him to get the +1 draw. So 3 runes and a dream to hold one of these battlefields. I mean, let's do the quick maps. How much total might is over there roaming in the base right now for Rexai? So that's 4, 6 plus the 2, 8 plus another 2, 10 plus the 5, 15 plus the Captain Vanguard, up to 18 total might. So he definitely has enough might to for sure take down at least one of these battlefields. But if you go ahead and strategically split the difference apart, you might just be able to conquer both of these battlefields, especially if he has something along the lines of a Under Titan in hand. Do we think he has it, Ned?
I mean, he's got 23 cards left in deck. Odds are he has at least one in hand. And I was just doing the math, and correct me if I'm wrong, if that is a guards that's hidden, he has about 13 might on that battlefield if he flips it up. And that's without any buffs.
Yeah, that's with no additional buff. Keep in mind, on guard wouldn't be too beneficial, as there is more than one unit. Of course, maybe on the left, but that left side is all but gone. You just have a single Sand Soldier. I don't know how I love this playing it. I was almost leaning more towards, we were discussing before, retreating all your units now, but real quick, just like that, the Under Titan was indeed in hand. So that is an impressive +2 across the entire board state. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 additional might. You're feeling good for a potential double conquer. And if you eliminate the majority of these units this turn, I think Azir is going to have an extremely hard job of getting those battlefields back from you. So I think this one moment has changed everything for Rexai. He just has to make sure he goes ahead and does the proper math, make sure he's not missing anything, plays around any kind of combat tricks as well, like we mentioned, those disciplines, maybe a hidden blade on his own, or from Azir / a face breaker. But he should. I think Under Titan almost seals the deal here.
I would agree. He now has to calculate what might goes where, but I believe this is Rexai's game. I think he comes back now, depending on what the Azir has, and we'll be able to do next turn. We'll have to see.
So diving in with just the recruit tokens for now, which kind of seems to me wants to kind of bait out this hidden card. So he's swinging in for 6 total might, as there's a +2 additional on each of these recruit tokens. So we see the bit of a switcheroo, and that's on every showdown. So taking advantage of getting the additional +1 draw for Telecorn, as you anticipated, the guards was indeed that hidden card. So should be able to swap that brutalizer over. So that's 3, 2, and then an additional 5. So that's 10 total defending. So I don't think those recruit tokens is going to be too long for this world. So defends at least 1 push. But now the bigger units are left, but slowly but surely there's a window of opportunity for Azir, as I believe you could use the Azir legend ability, or not a legend, but champion ability again on the showdown that happens next? Or once per turn?
No,
okay.
It's once per turn. Shouldn't the one that had the brutalizer survive that?
If you kill the Telecorn, definitely, right? Because brutalizer had 5. It had 5 might. You can't kill 5 might plus one of the other units with only... Wait, I'm confused as well. What's going on here? Because they had 6 total attacking might, right? Recruits are 2 plus the 2, 2 up to 6. You're so right. The brutalizer token had 5 might. You only had 6, so I wonder what was up with that.
I don't think it mattered terribly much in the grand scheme, but just kind of... I mean, maybe the Rexai would have 1 less unit because he'd have to send in battering ram with something
Ned,
else.
chat's correcting us. We were more the heads up play, identifying that the Sand Soldier does come in with Weapon Master to enable the online thing for Brutalizer. But chat's letting us know he didn't actually attach the Brutalizer, so the Sand Soldier didn't have the additional +2, crazy enough.
Gotcha. Never mind. As you were, chat.
Yeah, always right. Chat knows exactly. And sometimes we just miss those little subtleties there because it seems so obvious slash straightforward to us, but sometimes they don't know that the little tech options. But I would imagine as a year player, that is quite a good play because guards on defense, it works so well with that brutalizer equipment, as we point out before. So a slight little misstep. As you point out, though, I don't think it's going to be the game deciding misstep. I don't think he had any world of defending either or, but it could have helped him out just slightly, depending on what the remaining cards in hand were, of course.
Right, now going in with 5, 9, 13, doesn't matter, taking him out. I imagine he's going to try and... No, he can't take out any of these units.
I thought you would at least take. Oh no, you're right. That's a 4 might across the board minimum, so he can't take down with just 3 might. I would imagine he would maybe elect to play one of these combat tricks, but saving it for the push. But honestly, as we said, now you have the task of taking down not just one of these battlefields, but you have to take them out both on your turn with just a single unit in the back line. I just don't see a world where Azir can get that job done because of the lack of accelerated potential. I think this is just a complete clear and a Rexai winning the game from this very moment alone.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Azir can do because he, with Rexai being, well, both of them being at 7, they now need to both clear both in order to not lose on the pass back.
Right, and this is just Rexai putting all the chips on the table, saying, I am all in. See if you could go ahead and beat my hand. I think the answer might just be a big fat no, but chat's pointing out there is something like an Arise. But an Arise can only go so far because look at that paper tree battlefield. I don't even want to do the math. It just looks like enough.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not sure this Azir's even playing Arise. He only has like 2 equipment out, and we really didn't see too much more equipment hit the board besides that. Arise might not be worth it in this deck.
That would be a little bit of craziness coming out, but first things first, the salvage just to draw an additional +1 and to get rid of your own equipment, as Rexai didn't have any equipment. That is a call for desperation, trying to find any kind of outs. I don't think he's going to be able to find one. Yes, he could take down the right-hand side, but there is just no sequence of cards that will allow him to take care of that paper tree, which inevitably means a Rexai will be taking this round number 1, as he should be able to hold 7 to the 8th victory point. And that was still a heck of a game, but let's go ahead and see how Azir tries to maneuver and finish out this game to his best of his potential.
Yeah, coming in with a Guardian's Angel. So this is going to be a thick Azir again. Big chicken.
That Azir did some work, paid some dividends in game number 2, but can he do the same thing one more time? If it had some kind of way of going to these battlefields on the same turn, very similar to how Aurelia could do it, then there might be a world here. But I just don't know. I know there is an Emperor's Divine, but you can't move back your unit at in a ready position. But he's buffing him up. He's saying, if I'm going down, I want to go ahead and take down every single one of your units alongside. I like this. I like this. I can respect this. If I can't win the game, I'm just going to have these mini success stories here.
Yeah, and that's 15 might, which is exactly even with what is on the left side. And chat was saying, if they can survive the left side and charm it over, a hidden blade.
And it either has 1 rune left for the charm or 1 rune left for the defy. The answers for the defy. And did we do the math? Was it 15 and 15 as it stands?
I believe so, because it's 2, 4, 7, 10, 13 because the Rexai is buffed, and then 15 for the Void Hatchling.
Nice game. So Rexai does seal the deal, as we pretty much was all said and done before this turn happened. But I could give credit where credit's due. Azir made a fantastic push there at the end, but knew it was all but over, as you could only probably conquer one of these battlefields. Didn't even have the charm, but I
Oh,
like
didn't
the
have the
out. I like
charm.
the out. If there was a charm slash no
Yeah.
hidden blade, I guess there was technically a world you could have came back there. And you know,
Yeah.
Ned, they pointed out that the salvage is a May these days to get the draw one, so you don't actually have to kill your equipment. Could have just played it, drew the one, and kept the equipment to get that Azir a little bit higher up to 16.
I'll be honest, I didn't know it was May either.
It happens. So yeah, this is round number one. A little bit of mistakes here and there, as it tends to happen. Either way, overall, I think that was an awesome game. As we head back over to our commentary booth, and we rarely see a game utilize the entire time limit. So that was a fun, impressive game. I love when games go to a game 3 situation, and I believe there is just about a minute left on the clock. So I'm pretty sure these players are all set, are all soon to be done, pretty much across the board. But I think, Ned, you will be sticking around one more round. Joining Ned will be Ojama Boy, one of our judges over on our ranked Discord. Not our ranked Discord board, Discord in general, but mainly one of our ranked judges. So has a whole lot of insight of what these players might be bringing to the table. Chat, throw some names out there. We are in meta 2.5. What legends do you guys want to see? We'll go ahead and read those comments during the break. But for now, we'll take a short little intro break. Before we go, what
Save
did you think
Volibear.
about that game, though, real quick?
Great. It was two decks that I feel play a little bit off how they normally would. Yellow Rexai is starting to become the more common Rexai build, I know, but I just found out about the green Azir deck yesterday. And the person that I played against was messaging me during the match going, "What's the chances I introduce you to a deck and your first round casting is against that deck?" So
Right.
I appreciate him for giving me knowledge on that deck.
Yeah,
But
it's always fun.
great games. Both I really do think came down to the wire with at least match three. I feel like could have gone either way depending on maybe one more rune or one more card in hand.
Right, it was super close. The Rexai just putting down one too many units for Azir to handle. But yeah, I love what we're starting off this tournament on. Let's see if we can keep things rolling as we're soon to start this round number 2. Guys, we'll take a short little break while we do the round 2 pairings, and we'll be right back, chat.
Definitely, you want that the 2-drop here, but not going to get it, unfortunately, which is a bummer. But we're going to see the Victor player just start to develop here early on, which what they want to do. And Ari should get something out, but then now you're kind of in the called weak zone. But here we go. So this looks like this is more of a hold Ari. Just basically seeing, not that she doesn't want to hold normally, but there are like aggressive types of Ari where you want to get out a lot of low units early. But in this case, if we're seeing this play right here, then they want to get on, they want to reduce their spells, they want to play almost that pseudo kind of like Vex game once you have a battlefield and you reduce the cost of those spells and you can spell sling a lot.
Makes perfect sense. So, I mean, we'll expect to see something like a Sona Harmonious here, and then unfortunately for him, there is that cold week like you alluded to, and this is definitely not the scenario you want to see yourself in if you are this Ari player. You were able to go first, but now this Victor player is able to bolster his backline. He was able to get 2 points early on, and is now going to be able to hold on to this conservatory. I think one of these issues here with this Ari deck that I felt when I was playing here early in set 1 is that once you fell behind, you really fell behind. And Victor is one of those decks known for once it kind of gets that snowball going, it's incredibly difficult to stop with just how many units it's able to put onto the board. And I feel like right now we're seeing that here, as there's already 4 points for this Victor player, 0 for this Ari, and he's going to have to do a lot to come back for the time being.
Yeah, this is definitely the problem with the kind of like Sona version 2, and you're kind of stuck in that scenario too when you don't get your first drop, because you don't want to play Ari Inquisitive on your turn 2 because you don't want to deramp, and now having to play Sona and a Ravenbloom student to base. The good news is you're probably going to be able to take back some of these battlefields on the crackback, But the downside is that you might lose something before then, and you're behind in the point tempo for sure right now.
So we'll have to see if this Ari's going to find his way to claw back. But I mean, definitely losing that Eager Apprentice early on. The fact that you weren't able to have an early Defy. Yes, deramping is a little bad, but I feel like losing that Eager Apprentice is pretty heavily detrimental here. We'll have to see if he has the tools to get himself back into this game. That said, it's not going to be too difficult to kind of control what's going on these battlefields here. But now this Victor player is going to be able to trigger the Conservatory. We'll have to see what is exactly on the top there. And it looks like it was a Stupefy, although I'm not sure that we got to see exactly how that looked like on our end. So the Stupefy is going to come down. It's going to potentially be able to trade here as well. And I mean, things feel like they're going from bad to worse. This Ari player will have to respond with something like a Discipline, and it looks like that is going to be the case. So now that Raven Blue student is going to negate essentially that Stupefy, and then this Discipline is going to bring him right back up an additional 2 points. He's going to be able to draw a card as well. So not in the worst place scenario possible, but definitely not happy with at least how this turn is going so far.
I think it's actually not too bad. I mean, obviously, you didn't want to see an immediately useful card get drawn right off the top from the Conservatory, but the fact that you have the option to get the Sona on battlefield this round and untap whatever else that you put in would have been a good boon. But we're just gonna hold up here. Wages of Pain coming through. So a quick test of like, what's in your hand? Do you have the sauce or not?
We'll have to see exactly if he does. I mean, it could just be one of those scenarios where you're like, okay, I'm going to let this Wages of Pain resolve and play some sort of action speed spell. But nope, it is going to be a Feral Strength. So an additional +3 is going to be met. So this Raven Blue student is going to be out of range for now. And with only one rune available, I cannot imagine that there's anything else that this Victor player can do. So finally, this Ari player is going to get on board here. The Sona will be able to probably get himself onto that Void Gate, although it is a little bit risky. That said, you do have to start denying the points that is coming out of this Victor player. And, well, this Sona will also allow him to ready all of the runes that he's exhausted this turn already.
Yeah, it's the most unfair thing that the Ari deck gets to do is have Sona on a battlefield and untap those 4 runes, especially since it lets you kind of catch back up in all the tempo you basically lost in the beginning of the game with having to miss your early drops and then lose the Eager Apprentice, like you said, which I have to believe probably drew into the Ravenbloom student on the following turn, because normally you'd want to have Ravenbloom and then threaten having something else up, but here's another Ravenbloom going to follow up. And really the Ari player right now, the scary part for them is gassing right now with draw, but the Conservatory should help if it gets moved into. We'll see what Victor responds with. That's a lot of runes getting tapped here.
I have to assume it is that Thousand-Tailed Watcher, and there it is. I'm a bit surprised to see a Victor player on the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. You don't see it too frequently with these Victor players. But that said, a 1-Might Sona and a 1-Might Ravenbloom student, definitely not the scariest of units to deal with. So unless this Ari player has something like a Thwonk to be able to thwart exactly what's going on here, it's going to be pretty difficult to deal with. 1-to-1 here is going to allow for this trade onto the Sona. If he has something like a Feral Strength or another Discipline as well, that could be useful, that will force that Thousand-Tailed Watcher to come into that battlefield, and then it will require a Thwonk. But there is the Thwonk used already, and so now it feels like this Thousand-Tailed Watcher kind of gets to go in with impunity here, and that's going to feel pretty bad. But that said, this Ravenbloom student does actually have that capability to outtake this Faithful Manufacturer now that there has been a spell played. So he has to decide which battlefield he wants to try and overtake, but I have to assume it's going to be this Void Gate.
Yeah, the Ravenbloom can get big fast. I do like that the Victor player did the smart thing, didn't get the big eyes and go in with the Watcher right away, or try to go with a big unit early, draws out the Thwonk. And now we'll see if the Ari was sitting on another one or what they are sitting on potentially to survive this. If not, then the Ravenbloom student's going to go away. Oh, no, there's the second Thwonk. So good patience from the Ari player, going to be able to catch back up a little bit as Victor kind of takes a null turn here. But is able to get the Sona off the board, and Ari's down to 1 card and drawing into hopefully something to keep the gas up, because that Watcher being as big of a unit as it is, if Ari doesn't have something to threaten back, it's going to be a little bit tough. Although still has the Inquisitive sitting in the champ zone though, which is a very effective card. Being able to stack those negative debuffs. And ooh, there we go. The Meditation, a really great draw card for Ari, especially missing the Dreaming Tree, becoming even more premium value here. You can take that defending unit that you're holding with, tapping it to draw 2 cards for 2 energy. It's great, and we see the Inquisitive already come back out as the hold on the Conservatory is the play, it looks like right now.
Yeah, and so now, I mean, the good news is that if he's going to be able to hold at least one of these 2 battlefields for the time being, he will be ahead on point tempo now. Finally, rather, he will have to be able to overtake one of the battlefields in these following turns, because he is still behind on point tempo. If this Victor player is able to take one of these battlefields, the Victor will be on 5 points first. So the Ari will still have to find a way to break one of the holds, or just stave off the aggression that the Victor player is able to put out. But that said, Victor is just absolutely known for being able to take all of these battlefields here, and I have to assume what's going to follow here is a Bellows Breath. And so this is going to be very difficult to deal with here, unless this Ari player has something like Defy or a Not So Fast. This Bellows Breath is going to be an absolute devastation here for this Ari player. So we'll have to see if he has some sort of answer here, because if not, this is absolute nightmare territory.
Yeah, it is for sure. Discipline comes out, we're drawn, we're digging, we're hoping, we're praying. The answer is not in hand. The good news is the Ari player can have the answer, but with such a small hand, is it in there? We discipline and we don't have it, and that's devastating to this board state right now.
Yep. So now this Victor player going to be in a fairly commanding position. I mean, the Ari nearly clawed himself into this victory here, but at this point in time, I have to say it's very heavily favored for this Victor player. He is going to be able to hide a card as well, which is going to make things even more difficult for this Ari player to break. And if it is something like a Hidden Blade, it's just going to be very difficult to break indeed. So instead, this Ari player is just going to take the time off here, just develop all these Desert's Calls, get 4 Sand Soldiers onto the onto the base here, and it's going to be up to this Ari player on this next turn to really break what this Victor player is doing. He's at 6 points already. We have to assume that this recruit is going to be able to go onto the Void Gate. He might just opt to protect his Thousand-Tailed Watcher instead.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 2 of the Mins and Rift Weekly. I'm Ojama Boy, as Plus introduced me before we went to break. Thank you very much, Plus. And I'm joined with Arachnids as well. How are we doing?
Doing good, doing good. Welcome on in. It's good to have you.
Thank you very much. It's always nice to be back. So we're going into our second round, and I did tune in a little bit to the first round, our Azir versus Rexai matchup. It's nice to see a bit more variety in what we are seeing now that we've had the bans shake up the meta a little bit, especially as we're going into Lille only just next week. What are you thinking we're going to see going into Lille?
So I believe there's 4 top decks right now. We still have Aurelia, which I think is the top deck. We have Kai'Sa, which is making a comeback now. Victor, really strong now that Kai'Sa's really strong. And I still think Draven's up there. I still think Draven's a top deck. We saw, what was it, New Zealand? They did a 10K, I believe. And they had 6 Dravens in top 8 still after bans.
Wow.
I don't know if that's just people are comfortable with what they're comfortable with and they're just playing a similar deck, or if, Draven is still just the guy. But I think those are the 4 decks we're going to need to, going into Lily, you need to have a game plan against.
I completely agree. I didn't know about that event in Australia, but I did know that we had a little mini, casual tournament yesterday, and Draven managed to come out on top of that. It was a very good player piloting, but I do agree that Draven is still going to be very strong in the meta. Interesting to not hear Ezreal making an appearance in your top 4, but to be fair, hearing your reasoning, I think I would agree. I might just swap Kai'Sa and Aurelia at the top. What are you thinking of this new Ezreal deck that's making an appearance with the Wind Singers and Bouncing Fizz?
I love it. Ezreal was a deck I really wanted to like, but I personally didn't enjoy playing the Miracle package, so I never gave it a shot. But it does seem interesting, and I'm playing a different deck at my locals every week now. That might be one of them
Oh,
that
amazing.
makes into the rotation.
If I could make a suggestion of something I think you might not have thought about, that just to worm into your brain, one of my favorite cards in set two, probably all of Riftbound, is going to be Ezreal dashing, blue Ezreal. Putting that in a RE list and just dropping cloth armors on it when your opponent least expect it. One of the most fun things I've ever done.
Ari's another one I want to try out at some point.
Oh, there you go then. Think of Blue Ezio, a little secret champion. But I have
Um,
got confirmation that we are ready for round two. On our screens now, we've got Volibear versus Master Yi. Very interesting matchup. Two decks, I know
I'm
it. Go on.
I'm excited for this one.
Excellent.
Uh,
Two decks that I know throughout their history have had the potential to be running Aurora, but I know both of them, it's kind of gone a little bit out of fashion. If one of these decks is running Aurora, what are you hoping to see?
what I want to see out of this match is big creatures smacking big creatures.
So Aurora versus Aurora. Now that would be interesting. Probably not Master Yi Aurora, things we've got a 2-drop, but the hope is still alive for Volibear.
Yeah, and we are at, I thought one of them was Aspirant's Climb. I currently am not able to interact with the board, but was that one Vile's Maw, one's Aspirant's Climb?
So we're seeing Varmore on the Master Yi side, making a lot of sense there, who likes to just
Yeah.
plonk a unit into a battlefield and hold it for the game while contesting the other. And then the Aspen's Climb coming in from Volibear, also missing their turn one play. So potentially we got an Aurora on this side, just a bit slow to start.
Yeah, it's either going to be Aurora or Dragons. I know a lot of the
Okay.
Dragons list have been cutting out Aurora in favor of just more Dragons. And tapping 5, we see the
We do see a dragon.
Dune Drake.
Mm.
I thought it was going to be Blazing Scorcher for a second, accelerated, but going with a different dragon, I'm pretty sure that indicates that this is not, in fact, a Aurora list, or at least it would be surprising at this point.
No, I agree. Dragon Volibear, not something that I'm massively familiar with. Something I know people have been cooking up for set 3, but is it a viable option in set 2, do you feel?
Yes, you really Aurora, even in the Aurora list, you don't need it to be successful with Wally. It helps in the games that you have it, you feel much more comfortable in. But unlike with other lists where like if you don't have Aurora hitting, you just lose, you can still play units without it. And hold up interaction a lot of the time. So I don't think it's needed for the Dragon list. Especially with Herald of the Scales coming out, reducing everything, things going in fast. This Direwing coming in ready because you hold another one.
Wow, that's a card I've never seen. Taking out the Aurelia, which I didn't
Yeah.
even have a chance to talk about there. Very surprising thing for me to see in a Master Yi deck, but being able to get on the board quick with challenge and get that point. But now things are looking a little bit difficult for the Master Yi, as both of their battlefields are contested and control has been changed. And the sabotage coming in as well. So we're going to get perfect information for the Volibear player here. And that's
Ooh.
probably not all you want to have in Master Yi when you're staring down two massive dragons.
Say, draw, ramp, save my creature, and a creature that draws you a card. Not, I don't know what's in the Volley's hand, but that's going to be a rough fight back. They can choose to play their chosen champion, get out fast, take over one of the battlefields, but then Volibear's untapping with 10 runes and 5 cards.
Yeah, it just does look like a tricky situation. I mean, he's got the option to play a bit slow here and get the ball rolling with a clockwork, but it looks like he's going straight for his champion here, turn to ready. No, a second Aurelia off the top. So, yeah, it's going to be that slightly slow play of saying, you can get ahead on points, I'm going to set up for next turn, I'm going to be taking my own time.
Yep, there's always there's a saying coming from Magic that you can't thought seize the top deck, and just like we see here, you can't sabotage the top deck.
You can't sabotage the top deck. Bringing those classic phases into the modern age as Riftbound is the game that we're now entirely infatuated by, at least from my point of view. So as you say, 10 runes for the for the Volibear player, a second Sabotage. He's not going to get any new information here because he already knows what the top was. Maybe he knew exactly what he was hoping to get rid of from the hand he saw previously.
Right. Do you want to take the draw and ramp or the potential draw 2? Going to take out the draw and ramp spell, leaving him with a draw 1 or 2 if he wants to exhaust, and a Clockwork Keeper. Where's Clockwork Keeper? No. It was the one that you pay an extra to draw a card.
It was a Clockwork Keeper. Yeah, you got it.
Clockwork Keeper, yeah.
Yeah, taking the Find Your Center. Interestingly, he chooses to get rid of the ramp when his opponent's already going to be untapping for 10, but he knows that with Meditation and only one unit in the backline for the Master Yi player, he's probably not going to have a unit he wants to exhaust for a few turns now, so knows that there's not too much the Master Yi has to threaten him here. So untapping for a very big dragon by the seams of it. That's
Probably
9 runes.
Cadrigan? Yep, Cadrigan.
There you go. Like I said, I don't know my dragons very well. I should let you talk on the Volibear player's turn.
I like me my dragons. I like me my Volibear deck. I was playing it. I played it at the Pittsburgh 25K. I was playing it last week. Cadrigan coming in, drawing a card for each unit you control that's mighty. That includes himself, so drawing 3 cards. Bringing back his dragons to safety, and next turn...
Oh, realizing that one of them was in Vile Mausoleum and can't return.
Oh, you couldn't. But having a full grip of 6 cards and 9 runes next turn when they untap. Going up against this now Aurelia, that's at 5. It defends alone. It automatically goes to 7. We know at least 2 cards in hand.
Likely one of them coming out now. The Clockwork Keeper. Going to draw one more. Going to draw one more off of it. It's what makes Clockwork Keeper very good. We don't see it very much anymore, but especially in set 1, having that modality where it's just a 2-drop on turn 1 or on turn 5, 6. It's a draw 1 for relatively low cost.
Chat pointing out a mistake I make quite commonly with my Volibear list is that he didn't tap Volibear to channel an extra rune, which would have had him up to 10 runes next turn, but it is a very forgettable thing. Trust me, I know.
It is how it goes. As a Fiora player, I feel your pain from the other side of the spectrum.
Yep, and Master Yi, I think just trying to cycle through his hand so that the Volibear doesn't know what's in their hand, and interestingly enough, choosing to take out the Doomdrake that only has 5 might, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, this is a strange one. If he's tempted to play that on guard anyway, you would imagine he would take out one of the bigger dragons, because that would have put Aurelia up to 8, just above, or 9 even, because they're untapped as well. So it would have been enough to take out the Dire Wing as well.
Yeah, and trade with the Cadrian. I don't imagine you want to trade right now, but...
Well, you've got the Guardian Angel. There's always the option.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So now again, this Aurelia is going to defend for a base of 7. Having 1 card in hand and in Yi, you always kind of have to kind of assume that it's going to be a pump spell or play around a pump spell.
I've just realized as well, would the Aurelia not have been on 10 there, actually, because it was defending its Master Yi. So you got 4 base, 1 for the untap, and 1 for Guardian Angel. So that's 6. 2 for Master Yi and 2 for the on guard. So he could have taken out the... Is it Cadriel?
Cadrigan.
Cadrigan. He could have taken out Cadrigan by the seams of it. But opted not to in the end.
Yep, and Herald of Scales coming down, reducing the cost of all dragons by 2 energy. Which allowed them to play a Dire Wing as well. And now going in saying, you can have a pump spell, but can you beat 14 might?
It seems like he won't be able to. So getting rid of that Guardian Angel, some of the protection from the Master Yi's side, and also getting rid of the +2 from Master Yi now that he has to be attacking into these battlefields instead of defending. It is looking good for the Volibear with only 1 card in hand for Yi.
Yep, and now are they going to choose to go into Vile Maw's lair with the other one, or just choosing to this time reinforce? And I think I said the wrong might, because that should be 16 might.
And now that the Master Yi has more units online, the meditation is being able to get him a few more cards. So digging Francis to use these 7 runes on. But is it going to be enough to get over the... how much did you say it was? 16 might?
I believe so, because that Cadrigan's
9.
9 and the other dragon is 7, so that should be 16 might.
Certainly a big hill to climb. A second Guardian Angel at the start.
Yeah, Aurelia untapped, so that's +1, chosen by the Guardian's Angel, that's +2, plus the Guardian Angel is 1, but just choosing to conquer the free battlefield instead.
It's going to be a mountainous task to go from 7 up to 17 there, so definitely going for the safer option and leaving some rooms up perhaps for that defense.
That, and if there's another charm, that could be an easy, but there's not.
Charm would be very good there indeed.
Fully ruined up Volibear with 6 cards in hand. You have to imagine a lot of might's going to be thrown onto the board this turn.
Absolutely, and even at this stage, not too much of a cost to recycle your runes either, especially because you need to be getting 2 back next turn, and you can, there we go, channel with the Volibear. And we've got the Fey Dragon coming out as well, being able to give 4 units, including his own buffs. I wonder if he's got a little buff synergy going on, because its second effect is really strong as well, being able to get gold tokens from spending your buffs.
Yeah, that is one I don't often come across. That is a cool piece of tech, a big unit, a big body that makes your other bodies big. I like it.
It's a very good endgame card in set, but here we go. Talking of endgame cards, Stormbringer trying to throw this Aurelia out once and for all. Well, Guardian Angel will still save it.
Guardian Angel will save it. So that's 9 damage to every unit at that battlefield. So it dodges deflect, and it moves in the creature, making this will be a conquer to 7. And actually, it would be 10 damage because now Cadrigan is buffed. This Volibear is saying, my things are big.
Very big indeed, holding these battlefields. Going up to 7, normally you wouldn't be too worried about going up to 7. You'd rather go for that double conquer and keep your units safe on 6. But of course, Aspirant's Climb being one of our battlefields, this is the situation he's in. He only needs a double hold or, well, a double score next turn, and he is winning. So this is a very important turn for our Master Yi player.
Yeah, I was going to play Victor next week. I might switch into Dragon Volley and have some fun with that. This deck looks cool. I was playing the Aurora list yesterday, or last week, this week. But
would you still put Auroras in? I know you mentioned that kind of midway Dragon plus Aurora that can play without the Aurora but still benefit from it, or would you go full Dragon like we're seeing today?
I'd like to try the full Dragon, because I think that's coming up with set 3. I think that's how the deck is going to be played, especially because you now get that mana or energy dork, the 2-drop tap it to get 1 energy, which would be just an awful hit off Aurora, but it accelerates you so fast early game. I think you don't play Aurora with Dragon Volley next set.
That would make a lot of sense. As we can see here, just being able to play a dragon every turn just produces so much might that it's been really hard for the Master Yi to deal with consistently, turn after turn. Here we see another point going on the board for the Master Yi, choosing to charm the opponent's unit into the other battlefield so that it is not ready for the retake.
Well, also, you can't move it to the base because of Vile Mauslayer. Even with charm, it's still a move. It has to move over to the other battlefield.
It's his only choice. I was too busy thinking how brilliant play that was. I didn't actually think of the fact it was his only play. Very, very well spotted. Okay, he's just having a think here. 2 runes left up, trying to decide if he wants to leave them for the next round. But it looks like the players have agreed to go to game 2. So it seems that the Master Yi player does not have what they need.
Yeah, and I mean, another one of Volibear's signature spells clears out that battlefield. It was very well done by both players, but being able to just have Was that a get excited in his hand?
That was not something I was expecting, but kind of makes sense when you got so many huge
Oh,
costed
that's
units.
cool.
You're
Yeah, I
getting
mean,
ideas for your Dragon Volibear now, aren't you?
I am, in fact, because I love that card. I've just never seen it used really well outside of some niche Kaisa list that pitch a time warp to just nuke something. But yeah, I guess if you draw something big that you don't really want to play, that's kind of cool. I like that.
That is very cool. We have seen Get Excited be a bit more popular in Kaiser, especially with Progress Day becoming a bit of a mainstay going into set two.
Yeah.
So being able to, have that modality, do I draw 4 cards or do I deal 6 damage is quite nice. And of course, like you say, being able to use Time Warps as well. But in Volibear, everything's 5 energy or more. You're going to get a lot of value out of Get Excited. It makes a lot of sense.
The battlefields revealed this time are Sigil of the Storm and Paper Tree. So Sigil, every time it's conquered, you have to recycle a rune, and Paper Tree, anytime that it's held, you channel a rune. And I see somebody in chat asking if the deck lists are available anywhere. Top 8 will be made available usually a few days after the tournament. You can check the Discord. I know Plus will also generally post them on Twitter.
Yeah, you have to cross your fingers that the Volibear has a good run today and we'll all get to see what he's rocking. But for the third time in our match so far, we get to see what the Master Yi player is up to. So if you've been keeping track, you might be able to have their deck list by the end of it as well.
Mm-hmm. And while they're doing their first turns, doing a sabotage, seeing what's in hand, I would like to remind everyone that there is a Discord that you can join if you think, man, this is a really cool tournament. I want to get involved and play. Announcements go out for signups. And TCG Arena that they're playing on is a free platform. We'd love to have more players and a bigger community.
Absolutely. Great plug. As well as the events, we've also got the ranked ladder as well. So something a bit more casual, you can join in there. And dare I say it, some pretty good judges as well.
Really? Why do you say that?
No, I know a few of them. They're all right. They're all right.
We do have a really great competitive scene and really great judges in the ranked ladder.
Oh, thank you for saying. I mean, I agree. So going back to the game, we've got a challenge coming out from the Master Yi, allowing him to get this double conquer by the look of it. Lonely Poil, not a unit that you mind sending out ready to get a point because it's going to get a draw for you if it is taken over. But this is going to cost him a rune as well because of our Sigil of the Storm battlefield.
Yep, a little bit of a slower start for Volibear, but keep in mind that Herald of the Scales, reducing the cost of dragons now and untapping with 6, you can start getting some big units out fast now. I know Blazing Scorcher accelerated 5 might for now 4 total. But this Get Excited coming out that we talked about.
I am getting excited. Unexpected card. We'll see what he chooses to pitch.
They're going to discard and then deal damage equal to the energy of whatever's discarded. A Thermo Beam coming out, dealing 5 damage to the unit at the Paper Tree.
That's a very interesting one. What do you think of this discard for the Thermo Beam? Because I can only imagine that's a side deck choice coming in. Is he just disappointed to not see many gear from the Master Yi early, or might he have another one in the bank?
Oh, the other one in the bank would be my guess. It's either that or we did see an early sabotage. I don't think he saw any gear in there, so it might just be he's saying it's not worth it to keep on if I know he doesn't have any gear.
That makes a lot of sense. If nothing else, it speaks volumes for the rest of his hand. It's either all very low-costed cards, which I imagine is not the case in Volibear, especially because he only needed to kill a 3-might unit, or it is some lovely big dragons that he really doesn't want to lose. Speaking of one, we've got Mountain Drake. Doesn't do anything. Just a very, very massive body.
Just a 10-might body that got reduced by 2 thanks to Herald of Scales. And even with pump spells, that's going to be a mountain.
Quite the task.
So to speak,
mountain
to climb.
Definitely the case. If anything's going to do it, though, Yeah, if anything's going to do it, it might be this Ruin Runner. Can't get rid of that with Get Excited. Of course, it cannot be targeted by spells or abilities belonging to the opponent. But if they wanted to run the Mountain Drake in, a punch first is the worst thing you're worrying about, and that would only make it even.
Well, it does still get +2 from me, so it'll be a
Still get
7,
+2.
7 when defending.
So punch first, in fact, here would be very good. Perhaps something the Volibear player is making a decision if he wants to play around. He hasn't seen his opponent's hand for a few turns now. I find in when you got your tournament life on the line, I know it's only a casual event, but you do really have to play like your opponent has that out. You can never hope they don't. So instead we go for Bryn here. There we go. So making sure that out is not going to be played this turn.
Noticeably not a dragon, but now just saying, all right, if you have it, you can't play it, and now my thing is bigger.
It is mighty though, isn't it? So it should trigger Volibear as well. Or am I getting?
Should.
I believe our Volibear player is just a little too locked into the zone here, loving his position too much to think about silly things like triggers.
Well, and for lack of a better term, unless he's going to hide 2 things, it really doesn't matter because next turn he's going to untap and have full runes.
That's very true. That's very true indeed.
Actually, what's kind of funny is the paper tree will go off first, so he'll have 1 that is exhausted.
That's very true. Yeah, won't be able to get those 4 runes next turn because of paper tree.
As somebody pointed out in chat, yes, the volley signature spell will also clear camels. It does not target the unit; it targets the battlefield.
Yeah, not very good for this matchup then.
Yeah, as a Volibear player, I really don't care about the camel. It doesn't bother me.
I feel similar with Fiora, just being able to make really massive units. But playing set 3, I've found myself struggling a little bit into Ruin Runner. I've been giving Vex a try.
And show of strength, drawing 1 for each mighty unit. That's going to be 3, as the Herald is not mighty themselves. And noticeably, the Master Yi is putting 7 on the camel right now. It's not technically 7 until it's defending, I believe, which it currently is not.
Maybe he's using it just to remind his opponent of what it will be, because we've got the Lonely Paw in the back also with 4 written on it, and it's quite clear that that's not going to be 4 might back there. Regardless, though, it looks like Master Yi is having a slightly better game this turn, being on 6 points already, and the Volibear only being at 1. Putting up a lot of might is not doing much if they're not able to get in there and knock Master Yi out of these battlefields.
And again, noticeably, there's the Dune Drake in the back. That's 10 might. If we see another volley signature spell, that's going to be 10 damage. Yep, 10 damage going to be thrown into the Ruin Runner battlefield.
You called it.
Which, again, technically the camel is only at 5 might right now.
So it will take a lot for the Master Yi to be able to get up over the top of this, and it all, of course, needs to be reaction speed. He is thinking about it. So we'll have to see what he's got. What could he possibly have to do this? Would it be 2 on guards and a discipline, something like that?
Well, and even that, it will just trade, because then the dragon moves in. So he has to get the camel above 20 in order to keep it.
It seems like he's just going to be quite happy trading if he can get there. It's the best he can do.
Well, so currently it'd be at 7. Now it's at 9.
One more to see
one more pump spell in order to live.
It is the triple discipline. Every copy that you've got coming out on this turn just to get rid of that Mountain Drake. A heavy price to pay, but perhaps enough for such a big unit. So
yeah,
we do see
that will make it 5 5 plus 6, 11, plus another 2 on defense once it moves in. Still not enough to get past 20, but still really strong.
Enough to keep his opponent off of 3 points for now. Unless he wants to move that Mountain Drake in, but we've seen so far this game him quite happy to keep it in base where it is safe.
Well, he doesn't have a choice. At the end of the Stormbringer, he has to move it in.
Oh, the Mountain Drake, yes. I meant the
the
Herald of
Herald of
Scales.
Scales.
That's what I meant to say.
I think he keeps it back.
I imagine that's the case. But we are taking a little while to think this through now.
Yeah, I see they're talking about something, but I can't see what they're talking about. I think there may be a rules question.
Unfortunately, I can't see it either, but it looks like we're resolving it now. The players seem to have agreed what is going on. The Roadrunner is going to die.
Oh, was nothing? Okay.
And the Mountain Drake does survive this combat.
I don't see how.
That is an interesting one. I believe we're getting this question so that we know what's going on with the players. It's definitely possible that we've missed something. Chat, if you have spotted what we've missed, do let us know. But
Yeah,
from what
it just depends if did they play 3 disciplines?
it looked like
They
they
only
played
played-
3 disciplines, and they marked it on the Room Runner as if it was 3 as well. It went up to 11. But perhaps it was only 2 and they were still thinking they were counting Master Yi. Maybe that's what the confusion was. So it looks like the players just pause them now as we find out what happened.
So maybe
Yes, they played 3 discipline. That puts us to 11 might. So we've got our producer kind of just checking in what's going here. The players believe that they were counting Master Yi, and that's why it was only on 11, but they're thinking it back and realizing that, yes, if it was triple discipline, we should be seeing the Mountain Drake dying as well.
yeah, because the triple discipline will take it up to 11 might. It'll still have 10 damage on it. So when the Drake moves in, they will still trade, but
It seems like the players may have missed that it was 3 discipline, but checking now, yeah, definitely 3 disciplines that were played. So to correct this situation as well, the player will also have to get his rune back from Conquering Sigil of the Storm, which he can do on TCG Arena site by holding Shift before he clicks the rune deck. Something that actually wasn't possible until a judge in Runes and Rift, not me, another one pointed it out to one of the creators of the software, and they fixed it very quickly indeed.
oh, that's
So I
good.
think we're just gonna try and get that fixed from this player.
Yeah, because I have to imagine if that was the case, I believe a punch first.
So it looks like we're getting a little rewind here, going back to that same showdown and seeing if we can work it out. Is it okay to tell the players that if they're rewinding, they should get the rune back from Conquering Sigil of the Storm as well, just so that we've got that correct game state?
The
So it seems
producer
to
is
get the-
letting them know. What are they defying?
Oh, I've completely...
Okay. Give us just a second, chat. The players are rewinding, and we'll go from there.
working it out live. Sometimes the case. While we wait, I suppose we can talk ahead as well. I think this matchup, it does seem like it's going fairly even in this second game. We've seen one potential side deck card in the Thermo Beam. What do you reckon are we going to see on the other side? Is there anything that Master Yi might be putting in to try and overcome these dragons?
That is a good question. Sabotage really won't do much because 9 times out of 10 they're gonna have a handful of creatures. Probably just more buff spells. I have to imagine Punch First will come in to push them over the strength of dragons.
Very commonly a card that you see a couple copies of in the main deck, and then whatever is remaining in the side, because it can be a very expensive card to play. Though in this matchup, we can see it is very necessary to get these massive, massive mites. Perhaps more copies of things like Guardian Angel as well. I can't imagine there'd be anything specifically in the side deck for facing big creatures, except for just more of good copies of what you need.
Mm-hmm. I think Master Yi's trying to now save. No.
Yes, it seems that we have the Master Yi player playing a punch first as well to make it a trade with the dragon, which I don't think was very necessary because it was 11 might we decided, wasn't it? But perhaps just a little bit of confusion from the players.
Yeah, probably.
We do have a corrected game state now, though, so we can proceed with the Master Yi player's turn.
Yep, okay. We're back on track, chat. The Volibear has the 8 runes, the battlefield is clear, and there's still a lonely Poro by himself in the base. Poor guy. But not going to exhaust the Poro, so that to me means they're going to try and send the Poro in to the free base. Again, just cycling through their hand, trying to find some goodies to get back in this game. Well, not even really back in. It's still 6-2, and they've got a full grip of hands. They do have a battlefield they have to crack through, which might be a difficult situation. But at the same time, there's not, honestly, a terrible lot that comes in accelerated. And now you're going to have a Lonely Poro that's a 5 might on defense, at least.
It is looking good for the Master Yi player here on 7 points, just needing to hold. I could definitely imagine what they might have been digging for, perhaps some kind of counter spell for something like Challenge to create ready units. Perhaps Windwall was a side card we saw as a way to stop Stormbringer. Or even just like you say, looking for more buff spells, spending all 3 disciplines and a punch first last turn. There's probably not too many left in hand after that. Fully tapping out here for the
2 dragons and
Volibear
and saying
2 dragons.
Can your lowly Poro beat 14?
So starting on 5, not where you want to be, but perhaps one buff takes it up over 7 to trade 1 dragon, goes back to base with the Guardian Angel, and then only 1 dragon they'd have to then get over for the next turn. Not the best of situations, but maybe salvageable for the Master Yi player.
Maybe, and I think you do have to play to your outs here with that.
Definitely. This being game 2 with game 1 going Volibear's way. There won't be a game 3 for the Master Yi player. If Volibear wins this one, he's got to throw everything he's got at it. So no pump spell to survive the onslaught just yet. Perhaps saving them for the retake, who knows?
And no card draw because the Poro didn't... Does he die?
No, he doesn't die. The death is replaced by the Guardian Angel. Instead returning exhausted and healed to base.
Well,
so
he did draw 1 off of it, but...
did he draw rules. 1, did he?
Yeah. But that's because the Volibear told him to. So
the Volibear told him
happens.
Just being nice. Yeah, perhaps. Saying I don't think your hand's good enough for this. Have another one. Have 2. We'll see how it goes.
And even though, I mean, this Master Yi has drawn through 5 more cards of their deck than this Volibear has. And I mentioned this last match. Seeing more of your deck means you see more of the options that you need to see in those sideboard cards potentially. They've gone through half their deck at this point. So yeah, and they have 6 cards in hand to 1.
If they can answer this board, it would be very good. We are experiencing just a little pause here as the players realize that they don't draw from the Poro. They've agreed that we're just going to ride it as it is. As it was, you know, something that happened last turn. Both players have agreed. Happy to move on. It is just a low OPL event. So one extra tool to work with, perhaps. We're going to start by tapping 4, 5. Any more? No, just a relic coming out.
Which is a pretty strong unit, and especially if you only need one more point to win. This punch first?
Yeah, Punch First coming out onto the pile. I was thinking with the Aurelia coming out that perhaps we were going to see a bit of a slower turn, saying, okay, you're only on 4. I don't mind you going to 6, because if I can conquer one battlefield, I'm in a good position. But it seems instead we're going to get the double Punch First.
This Poro has got hands now. A
And he's
mech
ready to
hand on
roll.
each side, saying
Punch
he's
first,
tired of being
punch
lonely.
Wow, so starting out with 12 might. Still not enough to get over either battlefield, but we are going to get a Guardian Ninja come out as well, perhaps looking just to move a little bit of the needle in his direction.
Well, that puts the
13.
Poro to 13. If he can get one more might on it, he can completely clear the Sigil of the Storm battlefield.
And he wouldn't even need to recycle if they trade, because he will not conquer. We'll have to see with 1 rune left. Can he get 1 or even 2 more might on this Poro? He's thinking it through. And the players have pointed out as well that it's probably one of the biggest Poros I've ever seen. I don't know if it is the case for them. Have you ever seen a bigger Poro?
You know, no, not really.
I did see the new Scuttle Crab from set 3. If those of you who aren't aware, our first 0 might unit, I did see one get up to 7 might already in the game. The card's not even out yet, so I'd love to see if that record can be beaten. If anyone wants to make a meme deck just to make me laugh, get that Scuttle huge.
Oh, it's ridiculous. And it won't even kill the Poro because it's got a GA.
Yeah, so the players are just working out at the moment. We're going to take a Find Your Center, so we're not going to get the Poro any bigger, but it does cost... Oh, he's realised that his opponent is not within 3 of the victory score, so he does not get a reduced cost for Find Your Center. Anyone unaware, it costs 3. If your opponent is within 3 victory score from winning, it will only cost 1. So not the out he's looking for now.
And so noticeably does nothing. Thought he was at least going to try and go in and clear some units. He could at least clear 2 dragons off the infantry.
If he's going out, you might as well give us a show. Mighty Poro coming in. That's what we wanted to see.
Yeah.
I think he just wanted to get it there on the main stage. No one else can go home to their wife
Aurelia
and tell them
came
they
in
13 might unit on a Poro.
Aurelia got played. The Poro wanted to show off a bit. I think that's all that really was happening.
I like that. We're just creating a little story. A little story for you guys at home. Speaking of a story, we've got a show on the other side as well of Strength drawing a massive amount of cards to refill that Volibear's hand. Not sure if he needs it, but you know, with 10 runes, you like options. Perhaps searching for another copy of Get Excited. That would be cool to see. A sabotage instead.
Yeah. I mean, drawing, what was that, 4, 5 cards off of that? Not a bad draw.
No, very impressive indeed. Maybe he just he felt bad because he knew his opponent had the Find Your Center and he wanted to see it legally. He was like, well, I've got to play this now, just so I know what is your hand. And Find Your Center going to the graveyard, no, the trash rather than where it should go on the bottom of the library. But I think the players know that you know, they're not going to cycle through 20 cards in the deck, and they're happy just doing something that takes a little bit less muscle memory.
Yeah, I was a little surprised we didn't see the Defy played, but maybe holding it just in case they have something that targets a unit. But now we're just going to reinforce with buffs. We said they get 4.
Buffs galore, yeah, 4 buffs.
What's that? Now 8, 16, 24 on one side, and 10, 16 on the other.
Very huge indeed. I'm starting to like this Fate Dragon even without a buff synergy to create the gold. Perhaps he's feeling with all these runes, I don't need gold. I'm ramping with my legend. I just want huge creatures, and that's all we're getting.
Yeah, and now we know that all they could have is potentially one buff spell because we know there's a Defying Hand and one other card we don't know.
Is the new card enough to get over it? I'm not seeing it happening. Maybe I don't think that we've seen 3 Punch Fist, so we couldn't have a 4th one for the Poro to show off anymore. I think he's flexed his muscles too hard, and it might be time to go home.
But Clockwork to draw another one.
Seems to be going through. Really digging Francis. Doesn't want his time in the spotlight to end just yet. The Master Yi player. Is the next card going to be the answer he needs? I couldn't imagine what he'd be looking for. Is there anything in particular in Master Yi's colors you think might start getting us through these dragons? We're not going to see an unchecked power today.
You could charm the 6-drop dragon on one side, but you still can't clear it out because then you only have 8 might in the back. We already played the discipline.
And there we have it. We have the confirmation from the players that the Master Yi player, he can't quite get over this huge onslaught. We're getting to see the hands there instead. He drew a long card. He was doing
the volley had a punch first ready to go.
That would have spelt the absolute end of it if what we had on the board wasn't already doing so. So a really awesome game 2 that we had just all round 2 even between 2 slightly less expected legends. Do you feel after seeing the showing of Akned that you are going to be playing Volibear your next Nexus night?
Oh man, so I just finished putting together and getting the alt runes for Victor, but there are a lot of Victor players where I'm at. So I don't know if I really want to play into the mirror match terribly much when I'm not going to be the most experienced Victor. But you know, that volley list did look really cool. I'm going to have to consider this.
That did look very cool indeed. And funny you should say about the shiny runes. I've been on an absolute hunt for alt runes myself. I thought I wouldn't get into the glam of my rune deck, but once I started, I just couldn't stop. They needed to all be shiny.
I was playing Ornn, and I legitimately drew all but 3 of the alt art runes, so I just bought them, and now like I have to have them. All I need is I'm going to buy 7 purple alt art runes, then I should have enough alt art runes. For a full set.
Amazing.
Yeah, I have either 5 or 7 of all of them once I get the purples.
Very nice. It seems that we are in for a treat. We're not quite done with you guys at home yet. We've got 18 minutes left in the round timer. So we're going to go and watch a different match which is unfolding. We've got Rexai versus Ari for you.
Yes, and we saw a Rexai last game, but if you look at this board, we see red seals, we see half and half red runes so far. So this is a completely different I'm not going to say play style because it does play similarly, but whereas the yellow Rexai wants to go super wide and have kill spells, this has direct damage spells and bigger units. Right before we got in, we saw a Falling Star come out to take care of 2 creatures, and with the Immortal Phoenix and the Call the Weak synergy that it has. And is that it?
And the end of this game as well.
Ari just saying, "I have time warp, I win."
So was that? We didn't even get time to confirm. Was that game 2 in their series? Yeah, it does seem like that was the end of it. So a very quick one there as well. Perhaps we'll see if we can find another one for you guys at home instead. That's a shame because I was excited to see a bit of Ari on the main stage.
Yeah, Ari's another, I think, a sleeper tier pick. While we're waiting for a another game. Is there a set 3 deck you're like looking at building or looking to try out first?
Oh, I did mention it briefly earlier, but I do worry that I'm going to get the audience getting their pitchforks out for me. I'm trying Vex next set. In
That's good.
before, yeah, Vex is very good. I thought that she was going to be a bit middle of the road when I first saw her. You know, I think everyone did when they saw the legend. And I like playing, you know, fairly, you know, B tier 2 or so legend. But the more we've seen from Vex and the support around her, she seems like she's going to be really strong next set.
Vex does look like a lot of fun. You get a lot of stun synergy, a lot of rip from hand with that bone skewer that I think is just an absurd card.
HQ
Um,
is a lot of fun, especially with Purple Draven. Once the unit is stunned,
mhm.
you are winning that combat no matter what.
Yes, I'm not going to get my pitchfork at you mainly because I'm probably going to be playing LeBlanc, um, which I think is very much more pitchforkable.
I think LeBlanc is a bit more. I'm not sure if LeBlanc is as hated, at least from what I've seen people talking about with Vex. I think Vex's champion being able to shut down so much for those of you at home. If a unit is played by the opponent while Vex is out battlefield, that unit will be stunned and cannot move that turn. So it shuts off accelerate, shuts off enters ready, like your reflection tokens, and shuts off hidden and ambush as well. But it
So
seems like
that's the
getting
other deck I'm looking at is Rengar Ambush or Volley Ambush, and yeah, that's just I lose that.
it's a very hard matchup indeed if you can't move that Vex off the battlefield. But it looks like we've got a third series that we're going to try and get towards you guys. It's the last game of the round, so going to game 3 between a Kaiser and an Azir. I don't know why my mind kind of stopped for a moment. I almost said and an Arise because we've got that in the bottom corner there. So looking like it's a very different list from the one we had on stream earlier.
Yeah, so this seems to be the more traditional yellow Azir that plays a lot of equipment, tries to play a rise, and just go in with a
Move
lot of
everything in.
units.
Yeah, and to help with that game plan, the yellow Azir in the champion zone rather than the green one from earlier. So this one has accelerate, can move as soon as it comes down, and when it does move into a battlefield, it can drag all or any number of your units in with it. So if we can get more units on the side for the Azir player here, that will help break these battlefields and get them over to those 8 points.
Yeah, but now they have a pretty big wall to get through with that thousand-tailed watcher and Kaisa on the other side. It's not hard to get past 4, but they're gonna have damage spells to back it up.
That's what you have to come to expect when you're playing against Kaiser. Is that as long as they've got cards in hand, they've got something to deal damage to your units.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the Azir's player's turn at the moment with 9 runes up, but only 2 cards in hand. So working out the possibilities, perhaps working out what that last rune could be doing, could be something like a retreat if they've seen it in an earlier game in the series, or something as simple as a Hextech Ray. Perhaps that's what they were worried about, because it looks like they are accelerating in their champion now, perhaps buffing it up above the point where Hextech Ray can stop it.
Yep, and giving it protection with Guardian's Angel, equipping the Brutalizer, giving it another +3 this turn.
Up to 8 by the seems a bit. I was going to ask what the base might must be on Azir, but it must be 4.
4, yeah, it's 4. And notably, they can attach the Herald and come in with a buddy. I don't think it'll do much, but that will be another spell that they have to use to get rid of it off the battlefield.
I think the potential here, if they wanted to take down the Watcher specifically, it would give them another unit to have on the battlefield if they get Hextech Raid here. Because the Hextech Raid would cause the Azir to trade, but it seems like they don't want to go that route. They'd rather take the easy bait with the Kaiser, knowing that they have just 1 might above what Hextech Ray can do. And it is going to be a 1 combat and a draw, replacing the final point.
Orange Shield coming down.
Giving them another body
Sad
with the
Soldier.
Legendary.
Now, a Cold the Weak here would go crazy, but
Doesn't
going to
seem to be the
pass.
case. What do you see? What do you think about the decision here to leave the Sand Soldier in the base? Of course, not on Rockfall Path where the Thousand Tail Watcher is. They had the option perhaps to play around some removal spells and try and get that hold anyway. What do you think about that? Putting it in base.
I think it's fine. I don't think it's going to matter terribly much with depending on what Kaisa has or hasn't played. That Azir is either going to need a full falling star or like a falling star and something else. So it's going to be a lot of investment onto the Kaisa to get rid of both the Azir and the Sand token. Also with keeping something in back, you have something that can be ready. If they hold on the Azir's battlefield, they could, if no other units are played, then play Call the Weak, sacrifice the Azir, and go in with the other token.
Definitely a possibility. I think the main thing I would have been worried about as the Azir player would be a singularity here, but the longer the turn went on, the less I'm worried about it. Because if I were the Kaiser, I would have played it as soon as I could if I did have it. So we see not so fast coming down here. It must be for the Catherine Vein. We didn't quite see that target in time. But a big spend here from the Kaiser side of view to get this Catherine Vein out. Tapping the rest of their runes as well. GG. So yeah, nothing left in the bank for the Kaiser player with that that counter coming absolutely in clutch there. So 3 very excellent looks there into a few different decks, getting towards those final exciting moments there. Of course, the full game for the Volibear and the Master Yi, and then just dipping into a few other ones as well. I wish we did get to see a bit more of those other matchups. It's unfortunate we weren't able to. But what were your highlights, Ned, from the games that we saw?
I mean, as a Volibear player myself, I love seeing Volibear just absolutely say, "Here are my big units. Can you deal with them?"
It's definitely got to be the highlight. As I said, not someone who's seen a lot of Dragon Volibear, and seeing it in action, it does seem like a lot of fun. Just providing a problem and saying to your opponent, "Have you got anything about this? No? Okay."
Yep, there's questions and answers in decks, and that one has a lot of questions.
Absolutely.
But it was great to be on the stream again. Great to cast. This is our first time casting together, if I remember right.
Yes, it would be.
So it's good to meet you.
An absolute pleasure.
Good to cast with you. I'm over on Twitter, X, with the name down here. If you guys want to give me a follow, I occasionally post about Riftbound and other competitive games. So if you want to keep track with me, love to have you over there. Other than that, I know you have one more round you're casting. Is that correct?
One more. Yes, I'm going to be joined by BMU, so a mainstay caster of ours back. It's going to be something I'm very much excited to get on with. But thank you very much for joining me for round 2. I'm going to go and use this break now that we're going into to find you on X and give you a follow.
I'll be happy to have you.
Amazing. So we are going to have a break now before round 2. Enjoy your break, everyone. I'll see you afterwards.
And just hold on to that hidden blade. But looks like he's just going to go ahead and start himself off with his faithful manufacturer. Doesn't want to play something like a Victor leader for the time being. And yep, going to go right into that Void Gate, get himself into that 7th point. And now this Ari player has to break both of these battlefields if he wants to have any hope at coming back into this game.
Yeah, tall task, but definitely can be done. Desert's Call is one of those cards in Spiritforged that I've really enjoyed, not only for the Ari deck, having it be a spell that can be drawn by Conservatory, but also if you're running Sona, then you pay the 4, you get the 2 Sand Soldiers out there. Also really good into Victor because you create two Sand Soldiers off of that spell. Not only do you have, usually you're better into the tokens, but you also have fodder for Call the Weak early. Unfortunately, we get him late, so now this is just the bodies we have. But yeah, Victor stacking up here should be the play for him, at least with the cheap units, and then he can basically prepare for a crackback if the Ari player is able to overtake here and avoid maybe potentially like a big like watcher turn or something like that. Surely probably a hidden blade face down here would be able to either draw more cards or would have been able to potentially win the game, but I think he backs off thinking, okay, it's a lot of tokens, there could be a watcher coming in, and not wanting to take that gamble of losing his like kind of main piece right now, which is that watcher.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Absolutely. Look, I think if he has something like a second thousand-tailed watcher, it's just going to be pretty much impossible for this Ari player to ever come back at all. And I think right now the Victor player is thinking that this Ari player has her own thousand-tailed watcher to respond in kind. But unfortunately for this Ari player, not going to be able to utilize it, as he's just going to go ahead and pull back to base and say, look, okay, on this next turn, if you have anything to deal with everything that's happening right now, good job. But yeah, this meditation is going to come down. You're just going to exhaust one of these sand soldiers, hopefully find something a little bit more useful. But I mean, he's already exhausted 2 thwonks. I can't imagine he has a third. But if he does have a third, that's got to be the card that he's digging for, because otherwise this game is just outright over. And so for now, this conservatory is going to be able to trigger. Hopefully he doesn't, hopefully for this Ari player, he doesn't find himself another spell to utilize. And it looks like it is going to be a Xin Zhao that's sent to the bottom. So no spell found. And now this Victor player has to decide what he wants to do with this face down card. Is it a Wages of Pain, or is it that Hidden Blade like we were talking about?
Yeah, I think Hidden Blade is better for the Victor player here. I think Wages is fine, but I generally don't enjoy hiding the Wages of Pain if I can, just because it's locked into that battlefield of targets where I'd really like to have the Wages of Pain for maybe Eager Apprentice or something like that. So we'll see what it actually is shortly here, because it's gonna be flipped one way or the other. There's the Hidden Blade, and going to probably, I assume, draw off of that here, but definitely a think happening in the process. There we go. So Victor gonna see 2 more cards for his hand, and potentially set up for this final push. Will be on 8 runes. So if they do have a watcher, will be pretty good. Like we talked about, if Ari was able to dig for a thwonk or something else, might be able to overcome it. But having a bunch of 1 might units holding each battlefield is going to be really, really tough if there actually is a second watcher coming for the Victor player. But there are a lot of other options too. Even Bellows Breath will be able to clear a battlefield. There's a lot of other stuff that the Victor player has that they're kind of in the driver's seat here, depending on what Ari has to back it up. Oh, a Blitzcrank. Okay.
So this Blitzcrank here, I'm not necessarily sure is actually the right line. It will be able to trigger this conservatory, but if there is something like a Hidden Blade here, that does just mean that the game is over. This is a very risky line. We'll have to see exactly what gets flipped over the top. It's the Zonia's Hourglass, so nothing is found here. And oh my god, 2 runes are exhausted. Is it another Hidden Blade? Oh no, this is the worst case scenario here. I mean, this could just be it right here. A very risky line. I think he had to go for it, because otherwise he probably would have lost anyways. But I mean, that is devastating to see. So it looks like he does have a not so fast at the very least. This Blitzcrank will go away. So I mean, aggression staved off for now. This does mean that there is no thousand-tailed watcher line for the next turn as well. So is able to get exactly what he needs off the top there with that not so fast, but very risky line indeed.
Yeah, with one card in hand that had to been. What I've seen from the Ari player this game is a lot of like, I have to do these things, which is a great place for the Victor player to put you in. But for right now, this turn for Victor becomes very pivotal, because now the Ari is sitting there being like, you have to deal with these battlefields right presently now, or I just win. Victor surely probably has something that can help answer them, but I think the getting rid of the watcher was a big boon for the Ari player, at least at this stage of the game. However you had to do it, however expensive it was, you're limited on options. You got one card in hand currently, and the Victor's threatening the win right now. And there's Bella's Breath. And yep, that Void Gate is going to be very painful right there. Going to clear out that.
And that is a doubles bellows breath as well. So that means that both these sand soldiers are going to go away. Oh, and 1 damage to each of the sand soldiers, rather. Okay. So the sand soldiers are going to be able to survive for the time being. But now this Victor player does have the opportunity to draw with at least one of these units off of this void gate here. We'll have to see exactly what he decides to do, or if he just opts not to do that at all. But this does mean that, again, another turn where this Victor player will not be able to Thousand-Tailed Watcher on the following turn. And this is typically why you don't see these Victor players running too many Thousand-Tailed Watchers. It's just very difficult to get up to that 8 to 10 rune threshold unless you're completely out of cards and out of gas. And I mean, right now it kind of feels like that is the case. Is deciding what he wants to do with the rest of this turn, but I have to imagine it starts by moving at least one of these units into that void gate, and it looks like that is going to be the case.
Yeah, Victor has Ari right now in the deep waters, and when you're in a state like this where units are kind of the premium, clearing any part of the battlefield or units for Ari is very damaging, when on your side you can just generate a ton of units constantly. So it looks like the
Welcome back to the weekly Runes and Rift. I am BMU. With me is Ojama. Ojama, you just finished casting the last game. How was it?
It was really excellent. I always love being on casting because you see some really brilliant games, especially on these low OPL Saturday events where players are just doing something fun and we get to see something really awesome like that Volibear versus Yi.
Yeah, it was an interesting matchup, not one that you really see a lot of nowadays, and I suspect those matchups will be even thinner come set free in next month. But yeah, it was an interesting matchup, and I'm just sort of like, we're just getting ready for the next game. Little bit of a spoiler for you: we've got a Lucian versus an Annie. Now, I haven't seen Annie really since set 1. Is she making a comeback?
Yeah, we did see her top an event. She got first place in one of the Chinese regionals. And I know that when Spiritforged first came out, people were quite excited to try it down well, Annie. So if we're going to continue that theme of, players trying something fun, maybe we'll get to see someone combo off with that.
Yeah, there's some, obviously, Annie being red purple. There's access to certain cards that may or may not have been banned recently. Definitely not available in this tournament. And then Lucian just doing Lucian things, the ability to score lots and lots of points per turn. So it's a case of, is it going to be aggro or control Annie? And is it going to be that naughty combo, the Trinity Force, Skyfall? Probably right. Is there another way to play Lucian at the moment?
I don't know if there is. I think the only way that I can really think of is getting a Ruin Runner out and hoping your opponent can't deal with it once you start pumping it full of equipment. And I think if
Those
you're doing
filthy
that,
camels.
if you're doing that and you want just one big unit sitting on a battlefield, you probably wouldn't mind it having Trinity Force attached. So even if they're not going for the combo, I imagine we'll see bits of it sprinkled in and out.
Absolutely. It looks like the players are ready. So we are just about to jump into the game. I hope everyone in the chat's ready. I've seen Shield Sama, I've seen Rupio Bot. Who else? I've seen Cansid there as well. Only the Shadow on YouTube. Hello. Hope everyone's doing well. I hope you're looking forward to this matchup. I certainly am. So looks like we're kicking off. Lucian on the play here by the looks of it. Oh, no, the game's a little bit delayed. So it looks like Annie did kick off and we're going a bit weird. I don't know what's going on right now. But looks like Annie missed a 2-drop and plays sneaky deckhand to the Zorn Warrens.
They must have had 2, it seems, because they pitched one off of the Zorn Warrens. So they've got that early conquer, but they've left their unit open. And we're going to get full intel here for Lucian as well. A very big hand.
Yeah,
so
a good hand.
First Forerunner and Darius as their units. Going to be hard to get them out on the battlefield quickly, but we've got Falling Star, Ride the Wind, and Ride the Wind for answers. Falling Star going though.
Yeah, 100% Falling Star here. Like, Lucian being free might is just a perfect target for Falling Star plus something else. So getting rid of that nice and early, he's frantically pinging that Falling Star, like, get it away. I do not want to see that. But 2 Ride the Winds, a Darius, and a Ferris. So it looks like quite a standard Annie build. so far from the Annie player, hiding his hand again. Sneaky deckhand sitting on Zorn Warrens, but with Lucian lurking in the base and no combat tricks available, I suspect that will be dying very shortly.
Definitely a possibility, especially if we've got a equipment coming out. But no, it's just Lucian going in on his own. Doesn't feel like he needs to equip anything to it to make it big and mighty. And we get Ride the Wind instead to save the Sneaky deckhand. Sneaky indeed.
Very sneaky. One of my favorite plays from set one was, yeah, sure, come at me, but I'm going to go move over to here now and get a point and hold as well, because the chances I'm taking both battlefields when there's nothing left behind, very slim. So it's a nice way of spending one power to get an extra couple of points there and not losing your unit. When you've got a hand like Annie's as well, like you want to be able to gain as many points as quickly as possible. Oh, but Lucian getting ready by the first mate. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, a bit of pseudo ganking there from the Lucian, going from one battlefield to the other, taking a quick pit stop at the base to see his first mate, and leaving it there with Lucian on the battlefield. So it's Annie's chance here to respond. Getting a ping on the Lucian, not sure what that's for.
No, I don't know either. I'm just probably clicking and seeing what's going on. I really do miss Annie's ability of restanding 2 runes every turn. It was like my favorite thing about her in set 1. And I played her so much that when I was playing any other deck, I would like almost instinctively go to ready 2 runes at the end of my turn. I'd be like, no, she doesn't do this. It's fine.
Yeah,
like imagine Draven with Annie's ability as well. Like absurd.
It's just that muscle memory sometimes, isn't it? I draw 1 at the start of the turn, I'm ready 2 at the end of the turn. But no,
yeah, it's like when I switched from Draven as well. It's just like the inability to stop my hand reaching for my deck every time I want to combat was something quite difficult to do as well.
So we've got Annie set 1 and then Draven set 2. Are we going to stick to purple and red and go for Pike, do you think?
You know what? There's a really good player at my locals that always plays blue purple. He was a Timo player, then an Ezreal player, and we bump into each other. I've always been red purple. He's already been blue purple. And I looked at the set 3 Pike and I was just like, it's not my play style, unfortunately.
No.
I might be a Vex enjoyer. I might be a Vex enjoyer for set 3. I've got to be honest.
Join the club. There we go. That's why I saw you in Rupi's stream yesterday. Then trying to check out a bit of that tech. I get it.
Absolutely, yeah. We've butted heads Vex online quite a few times, but look at the amount of might on this Zorn Warrens from the Annie player. Darius ready, the Ferris Forerunner, and that is one of the stickiest cards in the game so far. It just does not quit. It creates 2 mechs when it dies, but we're going to get another chance to look at the hand. Is that almost an identical copy? So we thought the Darius and the Ferris were from the first look at Sabotage, but it turns out they top deck some as well.
Wow, yeah, probably a bit of deja vu from the Lucian player there. Wasn't expecting that, but happy to get rid of the Ride the Wind. It was the thing that was stopping them getting their Trinity Force staying on a battlefield. But now they've got the full combo set up, they might choose to leave Lucian here. Perhaps a dangerous play with Annie still in the champion zone, though. If the Lucian player thinks about that, they know that Ride the Wind could easily come back. But it might not matter if Lucian has enough might.
No, I mean, that Lucian is currently very scary. That's what, 9 might on the Lucian, obviously with the legend ability as well, can become 12 with the assault. That is enough to take out this battlefield. So Annie player not feeling so safe. And obviously with the Skyfall Trinity Force combo, getting 2 points on every conquer, they're at a game-winning point at the moment now. If Annie can't hold this Lucian at bay, it could just be the game over right now from 5 to 8 points quite easily.
It is definitely looking like it is a positive place for Lucian to be in unless we get some answers on this stack deck. Having near full information of his opponent's hand as well as a super beefy boy on the back. We'll have to see what the Annie player can do.
I mean, what are you looking for Annie right now? Like, do you know what would be really nice? A fight or flight would be great, but, you know, that doesn't exist anymore. So you're probably looking for a rebuke, right? That's the only thing that can slow this Lucian down right now. But it's going to get another 2 points pretty much no matter what happens at this point. 2 Ferrises going down on the Zorns. So it does add 12 might. So the Lucian is going to effectively trade if it does decide to go into there. But all it needs right now is a punch first, any sort of like movement spell, and it could spell GG for the Annie.
Yeah, perhaps we're going to see Lucian's signature spell coming out, Relentless Pursuit. If we
Oh,
have one more equipment online, it could easily move from battlefield to battlefield here and get that double conquer. And only the 2 runes up for Annie. They're really hoping that they've got something sneaky from the stack deck.
yeah, I hope that stacked deck was stacked in their favor, or this could be a very, very quick game one from these decks. Plus, you might want to start looking for a backup match, my friend. This might end very quickly.
Yeah, you were wondering what kind of Lucian we see today. It does seem like we're going to have the combo, but a very aggressive version of the combo. It seems that they're going to trade here, so maybe they didn't find their might, and they're just, or they're out even, and they're very happy just to move all that equipment over onto their first mate.
Yeah, the buff from Lucian was kind of overlooked, I think. You know, +1 assault for each equipment. Obviously, with the rule changes around assault lasting till the end of combat now, it does make a difference. But no buff spell for the Lucian. Happy to trade into there. I would love to know what they've got in their hand, because that doesn't seem like a good thing to do there, especially with the Darius on the other point. Like, that just seems like a free win to me.
I was going to ask what you thought about this, because of course, killing double Ferris Forerunner, getting those 4 tokens in the back, but we've got a Vayne coming in for the side.
Yeah,
Lucian.
that kind of makes sense now. I suppose they were trying to see what the Annie would do. Like, if they did have a rebuke in hand, that's where they're going to use it. So maybe it was almost like a bait engage. And knowing that you had Vayne on the back end as well would be absolutely fine, because she's just as scary, but not equipping the combo there. So happy to kind of slow this game down a little bit. Just score your usual 1 point and
Well, he can
possibly look to
He can
hold.
still
Yeah.
do it on the other side.
Oh, he can. Yeah.
So I think that's what he was going for. He didn't want to spend all of his energy equipping it to one, or all of his
There you go.
other, just for it to get
I mean,
rebuked.
yeah, I suppose it's just like sparing the rebuke, but I feel like if the Annie had a rebuke, aren't they just doing it like
On
onto
the
the
Lucian.
Lucian? Yeah,
would
so you
think
didn't
so.
really have to play around, but very, very well played from the Lucian player. As I said, that was what, a 3-4 minute game? It went by very quickly.
It definitely did feel it, yeah. And it's interesting to see that Vayne tech, because one of the things that make Lucian so powerful is being able to move that equipment from one unit to another. Having something enter ready, very powerful. And yeah, 9-minute game there, I'm told that was. Wow.
Yeah, so these guys could probably play a best of 9 at this rate, and we'd still have room for another game, I think. But yeah, what do you sideboard in here as the Annie? Like, is it extra rebukes? Is it gear destruction? Is gear destruction a bit too slow? I don't know.
I find that with Annie, or Annie's colours, there's not a lot of gear removal that you can go for, other than, of course, the
Thermo
big
beam?
scary Thermo
Yeah.
beam. Yeah, absolutely. That's the one. You have acceptable losses in purple, and Lucian is not
True.
a deck that creates a lot of gold, but I don't imagine it's something you're including in your side, because most of the decks you're going against and destroying gear on will be creating gold. So the Thermo beam is likely an option I would take. Perhaps a extra copy of Rebuke, just to make them have to really spend on their equipment over and over again. That's what I'd want to see him do.
Yeah, I love the extra copies of Rebuke. Obviously, with the removal of Fight or Flight, most decks are now running 2 main board, 1 sideboard. So an extra Rebuke, like, obviously you're deramping every
But they're
turn with
deramping
Rebuke.
more.
Yeah, but it's just so strong when they've got like 3-4 equipment on. You know, it's not a fun trade. We do see the Arena's greatest on the side of Annie, so wanting to pick that game up. Very reminiscent of set 1 Annie so far with this deck and battlefield choices.
Yeah.
Can they find the 2-drop? That is going to be the question. And they have
Exactly,
Titan.
no, we don't need a faster game. We want it to go slower. Can you play Aspen's Climb instead?
Yeah, exactly. And Annie actually missing their point. So, you know, luckily enough, we're kind of friendly here and we allowed him to take it after his turn.
Perhaps
Always
it's,
the Arena's greatest point. Always.
perhaps it's a good time to bring back an earlier conversation that was had in round 1. What would you do at a RQ if your opponent forgot their Arena's greatest trigger? Would you give it to them?
The thing is, like, I'm not a rule sharky guy, so I'd just be like, hey, have it, but don't do it again. Even though I'm sure someone might go, judge, and then you sat there for 10 minutes explaining how it was an honest mistake and blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's happened to me at a final of a skirmish before, and I've kind of let my opponent have the point. And it was a bit weird, but, you know, you kind about that. But, yeah, so Rexai as the tech for Annie. A little bit odd, but I get it. Longsword on the Titana to fight the Lucian, but 5 runes up. on the Lucian. He's probably not going to let this one go, I imagine. But what can you do here? Do you want to burn a punch first?
It's a very steep cost to pay if you do. It looks like it might be. No, it's a challenge instead. So getting rid of that Rexai, knowing his Lucian is dead, and just trying to slow down the Annie. I mean, when you're going against an arena's greatest, you don't want them holding the 5 points on turn 3. It would not be very comfortable at all.
No, the sneaky deckhand in purple like just generates you so much value with those early points. Like I remember many a time where it's like turn 3 and I'm on 6 points as Annie, and it's absolutely terrifying.
Absolutely. I feel like I missed a lot of it in set 1. I didn't actually get to face against many Annies. My locals tends to be fairly casual, and I didn't play quite as much in set 1 as I did now. So definitely a good showing of what that set 1 Annie felt like, with a little bit of Spiritforged mixed in as well.
I'm super jealous. Like, I think the first ever skirmish of set 1, my locals, there was about 4 Aurora players. And it was just like, oh, okay. So everyone got cards then, did they? Okay, cool.
Well, the first skirmish I judged, the final was MF Aurora versus MF Aurora. So we did have a little bit of Aurora love.
Nice.
But don't tend to see many Kaisers, didn't tend to see many Dravens either. It will be interesting to see what we get in set 3 as our big bad to look out for.
Yeah, there's going to be one meta leader, and I'm not quite sure who it is yet. LeBlanc looking absolutely disgusting. But do you know what else is disgusting? A Poro with a knife just running at you.
Yeah, I'd be oddly confused, I think, but very scared as well. He does not look happy, and he's coming to show it. Still losing his combat by looking, or draw a tying rather, in fact, 4 for 4.
Yeah, I'd imagine he's got some form of combat trick here. He is 5 because of the Lucian, yeah.
So easy to forget, just as we were saying. Very sneaky. Often you look at a Lucian and you're like, it's not doing anything. And then all of a sudden, you're being stabbed by a Poro.
Exactly. Poro rushing at you, knife in hand, onto the Sunken Temple, taking advantage of that rune, of that rule change, sorry, and able to draw one off the Sunken Temple. So Titana falling down, but the Annie very much in control of the tempo of this game. Lucian building up quite a bit of backline there with the first mate and the Poro, and the Titan are able to sacrifice a card, fix that hand a little bit. We do see the accelerated Kaiser coming out, attaching the longsword, running into that Sunken Temple. So draw 2 and go up to 6 points. Another very quick game. We're on 6-2 right now, and it's been 5 minutes into this game.
Yeah, very quick indeed. And for anyone who's unaware at home, I'll quickly go into that rule change the BMU just mentioned. Previously, if your unit had assault, that assault would run out before you had a chance to conquer. So by the time we're trying to trigger the Sunken Temple, your Poro is no longer mighty. Because of our rules change, assault now lasts until the very end of combat, as a lot of us players assumed it should anyway. So it's just one of those quality of life changes where things make a little more sense now in our lovely game.
Yeah, I sort of said to my friend who plays Lucian, like, hey, like, when I noticed that rule change, I was like, isn't that how it's always been? And he was like, no. I was like, oh, okay. It's just one of those things. It's like, logically, it makes sense, right? Just absolutely makes sense for that to be the case. So I'm glad they fixed that. Trinity Force coming down, and that is a terrifying Poro if it goes there. I imagine it will, yeah. That's a scary-looking Poro right now.
Perhaps he was watching the stream in our last round and he went, you know what, I can do better. And he's trying to get an even bigger Poro than we had before. So he's at 6 at the moment. 8, in fact, because of the assault. So is that matching the might of the Poro? No, it got to 13. So he's got a long way to go still.
That is a very murderous Poro at the moment. I'm looking forward to the set 3, you know, the big fluffy Poro as well. It's just going to get absurd. What we need now is we need a Braum Legend, and the rules state it can only play Poros. That'd be amazing.
Something like what we have with Ivan now, where it's able to just keep its Poros alive, perhaps buff up its little Poros and have them running around, being real joyful and stabbing people. That'd be really brilliant, I think.
Exactly, yeah. And I tell you what, I am heavily investing for those Poro cards on the Unleashed. I want the full set. I want to display them. They're going to look beautiful. I'm going to be very happy. Sunken Temple being triggered. Lucian going up to 3. And of course, if that Poro does manage to stay there, he's going to start scoring some extra points.
which he is going to need if he's going to come back in this game. He is looking like he's starting to take a bit of control, but we can't forget Kaiser being on 6 points and a very tricksy deck. Something like the old classic Vi the Wind combo with Vi Destructive and Ride the Wind would end the game here. We'll have to see what the Annie player can do.
Yeah, only 6 runes for the Annie, but you're dead on. The Vi comes down. It has to be Ride the Wind, right?
It's the thing that ends the game.
What's it going to be? 9. There's going to be 11 on there. A punch first would actually draw with the Poro if they fully pump the Vi and attach the longsword. So it's going to be close. Although you ride the wind into Arena's Greatest and then add 1 more from the Ride the Wind, right? That's the combo.
Absolutely possible. Yeah, I think so. So if he's aware enough to be playing around punch first, if he's not feeling the jitters, then that is something that will come in his favor. And
you've always got to play around punch first. There was I played a skirmish last week, and I was playing around punch first all the time, and they just never had it, and it completely influenced all my decisions. So yeah, we do see the Vi being pumped by 6, Ride the Wind coming down, Vi swinging into that first mate. Not much you can do here as Lucian. So it looks like the Vi is going to claim it, and it's going to be ready from the Ride the Wind. 2 cards left over, so they can pump it to 12, and that plays around the punch first absolutely perfectly. Is there anything else the Lucian can do here, or are we going to a game 3?
I don't think there's much we can do here. I think we already knew he didn't have punch first because the Vi or the Annie.
Oh no, there's only 1.
But Annie did not play around it there, only going in with 8 might against the first mate. So if there was punch first, that wouldn't have ended well for them.
No, I don't know why you would take that risk at that point.
Perhaps they had hard bargain?
Rebuke? Hard bargain, rebuke? Yeah, maybe there's some options there.
They knew they were okay.
Yeah, exactly. I can only assume that the Annie was absolutely perfectly safe there. And when you see an orange player with 1 rune up, don't think you are safe. That is life advice for any set in this game until punch first is out of the rotation. Game number 3. We are only 19 minutes in. I wish my locals run this smoothly. And we do see another quick game coming up here. Lucian with the Arena's Greatest this time.
Yeah, they really want us to see as much as we can. They're saying, let's give them a show and let's give them a good one, and then we'll get them onto their backup match. So we got Arena's Greatest, as you mentioned, for Lucian, and Seat of Power for Annie. Not one you see quite as often, but if you conquer this battlefield, you will draw 1 card for each other battlefield you control. So in a 1v1 environment, only being able to draw 1 card off of it if you control that other battlefield too.
Yeah, it feels like a really, like, obviously most decks were using Obelisk's power as a go second deck. This feels a bit weird for an Annie deck, unless like we've just not seen this Annie like top out with like the multiple Ferrises, you know, the hold power of purple, if you will, because it seems like a much more aggressive deck. And just as I say that, the sneaky deckhand coming down, no 2-drop from the Lucian, so he's only able to play a gear. So Annie is gonna fly ahead in the points.
That seems like that'll be the case, and I can see how Seat of Power can work for you here with Darius coming in ready, things like Sneaky Deckhand, Tide Turner being able to move a unit ready from one battlefield to base, as well as replacing it on the other battlefield, so still holding control for that Seat of Power. So lots of ways to activate it. Might be a good bit of tech replacing Dreaming Tree, and let's see if they can find what they need to be able to make that good use of it.
Yeah, absolutely. The stacked deck is stacking. And let's see, he's got a bit of a decision to make here. This is the longest time he's ever taken to make any decision in this game so far. So this is obviously quite a tedious one. The 3 cards presenting 3 very good options, I would imagine. But it looks like they have chosen full hand of cards. Ice are coming down.
You can tell this has been a very fast game because they take about 5 seconds there to make a decision for stat deck, and BMU's like, come on, I'm missing the action.
Yeah, it's just miracle all over again, taking 30 minutes a turn, you know. I'll just play solitaire over here. I'll bust open a gacha game. Miracle decks cost me a lot of money because I just open a gacha game halfway through and just kind of like, I'll just gamble for a little bit, you know. Yeah, no. So I'm glad to see players picking up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, it's as quite a few people have said, feeling like a whole new Riftbound 2.5, or if you're, a League player perhaps and you're used to patch notes, perhaps you're thinking of it as Riftbound 2.1. But definitely, whatever it is, it's an experience that we didn't quite get when Miracle was in the format, the meta we're experiencing now.
Yeah, exactly right. And we do see the Annie just taking complete control now, up to 5 points, conquering the arena's greatest, conquering that seat of power with the Kaiser. So getting the draw 2 and 2 points, keeping 7 runes open, 7 cards in hand. Lucky number 7 for the Annie, and it looks like a Ferris being dropped on that seat of power. We do see the Ruin Runner, so it's going to be quite hard for Annie to interact with that card. But right now, the point leader and the tempo does feel very much in favor.
I agree, and even though the Annie has been drawing lots of cards with, Kaiser and Seat of Power, the Lucian is keeping up with them with that 6 in hand free cards in the field. So very much the same in terms of card tempo, just the runes being different with it now being Lucian's turn. So it's very neck and neck this game on everything but the points.
Yeah, and you know what's odd? Like, I haven't seen Annie playing a lot of combat tricks with those extra 2 runes so far. Oh, Piercing Light is going to do some severe damage unless there's a longsword somewhere to keep one of these alive. But the Piercing Light's obviously going to do 4 to the Kaiser, 2 to the Sneaky as well. Just sort of distributing where that damage is going. Possibly 2, 2, and 2. Oh, sorry, 4, 2, and 2 across the Ferris.
Yeah.
I think you'd split it like that, wouldn't you?
We saw them ping, so we had the 2 pings onto Kaiser and then 1 each on the other 2. So hard bargain being played out just to slow the Lucian player down here, saying, okay, if you're going to clear my units, at least you're not going to have much more to do this turn, and I can start with my retake.
Yeah, so 2 damage on the Ferris as well. So he is going to have to trade unless he's got some sort of buff spell or a bit of gear for that Ruin Runner. But obviously, with the Ferris being all it is, the strongest red card in existence, it will create 2 mechs and force you to do some trading.
Is this where you use the punch first just to perhaps draw off of that Seat of Power and get those 2 points? Or is the retake Annie too scary?
I think he's not going to have much choice. He's going to have to overcommit slightly to slow this Annie down. Although, obviously, as I said, with the Ferris, that's a good idea. Angle shot onto the Ruin. Yeah, I forgot about that card. No one plays that card. What are you doing to us, Lucian?
Well, here we go. We'll draw 1. We'll draw another 1 on the Conquer as well, if Annie lets them. Don't know what sponsors you have in red, unless they're on Hextech Grey.
No, I don't think you'd ever be on Hextech Grey here. And even if you were, that camel is untargetable. So cannot be interacted with.
Nothing that can be done here for the Annie to stop this double Conquer then, but except for prepare for next turn's retake.
Yeah, so it looks like he is saving the Lucian because obviously the mechs can trade quite easily into that. That Ruin Runner is going to be hard to deal with. 7 might on there, and obviously spells cannot target it. So it's going to be very, very hard to move it. It's going to be very hard to push it around. The only way to get over it really is with more might. And, we do have access to Darius, which can do it. It can trade. It might be worth doing that to take the tempo, because as soon as that Ruin Runner falls, Lucian might be in a bit of trouble.
Absolutely. I don't really know what else the Annie player really has at their advantage here. We had the ride via the wind combo last game even. We can see that again if they want to just conquer 1 and go to 6, but that'll give Lucian an opportunity to buff the Ruin Runner even higher. So we're just going to have a Kaiser, it seems, instead. Perhaps looking to get their draw and their 6 point.
That makes sense. So he hasn't got answers, so he's looking for answers in his deck right now. We do have 6 might sitting in the base, but it looks like Annie's gone for the I'm going to make a big wall on this battlefield and try to get to me. But obviously there is first mates. Okay.
What are we seeing going on here?
Rebuke. No, you can't rebuke. Ride the
wind. Just to trade. Okay,
okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Unless we see a very techie option here of Cleave. Definitely going back to the days of set 1.
Forget about that card. Did we see the one tap?
Is it coming through? Here it is.
Oh, the Cleave!
We do have a Cleave. Which is going to, even if it doesn't get the draw from Kaiser, we are going to get the draw from Seat of Power, Kaiser at home. So we're not a bad situation for Annie at all, being able to finally clear that Ruin Runner.
No, great call there, Ajama. I forgot about Cleave. It's been so long since we saw that card. It was just not needed in set 2 for some reason. Is Cleave making a comeback? Make Cleave great again. There we go.
I mean, if you can kill a Rune Runner for 1 might, you do it. You absolutely do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, 1 power or 1 rune, sorry, just to kill that Rune Runner. Really good there. We do see the 2 mechs holding down the fort. Lucian has to clear both these battlefields this turn. And if there's anything I know about purple, if they've got 2 runes up, it can be quite hard to deal with.
Definitely so, especially with not a lot of interaction in terms of things like counter spells in orange red. We are going to get Repulse next set, which is going to be very interesting. If I were the Lucian player, I'd be wishing I had a Relentless Pursuit in hand to get this cheap equip and get in and out of these battlefields. But looks like we're just going for a manual equip and straight in against the mech.
Yeah, and now the thing here is, if you get rebuked, you're playing around a rebuke now, basically. That is all you're playing around. If you don't get rebuked here, you're probably okay. And we do see the rebuke.
There it is. Well, even with Rebuke, if perhaps they were playing around that, and we're now going to see Relentless Pursuit come out in post, because it will move into the battlefield, ready the Lucian, and then move into the battlefield after.
Yeah, you absolutely have to do something. It looks like Relentless Pursuit is going to be the answer. Tapping to recycling 1. The Relentless Pursuit coming out. One of the best spells in the game now. So, yeah, now you don't have to target it again and all those erratas, blah, 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 blah. But, yeah, Relentless Pursuit absolutely doing work here. Lucian zipping in, zipping out, claiming 2 points and clearing the board. All of a sudden, this is swung right back around to Lucian.
It seems that over the last 3 turns, every turn I've had to say, I really don't know what they're going to do here. And then all of a sudden they had the answers. So we're going to have to see if Annie can do it and come from behind here. Perhaps another cleave to ready a Darius they play. I don't know what else could be done. But
yeah, Darius stack deck would be a great Awakener. Darius cleave would obviously the best case scenario. Maybe just a rebuke and pray they don't have another Relentless Pursuit or a first mate or something like that. But either way, I think you kind of have to deal with the Lucian this turn. Because if we know one thing about this Lucian, it can zip in between battlefields, effectively having ganking, although the keyword isn't there. So Annie taking a little bit of time here just to think about this, although we are only 29 minutes in and we're almost at the end of game number 3.
Yeah, about halfway through our series. They've got a lot of time. Perhaps we can have an exceptionally long back and forth for these final points. And we're going to really think this through. Doesn't want to be losing this game 3 on the wrong decision.
No, definitely. No, if you're going to take your time on a turn, these are the turns that are absolutely critical. You need to think through all your options. Lucian does have a full grip of cards as well. 6 at the moment, going to 7. They do have 2 orange runes up, but it looks like the Annie is making their decision. It's an accelerated Rexai going towards the arena's greatest. So unfortunately, you can't win like that. So they're just going to draw a card.
Digging for more answers. Didn't quite have the ride-to-win combo. It seems to get where they needed to go. What could they have instead for 2 runes? Because ride-to-win here can be played, but wouldn't get them there.
No, and we do see the Vi coming down. So playing for the next turn and praying the Lucian can't get across. But there's one thing these Lucian decks can do, and that's move around.
Definitely so. So nothing quite from the Annie to win the game on that turn. Perhaps they do have the ride the wind and they know they can do it next turn, but they also know that if the Lucian can't gain might and goes into the other battlefield, they could trade 6 for 6. Is that the case?
Possibly. I just think the Annie's playing now for the win. It looks like 3 being tapped. First mate on the rise. Has the Annie got an answer? They do not. The thumbs up and the 8 points go down. Lucian taking that and advancing 3-0 over the Annie. They do show the rebuke. Oh no, where's that coming from? Nah, I think it was somewhere else. It's fine. No, Lucian definitely winning that one.
No, just showing off some of the fun things that we saw in that game. Bringing the rebuke and the ride the win back from Graves. Just having a discussion, I'm sure, between the players. But that was a very entertaining series, quick as it was. What did you think?
Yeah, absolutely love that series. I love seeing these sort of decks sneak back into the meta. A bit of Lucian, bit of Annie. Ain't seen Annie in a while. My God, was that a quick game though? That is stunningly quick. And we do have people in the chat asking, where can we get this Lucian deck list? I do not blame you. That was a fun game. It was a fun game to watch. All deck lists will be posted on the Twitter and the Discord, so make sure you're part of those communities as well.
Yeah, definitely something to look forward to. And speaking of things to look forward to as well, we've got another match lined up for you there. Seems like they are just beginning, so maybe a game 2, maybe a game 3. We've got a Ezreal versus a Fiora for you. And anyone who's heard me cast before knows that I can't get through a stream without saying how much I love Fiora. So we're going to have a brilliant series here, I'm sure.
You know what? Fiora's one of those decks. It's just like, in theory, it should be like S tier. Like, it's got so many good options, but it just hasn't done anything spectacular. Yes, it's really good at your Nexus Knights. Yes, it's really good in these skirmishes. We haven't seen it be successful in a regional yet, but I feel it's coming. And obviously, with Ezreal, they got quite hard with the banhammer. Hit quite hard, yes, with the banhammer. So we're seeing some new variations come out. I've seen this tempo Ezreal start to become popular. I've seen this Poro sort of control the Ezreal start to pop up as well. Which one do you think we're going to see?
I've been seeing quite a lot of the kind of bounce Ezreal, using Windsinger to bring things back around. That's the tempo one that you mentioned. I know it does run a copy or maybe even 2 of Arcane Shift. It does run Raven Blue Students, and maybe that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I my first thought is always towards the tempo. I think it's a stronger deck than the control one at the moment, but we might see something in Lille that says different at the moment. Pit Rookie coming down to buff that first mate. First mates are quite strong, aren't they? They're really underestimated for how powerful they are, like raw stats wise.
First mate is a very versatile unit, absolutely. Being able to ready one of your units and also just being a on-rate 3-for-3 unit. I think it's very solid. Of course, coming in for 4 might at the moment with the buff from Pit Rookie, and back down to 3. So this will be enough to make a trade with the Raisin Bloom student, who goes up to 3, meeting in the middle.
Yeah, the Stupefy Raven Bloom combo is just so attractive. Call to Glory being used very early. He does not want this Ez to stay on the battlefield.
Yeah, but choosing to use the base cost for the Call to Glory there, wanting to keep his first mate buffed to stop Ezreal from trading into it. But I don't think they would have traded anyway. I feel like I would have rather had interaction, perhaps signifying to their opponent that they don't really have much in hand to stop them.
Yeah, I am definitely not trading an Ezreal into a buffed first mate, that's for sure. Arcane Shift coming down, flickering the Ezreal, so he's going to get another draw too. Lots and lots of hand fixing from the Ezreal, as well as points, and a draw off the Ezreal Legends as well. So much stuff going on right now. Fiora's kind of lagging a little bit. I think the overcommitment on the first mate there might have stung him.
Yeah, you always got to worry when you're putting things like Call to Glory in against an Ezreal, because they've always got an answer. They've always got something in hand to turn it around. But if there's one thing the Fiora does well, it's take few cards and makes lots of might out of them. So we're going to have to see if they can do that here.
Yeah, and if it is the tempo Ezreal, obviously a lot of their game plan is like reduce the might, bounce it back to your hand. But Fiora's got like quite a bit of deflect and quite a lot of accelerate, so it shouldn't really bump into her that much. And obviously with the the absolutely broken signature spell, which is Riposte, Ezreal kind of runs out of options sometimes.
Riposte being a very brilliant signature spell indeed. The underrated quality of it is not just the fact that it's a counter spell in colors that don't really have counter spells, but it also can trigger your legend by giving the spell's might side of spells cost to a unit as might, and being able to make it mighty. So it can be quite a swing card in many situations.
Yeah, Pit Rookie with the BF sword, the best friend sword, buffing up to 5 might on the Raven Bloom.
Best card in
Is it
Fiora.
Raven Bloom? Yeah,
Raven
for sure.
Bloom Conservatory, yeah.
That's
Raven
the one, yeah.
And the thing is with Fiora as well, so this is seeming, it's quite hard to tell what we're looking at the moment, whether we are seeing a hook list or a mid-range Fiora list, because they run a lot of the same similar cards. I would expect to see all the cards we've seen so far in both of them. But wherever they are going into here, the Raven Blue student is got a decent chance of hitting something on the top. There's quite a nice suite of spells that Fiora does run. Not needing lots of units, just enough really to make sure you've got one to make mighty.
Yeah, exactly right. Not needing a lot of wide options, just kind of making stuff really, really scary big with equipment. And obviously, if it dies, the equipment goes back to base, and you stick on something else. Fiora buffs and readies, and this cycle. And as you mentioned, with the baited hook, like you get so much value out of just swinging something in, clearing a battlefield, and then killing it. But the Ezreal moving in here with a factory recall, a great tech. So I assume this is at least game number 2, because there's no chance you're running that main board.
Yeah, we joined just at the start of this, so it's definitely game 2 or 3. Perhaps we'll get confirmation, but I don't mind BS4 going back to hand. It does slow you down a little bit, but it will come back out. It can make a unit mighty and get yourselves back into these battlefields.
Yeah. So judging by the Ezreal's sort of play style, that was the second Ezreal. They're quite happy to trade to keep points down. I would assume this is more of the control-y list, but we'll soon see. And the Bone Shiver, one of my favorite cards. One of my favorite cards.
So I would definitely expect this to be a mid-range Fiora list if I'm seeing Bone Shiver in it, not something you'd run in Hook. And of course, at the moment, mid-range being the more standard Fiora list as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the fact that every time you make something mighty, you can like accelerate it with the yellow Fiora, unsung hero with a BF sword on it means that A, it's got 5 might, and B, if you kill it, I get 2 cards. Thank you very much. Combine that with hidden blades as well.
I was going to say,
like, it's just absolutely disgusting card draw. Absolutely disgusting card draw.
It always makes a bit of a spectacle at Nexus Night when you Hidden Blade unsung hero, and when you draw 4 cards, you draw another unsung. So it's like, hey, by the end of turn 4, I've got 12 cards in hand.
Yeah, Unyielding Spirit coming down for the Fiora, stopping that Wages of Pain. Absolutely love that card. I remember playing Set in Set 1, and that was just a key card against like Kaisers and things like that. I'm glad to see it still being played. I imagine that's a sideboard at this case.
I
but
don't
still
imagine
a great
something
tech
you run in
choice.
the main. Yeah. Definitely a good choice. And something that, against something like Ezreal, they really like using damage spells in combination with might reduction. So being able to stop the damage spell means the might reduction doesn't quite do as much against you.
How do you feel about yellow Fiora, the boosting one, rather than like the 4 might gets big deflect one in the champion slot with this mid-range Fiora? I've seen it go both ways.
I've seen it go both ways. I feel like it can depend on whether you think you're going first or second and what battlefield you're on. I personally, especially as someone who uses Hook Fiora, have always got Fiora worthy, the readying Fiora in the command champion zone. It is a very useful card of being able to keep tempo, and that's one of the things Fiora wants to do, is always be providing a problem and asking their opponent, what are you going to do about all my might? And if your units don't enter ready, you can't ask that question.
And there we go. Just as we're talking about the unsung hero with the best friend sword, the yellow Fiora coming down in the background as well. But obviously, every time they play a spell, that Raven Bloom student's going to get a little bit bigger. And obviously, any sort of might reduction, like a Frigid Touch, can absolutely swing this battle one way or the other.
Absolutely. We do know there's a call to glory in the Fiora's hand because they got it off the top of a Ravenbloom Conservatory themselves. So at the very least, we are going to need to see 2 might reductions, perhaps a repeated Frigid Touch, to keep this unsung away from being mighty.
It looks like they're happy with the 6 into the 5.
Mm-hmm.
Unsung hero dying, drawing 2. Obviously, that BF sword can then go back. It can be equipped to the Fiora, and then that can be accelerated. So it's a little bit scary to kind of do these trades, knowing this is the exact situation that comes in. And that Fiora is so painful to remove when it's mighty, when it's got that deflect, when it's got ganking as well. It is a terrifying card.
Definitely so. And we saw a bit of ping in there, reminding the opponent to have a look on top for their...
I forget that trigger all the time.
Yeah,
all the time.
They've missed it here as well.
Yeah, absolutely all the time. You're just like, oh, okay, yeah, your might beats my might, into the trash, let's carry on. Oh, wait, no, I've got a battlefield trigger. Interesting enough, it's usually the person playing the Raven Bloom that forgets the trigger, not the opponent.
Well, it's normally in a deck like this where you've got far too many things to think about, and if you know that you've got no answers in hand, maybe you just turn your brain off for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, that was my excuse for playing Draven. I was just like, look, I'm not smart enough to play these complicated decks. I'll just play mid-range Draven and go, go, go. That was my excuse anyway. Yeah, far too complicated to remember in Battlefield triggers.
Back to the game that we've got Arcane Shift into a Frigid Touch coming it down. So enough
That's
is going
expensive.
to be able to get rid of the Fiora. But yeah, you're right. It's going to have to target 3 times here. Looks like they're repeating it.
Yeah, so they're going to have to sacrifice 3 runes plus the rune for the Arcane Shift. And we do see the Unyielding Spirit coming down. So he just played all that deflect and does absolutely no damage to Fiora. So that is not going to be removed. Oh yeah. So
We
yeah,
did
the
get
might
the
still
Frigid
goes down,
Touch.
doesn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
but the kill doesn't happen. But yeah, so 2 runes for the Frigid Touch, 1 more for the Arcane Shift, and another one for the Deflect on the Arcane Shift as well. 4 runes down on that play. That is painful. Well, it should be 4 runes down. So far, not. But we'll see how it goes.
Have we not paid Deflect at all? I know that we paid the one to play the Arcane Shift.
Yeah, we must have played some sort of Deflect.
Oh, they're currently talking about gold tokens. So perhaps
Yeah.
from earlier Wages of Pains, spending those instead.
Yes. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there was a few gold tokens. As I said, these decks are too complicated for me. I just like make things big and go. Yeah. No complicated spells, no action reaction timings. Just smash a spinning axe on something and run into the battlefield.
Big unit go, absolutely. So we're currently trying to figure out where the gold tokens come from, or that's where the players are trying to work out. They do have the wages engrave, or trash rather. I keep doing
So
that.
that's 1 gold. There's nothing else that creates gold, right?
Not that comes to mind.
Oh,
And they're just discussing it now. So they've recycled another rune there, so they've recycled 3 now for the play, but we agreed it should be 4. Is that correct?
Yeah, so 1 could be paid by seal. That's absolutely fine because obviously the Arcane Shift. So it should be 3 plus a seal essentially. I think we're right now. Raza moving in to clean up the Fiora. He did remember the Ravenbloom trigger. It is not a spell though. And Fiora is probably going to die, but we see some runes being tapped. A call to glory to bring it up to 6. That's going to get the trades. 7 with a shield. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Again, this is why I hate this card. It is misleadingly powerful. Ed still has 5 runes up, but does he want to lose any more ramp here? Like, this is going to cost him.
Because once again, now that Fiora is mighty, not only does it have shield, but it also has deflect. And going back up to mighty next turn, it will have ganking as well. So lots of options if Ezreal, or lots of problems whether they choose to get rid of this Fiora or not.
Yeah, and it looks like the discussion is going on. Yeah, it had shield again. Oh, damn it. That's basically what the players are chatting about right now. And we've all been there. That's shield, right? What does that mean? You know, it's a terrifying thing when someone just randomly just adds a +1 might counter that you didn't expect to be there.
Fiora is certainly one of the most complicated cards when it comes to ruling. It's one of the few cards in the game I know where you really have to think about the way that layers work in the game. Like, what happens if I've got a 5 might Fiora that's gained 1 because of shield and you play Stupefy on it? You think it would go from 6 to 5.
So expensive.
But it actually
hard casting a switcheroo. And
it seems like it's their only play.
And a deflect. Yeah, they couldn't lose that tempo. But they've de-ramped themselves like 5 runes this turn and a gold. Like that's expensive for 1 point. But I think at this point you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound, and I think you just have to go for it at that point. You don't like it, but you just kind of have to. And another rune for the Raza.
Especially when it puts your opponent to 6 points if they held there. It looks like, especially with Fiora being able to make things ready, the potential to go up to 6 or even 7 points being possible here.
Yeah, the bad thing is, if they do have another Fiora, you've got the same problem again. BF Sword, accelerate, straight into your Raza, and it's terrifying. But it looks like just the other Fiora here going in with 7 might, no deflect or shield, no ganking either, so slightly better case scenario, but still losing that Raza, and they're going up to 6 points.
Oh, and Lucian coming in as well, allowing Weapon Master to equip the BF Sword straight onto it. And again,
and
getting
ready.
it mighty and ready.
This is what I mean. These decks are too complicated to my small brain, but the Fiora player doing absolutely all the right plays. Now Lucian going to be ready, running into the Sunken Temple, can tap one to draw one, giving him some more options as well. Ezreal down to 6 runes, Raza and Fizz, and 4 cards in hand when his turn starts. Is that enough to overcome the absolute might, which is this Fiora deck right now?
Absolutely, and it's not just the might on the field, because there's tricks in Fiora that they need to be thinking about playing around here with 7 runes up. Of course, we've seen the Call to Glory, and you always have to have the dreaded punch first in mind whenever
They
you're
always have it.
Rune.
They always have it. Always have it. Obviously, we do have riposte. We haven't seen one of them just yet. So if Ezreal does
Lucian
sort of naughty
attacking.
combat, yeah, it looks like the Ezreal Legend is attacking here. I'm not sure what's going on. I think that might be GG.
Yeah, he might be just having a bit of a complaint maybe about the cards he's drawn off his legend. I know that's what I would be doing in a situation like this when I've just not been able to get the answers.
Yeah, I just swing the Ezreal in, I just flip the table, and I win. Go.
Oh, here we go.
But yeah, with Fiora Legend coming in now as well.
Meeting one-on-one.
Yeah, the players are like illegal, I DQ you. So some lightheartedness in this tournament as well. Last Rites coming down is going to get the Raza to 8, but with all those runes in hand still and all those cards, there's got to be a punch first, right? We're going to see it.
Let's see.
8 versus 6 at the moment, but he still needs to conquer the other battlefield because the Fiora is on 7 points. A Call to Glory, the 3rd Call to Glory as well. Can the Ez get over both of these battlefields? I don't think it's possible, right? Ride the wind?
No, I don't quite know what they would have here. I mean, they would need to stop this, which is what they would be spending their runes on. And then how do you then have enough to get over to the other battlefield? It's not going to be there. That will be the game.
Over. Yeah, hand has been flipped over. That is the sign that they win. And yeah, so it looks like the Fiora advancing on by the looks of it.
Yeah, that does seem to be the end of the series, as they're saying GG to each other. They're saying the games are close, so it seems like that would be it. It's lovely to see a Fiora get a win on the main stage. What do you think about that match being you?
Well, interestingly enough, and if the camera flicks back to the camera booth, I'm just waiting for the stream to catch up. I do have a Fiora deck sitting right here, literally on my table, ready to go. So I'm thinking the same thing you are, which is I'm going to find this guy's list and maybe take it to a skirmish at some point.
Yeah, give it a go. Absolutely. I love a bit of Fiora, certainly. Perhaps that's what we should be doing after our time on stream is over. We get the webcams out and I'll go find my Fiora deck. We'll have a little mirror.
It sounds good. Although I'm a typical TCG player. I'm just surrounded by cards. I did get this bad boy in the mail today as well, which I'm very happy about.
Oh, I can't see it.
Yeah.
What are we looking at?
Oh, it's the overnumbered Draven.
Oh, I was very lucky the other day to pull my first ever overnumber. It's I bought a box that I was going to open very slowly every time I got a win at a Nexus night. So if I won a match that was 2 wins, I would open a pack of my box. And on my very last pack, I got a overnumber Kaiser. My first overnumber. So very pleased about that.
Excellent. Yeah, you'd never forget your first overnumber, that's for sure. I don't know how you can possibly see a box full of cards and not open them immediately. So kudos to you.
Quite the holding back. I think I found it too fun. It was just a brilliant idea. But there were those days where my resolve was low and I stared at it for a little while before walking away.
You're right. Yeah, we're looking at a game right now, but it looks like it's just about to end. So probably not going to jump into that one. But interesting enough, I am seeing the Luna box Aurelia skin on the side of our opposing player on my screen. Did you get a Luna box? Have you ordered one?
I've got a funny story about the Luna box. I had a friend of mine reach out to me and ask if I was getting it. And I said no. It's £40, too much money. I don't want to spend that. But so I said to him, no, I wasn't interested. I wasn't going to get it. And he said, well, can you sign up anyway? So I've got double the chance. I said, sure, go ahead. And then I did end up getting it. And then looking at that email in my inbox, I was like, actually, I do kind of want this now. Luckily, he got one as well, so I am going to get my hands on a Lunar New Year box, and I didn't have to steal it for my friend to do so. Did you manage to get hold of
Excellent,
one?
yeah. Yeah, I've been quite lucky with the lottery. So I've got every single one so far, which is great. Luna
Wow.
Box ordered, on its way. I'm praying for the gold Poro coin because I don't know why I want it. I just want it, and I'm hoping that I'm lucky in that Luna Box as well.
That would be amazing. Keep riding the good luck. Is what the Lunar New Year is supposed to bring, isn't it? Well, that is
Exactly right.
the end of our round 3. So probably not very long before we go into round 4 as soon as we get the players ready with pairings. But that was the last round with me. It's been an absolute blast to be back, and thank you very much for having me, BMU. Thank you for the first time that we've had this casting duo.
Yeah, great fun, and I hope to see more casting. I know you do a lot of judging, so I hope to see more casting. Where can we find you?
I have a X account, a Twitter account at Ojama Boy. I don't post anything on there, but you never know. If you throw me enough love, I might have to start. I think that's just about it. I feel like I need to shout out someone who actually uses social media. So go and follow Rupiabot. He's a lovely man showing some lovely Vex.
Absolutely agreed on that one as well. Start posting on Twitter, and hopefully we'll see you very soon.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Cheers, and you.
Victor player has said, you know what, I'm just going to stack up this side and you're going to have to draw into a card to save you or I win the game, basically. So pushing all the chips into the table right now for the Victor player.
Yeah, I mean, this Ari player made it a lot closer than it needed to be here. If he does find himself that 1,000-tailed Watcher off the top here, that will be the game. But with the amount that thinking that this Ari player is doing, I just have to assume that that isn't the case as of yet. Blitzcrank is going to come down. And I mean, this faithful manufacturer is going to come onto the side of the battlefield. We have to hope that this Ari player finds himself like something like a charm or some sort of way to move on to that other battlefield for the time being. But finds an eager apprentice off the top, not what you want to see. No triggers have benefited this Ari this game. So an unfortunate conservatory this game. And yeah, it looks like that is going to be the GG. The GG comes right out as well. And we'll have to go on to game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, there is still a way. Sona last card in hand, unfortunately for that Ari player. But there is still a world where that Ari player still drew into like a discipline or something, was able to clear the far battlefield, and then you kind of flip the tables yet again, where Victor has to somehow clear the other battlefield to win. So the Ari player was very close, despite having a rough start and being basically forced into options by the Victor. But Victor cleanly plays it out in the end.
This Grove the God Willow is going to be able to very likely utilize this incredibly well. But that said, there is a Vile Mausoleum on that other side. And so this Ari player is going to find it very difficult to move around.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Vile Mausoleum is not the scariest thing for Ari player. We see the Desert's Call being the 2-drop. That's another nice part about, being able to run less 2-drops because of Desert Call and using that kind of as your 2-drop and as a spell. But this Ari player, you're usually going to hold with units. You're not as likely going to always be moving stuff around like a purple deck like the Yasuo's we've seen, or Lucian that wants to go in and take and go back. You usually send units there and they're going to hold. And if they have the option to go back, that's great. But I don't think Vile Mausoleum is probably like a tech card for Victor's other matchups. And in this matchup, it's not as big of a deal. Ari going to run that Sand Soldier into the Grove right away and then start to try to mount the campaign and fill the hand with that Grove, and has been the staple go first. And there's the Sona. This is the power play right here. You get to untap all your runes. You have 6 might sitting on board. A tough thing for Victor to necessarily break right off the bat.
Yeah. So Wages of Pain is going to be the first start here. Might be a cold week to follow this up. And look, there's 3 runes available. We didn't see Defy last game. We have to assume that there's got to be something like a Defy for this next game here. And instead it's going to be a Discipline. And so rather than, exhaust another, or recycle rather, another rune, he is going to be able to deny essentially what this Wages of Pain wants to do, as well as get to draw an additional card for the for this turn. And, well, it's going to make him that much more likely to be able to find that Defy. So he's just going to go ahead and send his recruit in. It could be something as simple as a Cold Week even still. But that said, that is going to de-ramp this Victor player. And we know he's on these Thousand-Tailed Watchers. And so as a RA player for the longevity of the game, it's not going to feel too bad.
All right, we do see the take here, scoring the point, and then here comes the call. Now that we have gotten the most out of our unit, we're going to call the week. Get the death knell bonus here.
Another gold token going to be utilized here. And so now it's going to go back to this RE player. He's going to have to find a way to get back onto this Grove of the God below. Obviously, a turn off is going to be the requirement. But that said, it does not feel good to play an RE Inquisitive as of yet. We have to assume that he has some other sort of units to play, but with the amount of thinking that he's doing, I'm not so sure that he's got any low cost or no power costed units. And so, yep, there is a Clockwork Keeper. He's going to use it to draw a card and going to go ahead and develop a Zonia's Hourglass as well. Popping a Zonia's Hourglass to protect a Clockwork Keeper cannot feel good here.
Yeah, I would have loved to develop that earlier, but went for the power play on turn 2, getting the Sona on the board. Didn't want to waste time trying to develop. Unfortunately, Victor had the answer to clear it out cleanly, and now it's basically there for hopefully we get something else on the battlefield, and hopefully it's not this Clockwork Keeper that we're saving with this Zonia's Hourglass here. But I'm sure that they have something else in their hand now. They've gotten to draw through a decent amount of cards. Ravenbloom student going to be able to come in. Ravenbloom, a good holding unit. That thing can get huge fast, and Victor, without its direct just kill spells, it's harder for them to clear a unit that can get the balloon really quickly.
So Stupefy is going to be the card that comes down here, which means that this recruit is actually going to be able to trigger this Zonia's Hourglass more than likely. I mean, it will be up to this RE player to have something like that, not so fast, like a Feral Strength to be able to bolster both of these units here. Unfortunately, the Feral Strength isn't going to be able to trigger the Ravenbloom an additional time. It'll just be that one time. So instead, it is going to be a Discipline. That Clockwork Keeper is going to be protected just for that extra time being. He's gonna be able to draw himself an additional card, hopefully find himself holding on to the Grove for at least one more turn. But there it is. Okay, so WASD is just gonna ask if he can get that might counter, just be able to track the unit's mites a little bit easier. So 6 might in total will be the case here, and still 2 runes available. This has to feel risky to go in here, and I think for the time being, if you are this Victor player, you might just be forced into conceding this battlefield for at least one turn.
Yeah, I think Ari might have held this at least this point, especially since now the combat went through, so you kind of get to heal back where it didn't have that opportunity before with the Wages of Pain. Lecturing Yordle going to come in, get the capture, bring it up to even. Another Lecturing Yordle coming out. Lecturing Yordle definitely jumping more into play than usual. I've seen after the post bans, a lot of people wanting more card draw again and just an efficient tanky unit, and this Victor player building up and developing that board even more. So Arya is going to get this Grove of the Godwillow proc, and then hopefully get to develop a stronger board state here. But now we're getting to the kind of scary part. Victor's gotten to see a few cards, has 3 cards in hand, could be a clearing combo, but the more this kind of goes on, the more you have in the back of your head, that there's a Watcher lurking at some point. That there's a potential Imperial Decree, and as much as as an RE player, you're stacking up your hand, you're still kind of having those thoughts in the background of that there's some really good clearing, and so you're gonna have to take an opportunity to potentially back off or have really good development behind it, because the clearing is going to come through.
Absolutely. So we'll have to see exactly how this Ari navigates the rest of the turn. I can't imagine that he wants to spend any of the runes. I mean, there's a ton of small units here, which is exactly what Ari wants to see. All of these small units are just 1 might weaker, which means that they have either 1 might or 2 might in total. They're essentially just a 1 might unit. So 4 might in total, definitely nothing to be worried about here. I think exactly like I said, just go ahead and keep all of these runes continued to be available. This meditation means that he's at 7 cards in hand. And so now 5 runes are going to be exhausted, and Imperial Decree going to be the card that comes out. We'll have to see if exactly this RE player is playing something like a Wind Wall here. And I mean, with the amount of time that is being thought here, it could be that there is no cards available, and instead, actually, there is no cards available. So the Superior Decree is going to come down. We have to assume that it's going to be onto that Clockwork Keeper first. Go ahead and proc that Zonia's Hourglass, and then send in just one other unit. Break this hold that this Ari player has been able to break out here. But yeah, I mean, no discipline, no pump spells are going to be able to protect this Ari player for the time being, and you don't want to use cards like Thwonk on a recruit, but apparently is going to be forced to do so, and so this recruit is going to go away. But I mean, that is definitely not the favorable use of this Thwonk here.
It's definitely not how you want to be using them, but I think that right now the Ari player is just really trying to maximize resources, and the Victor coming through and being like, all right, well, if that's the game we're going to play, I'm going to get a bunch of tokens off of it now and kind of replace these, reduced might units so that I can get death knell triggers off of, and still be in a good board state of how many units I have to throw at you. So Victor definitely feeling good, at least at this point. I think that for the Ari player, that this there's not really a lot of great options here, but this is where I think something like Emperor's Divide that I've really enjoyed in Ari decks becomes kind of like your savior, because if you have that, you can kind of avoid like losing full units of battlefields and that kind of thing. But we are not seeing it here, as we're just going to slowly lose some units. Sonya's Hourglass going to come through, and then Ravenbloom, it can get very, very big, but you only need that 1 point of damage to come through and knock you out.
Which is unfortunate here for this Ari player. I mean, look, this is not how you want to have this turn go. 3 might versus 2 might is not going to change a dang thing here with this Imperial Decree. And look, he doesn't have to recycle any of his runes either. He's going to fully exhaust all of his runes. He's okay with this completely, as look, the only thing that this Ari player has available is a Clockwork Keeper. I mean, he doesn't have any way really, unless he has exactly a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, to kind of overtake any of these battlefields, which means that this Ari player might be forced to take a turn off just to be able to kind of refill his backline. And while there's 7 cards in hand, there's really no answers to what's going on the side of this Victor player. So it really does feel like this Victor player has been able to pull himself ahead. But with this third discipline, I mean, he is going to be able to at least get back onto this Grove of the God Willow. 4 recruit tokens are going to be on the side of Victor player in his base. And I mean, if there is a Thousand-Tailed Watcher on the side of this Victor player, it doesn't matter how many counter spells you have, it's not going to be able to do a dang thing.
Yeah, it's now that we're gonna pull assume we're pulling the Victor out. Yeah, it's like, I'm tired of your token generation. Blitzcrank comes out, but Blitzcrank is one of those units that can be good if you have your opponent on the ropes and they don't have a lot of units and you're just constantly clearing them, but isn't as great in the scenario where you're just gonna tread water with it and they have a million tokens to throw at you. And there we have a hidden card finally coming out from the Ari player. So interested to see what this is, and hoping it's it might be Azani's Hourglass. That's the hidden card we've seen, but could be plenty of other things that could.
Hello, welcome back to the Runes and Rift Weekly. I am joined by EK. EK, say hello, introduce yourself, tell the people who you are.
Hello, it's me, EK, just your local player here from UAE. Happy to be here on for the second time. I think it's my first time being here with BMU, and I think we have some good games for tonight.
Yeah, hopefully they last a little bit longer than that first one, that Lucian, a super aggressive one. I am looking at a lobby here, so a bit of a teaser. It's going to be Ari versus Ezreal. Not a matchup I've seen a lot of, so this could send some sparks flying.
I definitely think of these two, Ari's more of a sleeper pick. I know some players have been recently praising it after the ban list, but I think this particular player getting top 4 in the previous tournament.
Yeah, that's right. So really strong track record with the Ari already. When I first saw Ari, I was like, this seems really strong. Like, every time you defend, it's -1. You know, you've got that mental maths. And if you're anything like me, calculating -1 here or there can really throw off your game. And then obviously the blue Ari champion as well, -2 statically is a big might shift. So I always thought Ari was like one of these really strong decks, and she just never really shone through. And we're starting to see a bit of resurgence, as you mentioned, after that ban list. And in fact, quite a few of the top tier teams are playtesting Ari at the moment. There's some guides flying around about how strong she is. I've seen some skirmish wins. Could we see regional in Lille being Ari favored regional?
I'll be honest, I think even from set 1, Ari had this issue where it's a very good combat deck. I mean, the passive working on AoE, single target, and the blue Ari being so efficient for stats has always been very strong. But the issue is you have to go into combat. And the past 2 metas, we had Kaisa, which never wanted to go to combat. And we had Draven, who just says, you know what, you have your might, I really don't care about it, fight or flight, right? So now going into a bit of a new kind of meta where, you know, we still have the Kaisa, but we do have a lot of like Aurelia who does want to fight, and we do have Rexai who wants to swarm the board. And Ari does kind of like those kind of situations where, you know, they have to fight you on the board. They have to, you know, fight your buff spells. So it's an interesting matchup, but against Ezreal, I'm not sure how the Ari is going to navigate that.
Yeah, so Ezreal, obviously, I think we saw a bit of this earlier. It's kind of like this mid-rangey Ezreal. It didn't look like the bounce tempo Ezreal that we've sort of been popularizing. So it is sort of one of those combat decks. And if we know anything about Ari, she loves getting into combat. That's where she really shines. As you said earlier, like all these decks in the meta at the moment just avoid combat or bounce you back and win combats and stuff like that. That's not necessarily there anymore. Whole decks are making a comeback. So I'm really excited to see this matchup, because this could solidify, like, are you going to build Ari tomorrow? That's the thing. Or are you just going to stick with a tried and true Ezreal, Draven, Kaiser, Aurelia? Or can we shake this up a little bit on the Runes and Rift?
Yeah, it'd be good, especially with the regional players trying to get that Ari metal card. So it'd be fun seeing what these players innovate in the upcoming regionals.
Yeah, the Ari is the metal chase card for sure. That seems to be the most absolutely valuable one. Waifu tax being very real with the Ari.
I think it's, I mean, next set's people's last chance of getting the Ari. So I think, you know, we're going to be seeing some last minute chasing for this card.
Yeah, it should be really interesting to see what the situation is at Lille, because obviously a lot of metal cards up for grabs. Do we see the one of the Garen just taking the metal card day 1, match 1? It'd be very interesting.
I mean, did we have that in China? I think there was a tournament where there was no Garen players, so no one got the metal card.
Yeah, I remember seeing, I think it was one of the regionals as well. Like they originally shown like the deck makeups, and there was like 1 Garen, but it turns out there wasn't. There was like 4 or 5. It does look like the players are ready though. So it is Ezreal into Ari. Ezreal is on the Zorn Warrens. And remind me, EK, what is that battlefield? It's not something that's coming to my mind straight away.
Right, sure. So we got Zorn Warrens. We got when you conquer discard. When you conquer discard 1. This kind of lost some kind of impact with Ezreal players after the scrap heap ban. So it'd be interesting to see, you know, how much he gets to use that. But Star Tip, I think that's the interesting one for this match.
Yeah, so Star Tip is one of those ones where it's just like, actually, for me, for Ari, like generating rooms every time you hold. And obviously, as we mentioned, Ari is one of those hold decks. So it does kind of play into the favor. We are seeing a little bit of lag in the TCGA arena right now. So it looks like Ez is kind of messed up, but it's going to catch up eventually. Ari dropping the Raven Bloom student. Is there a better drop for Ari as a 2-drop? Absolutely not, in my opinion.
No, I think this 2-drop usually going up to like 5-6 might of these discounted spells, especially from the apprentice over there, discounting the spells at this battlefield. So I don't know how Ezreal's going to be able to effectively remove this.
No, it's going to be very, very challenging, that's for sure. And we are seeing, guys, what's on screen right now is probably not reflective of what actually is happening. It looks like there's just a little bit of lag on the side from the side of Ezreal. So we are suffering a little bit because we are seeing feral strengths being paid, but nothing the battlefield, and arcane shifts going down and no targets. And it's all a bit messy, but hopefully it'll catch up in just a few seconds.
I think what happened was the Ezreal player played that Ezreal champion turn 1, and he's just trying to use his Arcane Shift to get rid of the Sorcerer's Apprentice, I think.
Yeah, so Apprentice does fall to what looks like the Arcane Shift. Ezreal sitting nice and safe in the base. And again, just a little bit of flicking in between. Plus, it might be worth just leaving him rejoining, see if that fixes it. I think it's a spectator bug. So maybe we can get a fix just very, very quickly, and hopefully it's all going to work. Yeah, we're going to flick back to the booth so we can have a chat. But right now we're seeing this matchup, and it looks like the Ari does have the slight upper hand just while we fix these technical problems. But it looks like, yeah, Ari's going to play aggressive to begin with, then start holding. And then Ezreal's going to do his best to gain tempo back into that mid game. EK, this looks like it could be a very, very good match.
I mean, yeah, we just saw, I think, one of Ari's biggest weaknesses, which is that out of combo removal. But as the Ezreal player, you don't have many opportunities to do that with like you have your arcane shifts. I think Singularity, but that might be a bit too expensive for this kind of board. So it'd be interesting to see how much we can get these quick spell removals from the Ezreal player.
Does look like we are back in the game, and Sorcerer's Apprentice coming straight back down. Looks like the Ravenbloom student still nice and safe. And yeah, I'm not sure if this is up to date on this game, unfortunately. I think we are having a few technical difficulties with this matchup as it stands. Yeah, everything's a little bit delayed at the moment.
I do think what the Ezreal player might have done is he might have tried to go into combat to kill that Sorcerer's Apprentice who's at 3, forgetting to account for the Ahri passive, and then failing to trade. I think
this is exactly what we mentioned beforehand. Always forgetting that -1. It is a very, very strong ability to have to deal with sometimes.
I mean, to be fair, if you run this deck in your locals, you have, I think half the times people do just forget about it.
Yeah, exactly right. And we do see, again, it just seems a little bit messed up on the spectator side. We see gold coming down, stacked decks being played. So it's a little bit hard to keep up with. So apologies, guys. Hopefully we'll be able to keep you informed. Stacked deck going down. And it looks like we might have caught up. So it looks like everything might be fine right now. But Ahri doing Ahri things and holding that start hit peak, gaining that ramp. So soon it's going to run away. And obviously Ahri, we know, runs things like Watchers, run things like Tasty Feyfolk, stuff that is really good at accelerating down and clearing battlefields.
Right, and I think one of the issues Ahri is going to face soon is, yes, you have the hold, yes, you have the extra runes, but do you have the cards to just survive this assault that Ezreal's trying to put you through?
Yeah, exactly. And we do see the Fizz coming down, so it's going to grab the Arcane Shift, is going to target onto the Ravenbloom. This is such a nice little combo, but the Defy from the Ahri, and there's one thing you hate seeing against a green player is one green rune up. That's for sure.
Right, using the Stupefy there to just say, you know what, you defied me, but I'm still going to draw 2, one from Stupefy, one from the Ezreal Legend. And we are pretty far behind here. I think go down to a 4-point difference, but just look at the difference in cards. We have more than double on the side of Ezreal.
Yeah, you do, but obviously Ahri is just slowly ramping, so they can start playing their big stuff very soon. They're holding battlefields. They still haven't played their champion out just yet as well. And I'm not sure if Ezreal has the kind of might to just push over battlefields like that.
I think Ezreal just trying to get to that Watcher turn. Watcher very good into this deck. You are trying to go wide, trying to hold, but that -3 from the Watchers might just be too much to handle. And then you add a Bellows, you add your might reductions. It'd be interesting to see how the Ahri player goes around that.
Yeah, the 9 might turn from blue decks now is terrifying. The Watcher Bellows is a very, very scary combo. Ahri landing on that staff tip peak. That is looking like a mean battlefield. But yeah, you're right. One Watcher could swing it completely the other way. Cards in hand only 3 for Ahri, so they are falling behind. But 4 points to 0. Ezreal not being able to make any sort of mark on the battlefield at the moment. Repeated guards coming down, adding some more might to the backline, ready to retake anything that comes its way.
Right. I mean, we're so close to that 6-point difference here, and all depends on how Ezreal can maybe take a battlefield here. He definitely has the cards at hand, but it all depends on what. Maybe a Singularity gets not so fasted, a important card gets defied, but 2 cards versus 8 might be just too big of a hurdle to go through.
It is, but you're right. It depends on what those 2 cards are. So if you spend 6 on a Singularity and it gets not so fasted, boy, does that hurt your tempo. And looks like the Ezreal is trying to figure out, like, why would you leave 2 runes open? That's like a scary thing to do against a green player.
In green with 2 runes is usually just something as like innocent as a discipline or not so fast. There could be some hidden tech too that we just don't know about. Block is a funny one that kind of just says no to Watcher.
Yeah, right. Like the thing is, the block is such an unplayed card, but as a raw card, it seems really powerful.
It's giving that tank, giving that +3 shield that just says no to Watcher. It'd be good. And remember that Eager Apprentice reducing spell cost by 1. So we can be seeing maybe 4 mana's worth of spells being played here.
Yeah, Wages of Pain, the first decision here from the Ezreal onto the Plundering. He does need to slowly Ahri down. Obviously, the Fizz with the Ahri effect is going to trade into that Sand Soldier. And I think does he forget again, or does he want the trade?
I think maybe just going for the trade here. I think passing action.
No, he forgot. I think. No,
he forgot.
Marcus point. He forgot again.
Oh, yeah. Again, this is. I mean, this is what happens.
That's painful. That is so painful.
When you play your first Ahri in God knows how many games, it's just such a small thing to forget about.
Yeah, another Fizz coming down. The Ezreal should be on 0 points. They didn't actually get the conquer point because they traded. So Fizz coming down, pulling the Arcane Shift, which is going to flicker the Fizz, which is going to allow the Wages of Pain. So lots of spell juggling here. Ezreal is going to get another chance to draw from his Ezreal Legend, possibly losing the Ahri and the Professor there as well. So we'll see how this resolves. Does he have a buff spell or not so fast to defy? But it is the Discipline coming down.
Right, and I think I'm not sure what we're trying to save here. Maybe we try and save the Apprentice for future spells, or no? Actually, letting
I
the
think
Apprentice
we
die
save
here.
the Ahri. Yeah, I mean, what are you concerned about here? Like a Watcher next turn? Like, does the Ahri help you against the Watcher with the Raven Plume? Quite possibly, but with only like 2-3 cards in hand, it's going to be very, very hard. And obviously, the Ezreal is going to be kicking himself. It looks like he's traded twice inefficiently into the Ahri effect, forgetting about it. Ahri holding up to 5. Ezreal still on 0. And this could be the game-winning decision here. Does he have something big to play into that Zorn Warrens to force the Ezreal to interact with it? Or does he go, do you know what? I'm going to hold here. Or possibly my favorite card in green, the Blitzcrank. I really hope we see the Blitzcrank.
I love Blitzcrank. I think just seeing him being played in Ahri, also being outright better because you are the defender when you Blitzcrank. So getting that basically 6 smite Blitz, taking any unit, it's just super strong.
Yeah, the Blitz is like one of those cards. It's just like you just forget about it until it happens, and then you've got to worry about it absolutely every time. So the Apprentice coming down yet again. So that's why I didn't bother saving it. To find your center to draw and channel, just looking for some extra cards. As you mentioned earlier, the Ahri has been on a very low hand count all game, but it doesn't seem to matter. They always seem to have the right answer. And just as I say that, Progress Day comes down. So, hand size not an issue anymore.
Yeah, maybe not so much of an issue, but I think interesting choice to keep our units on board now that we're tapped out. Maybe
it always feels awful. Like, the best thing that can happen to you is, like, I'm in a losing position and my opponent taps out, making a math problem. But obviously the hidden card there possibly spelling some difficulty for the Ezreal player. But what do you hide in green? Like, you've got Zhonya's, right? Is there anything else that you'd play in this deck?
Right, so you got Zhonya's. I'm not sure if you run Block or Wages of Pain, maybe Consult the Past. Maybe it's just saying, hey, I'm just going to leave up Ahri so you're forced to Watcher this turn if you don't want me to win. And then I'll have my Apprentice next turn just buff him up with the 4 cards that I draw and be able to beat any board that you have. Because if you do Watcher, you're only on one rune, I think, right? This turn.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to accelerate the Watcher, it's 8. So yeah, you would have 1 rune up, which doesn't give you a lot of options. I've just realized how good Sand Soldiers are in Ari. Like, they're 2 might natively, but obviously with the Ari effect, they're essentially 3 might. And that can be very difficult to interact with.
Right, I think
As we saw.
we definitely see this card get a lot more play with the advent of decks like Victor, like Rexai. I think we see Yi play it to make 4 might tokens. I think Ari's playing it really well too to make 3 might tokens basically. So it's very, on rate units. And did we forget about her? We didn't forget about it this time.
No, it's okay. I was gonna say, if he's forgot about it again, just hand in the loss. Like, just restart and crack on. Looks like we had a weird turn pass situation.
I think maybe just a misclick from the Ezreal player.
Yeah. Just said sorry, I passed in the chat. So we aren't on Ari's turn just yet. The Ezreal still has options. He haven't taken his turn. But we do get to see the top card of the deck. Looks like the Merchant is going to be chosen to die. Interesting choice. I'd have probably chose the Fizz, to be honest with you. But I suppose you don't want that hand fixing.
Right, and to be fair, we are afraid of stuff like Arcane Shift that we do have in hand, but maybe just deciding not to play it.
Yeah, absolutely right. Seal coming down. So I knew this Ezreal does play Razas, but I don't think there's any way to accelerate the Raza. So not really much of a threat in this case. Oh, Downwell.
Oh, Downwell.
Okay. I get it.
It's not a card you see every day.
No, it's becoming more and more popular, especially against like big decks like this, especially when you've got Razas in hand, because obviously like you clear the board and then just play like 3 Razas for nothing, essentially. We are looking at a possible situation. It might be a judge call because it's just a bit weird situation going on. Zhonya's was Hidden Glass. It's going to come back, but everything's going to go back to hand, including the Fizz. And then we're going to see what the Ezreal is going to decide to do.
It's everything back into the hand. And the one issue here is that I think Ari only has the 1 accelerated unit, which is Watcher. So yeah, being able to just play our Razas, and we are now so far ahead in board.
Yeah, that is the sort of swing of these Downwell decks is like, yes, you've got basically 3 units that you can pay for no power, which is the Razas. You build that board back up, and it looks like it's going to swing over to the Ari. But obviously, yeah, you've got 2 6-might units. Great. But you're on 1 point. They just need to score and hold, and they win. Watcher is a very, very real situation next turn, and that's going to be very, very hard to deal with.
Right, I think right now what we're afraid of is we now have to make a board in our hand, and of course we have the cards to do so. We just had it on board a second ago, but can we build a board that's enough to win the next turn, but also lives from all the Watcher Bellows shenanigans that we might see? So, we do have the runes for it, so we'll see what Ari has in hand.
Yeah, and obviously Ari getting to fill up that hand beforehand with the progress day as well. So probably having lots and lots of options. Singularity. Oh my God, I forgot about that card.
Whoa.
How could I forget about Singularity with the 2 Razas? It's like the juiciest targets.
And I think that might just be enough. We just play some cards here. Maybe say have 1 mana up for the 5. I don't see how... Oh, Zhonya's. Okay, we just started playing it. This is a really tough situation for the Ezreal player right now.
Yeah, just Singularity when there's 2 6-might units on board is like just licking your lips. Like, you can't believe how good that works out. And obviously just replaying the 2 units. So right now, this Ezreal needs to get something on a battlefield and stop the hold. And I just don't think it's possible right now.
So, playing a Last Rites.
Ride the Wind?
I think we're trying to set up a Ride the Wind, but this is very obvious from our side. So the Ari does have the they do have the knowledge to play around it, but we do have 11 runes, so I don't know.
Yeah.
It's interesting
You-
to see how
You have to play the ride the wind now. You just have to get on the battlefield because next turn, there's the ride the wind.
Yep.
It's getting defied next turn. You have to play it now. You have to get on the battlefield and you have to pray that they don't have a Watcher because Watcher just absolutely shatters your dreams right now.
Right, so we do at least get the Rasa online with the proc, the Conquer proc.
Yes, absolutely. So Raza coming down off the last rights there, paying another rune, going down to 5 total. Now it's the Ari's turn. They've got 2 units on board. That Raven Bloom can get pretty big, pretty quick. With 11 runes open, there's a few choices for the Ari here. I can kind of guess the best one. Maybe another Singularity. Like, that would just be painful.
If I'm the Ezreal player, I'm like, how are you playing my cards better than me right now? I think
Yeah.
Singularity, that's a game ender right here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of game enders right here, and I think the Ari, if they had it, wouldn't they just play it? Because right now it's a math problem, and we do see the Thousand Tail Watcher coming down, accelerated, Raven Bloom moving to the start hit peak, and Ari goes 8-1 versus a very, very good Ezreal player.
Right, I think it was just really well played by Ari. We had that rune count. Ezreal did have the super large amount of cards, but we were playing it calm. We had the cards when we needed them, the Singularity, but just well played from both players. I mean, that was not a card you see every day.
No, and it's becoming more and more popular, especially it used to be one of those sideboard cards, but now due to the meta, obviously, what was Miracle now sort of the big mid-range, Aurelia, Kaiser, the mid-range Kaiser as well. Downwell main board actually makes a lot of sense into those matchups. And obviously, if you've got the backup with the Razas, if you've got Razas, especially if you're playing free of, which most people are, Downwell is a great, great card.
We saw. I mean, if you don't have the Singularity, right? But it's a way to reset the board for you as the Ezreal player while still developing it. We had 12 mine on board, and our opponent had 0. So trying to get rid of that through normal means is just super hard.
Definitely, and it looks like the Ezreal has decided to go first. No shockers there. Raven Bloom Conservatory versus Aspirant's Climb. I love this battlefield choice going second from the Ari, trying to make those games go as long as possible and just holding battlefields for dear life. We've seen Ari do this really, really well. Hopefully, Ezreal does not forget Ari's legend ability this time. I think that really hurt him.
I hope that's a one-game thing. I mean, maybe because you haven't played against Ari since set 1, since maybe the trial decks. But I hope we don't see that happen again.
No, I think you should learn that pretty quickly, and just sort of assume, everything else. Just assume everything's -1 might at this point. Just that's how you view the game, and carry on with that. Looks like they both do get some 2-drop action. So Traveling Merchant deciding where they are going to go, get some hand fixing with a discard as well, and a nice little draw onto the Raven Bloom Conservatory for his first point. He's currently tied with his top score from last game.
That's the advantage of going first in Riftbound. You get that little early game advantage.
Yeah, it is something that I'm sort of tracking at the moment, that go first, go second win rate. And I think in majority of matchups, going first is 70% win rate over going second. It's really strong. You should always go first, by the way. Always go first. No matter what your opponent tries to mentally trick you into, go first in Riftbound. Promise you. That's all you want to do.
I mean, even if you go first and miss your 2-drop, that's the same as playing the old Obelisk games. Big up Obelisk after being banned. But I think what we're going to see right now is this particular battlefield, the Ravenwood Monastery, just seeing so much contention, seeing how Aspirant's really is not giving you the most value, and both decks having a lot of spells.
Yeah, the thing is, with the Raven Bloom, obviously every time that you defend on there, you get to look at the top card of your deck, and if it is a spell, you put it into your hand. Now, I've played games where I've whiffed that 6 times in a game. I've also played games where I've hit it every single time, and it does generate quite a bit of value. And obviously, with it being Aspirant's Climb game, it's going to go slightly longer. So if you've got a lot of spells in your deck, like Ezreal, like Ari, to be fair, you are potentially going to generate a lot of value off that Ravenbloom.
And currently, we do have a Ravenbloom in Ravenbloom too, so we do only have one rune up. But remember, we have those cold. We don't have cold shots. I'm so sorry. That card's bad. Yeah, so something like Stupefy here, being a +2 power swing, but we do have 5 runes, and I think the Sorcerer's Apprentice ability is up, so it's on Ari right now to push the aggression.
Yeah, so we are seeing 3 into 4 right now, so it should be interesting to see what the situation here is. I imagine Discipline is in the hand. I imagine On Guard is in the hand. Or, of course, Feral Strength, which is absolutely ridiculously strong.
Right, Feral Strength giving a +4 buff, I think. Yeah, repeated. And we do have the -1 reduction from the Apprentice. Now, we have control over the Monastery. Trying to get these cards. Remember that any card that we get from the Monastery is going to be reduced by 1, essentially, because we have the Apprentice there. So it'll be interesting to see. Maybe we have a bit of a setup turn from Ezreal going into next turn.
Yeah, I think you have to at this point. I think you have to just like stabilize your board. We saw what happened last time where he kind of got a bit scrappy, a bit desperate, that just plays were being deflected and bounced around, and it just was not good for the Ezreal. So I think, yeah, you're right. You sit back, you take a turn, you build up some board, you let them have their 1 point. It's a longer game anyway. And then you stabilize and you swing back in with something absolutely brutal. But again, another Ravenbloom student dropping down as well. And that is a terrifying card when you've got a deck full of spells.
Right, and we do have the additional spells coming from Ravenbloom Monastery. But we do get the Arcane Shift, I think, just try and get rid of that Apprentice.
Yeah, so the Arcane Shift was dropped by the Ezreal into the trash and then replayed by the Fizz. And then obviously you can then replay the Fizz off the Arcane Shift to Stupefy, to draw 1, to target twice. So therefore you Ezreal draws. So it's a really nice little combo of Ezreal to gain a lot of momentum, a lot of board tempo, and a lot of draws as well. So this is exactly what we were saying, EK, was like build up that board tempo. You've now got, you know, some free might units. You've got a couple of seals down. Their board is effectively cleared. You've slowed them right down. And now it's time next turn to build up that tempo again.
I think it's really clever by the Ezreal, you know, not just playing the Arcane Shift outright, but using the Fizz to get basically 2 spells out of it, and we get our Legend draw. So shows how experienced this player is with the deck.
Yeah, it's one of those like nice little combos where you like chuck the Ezreal, draw 2 cards, chuck the Arcane Shift, replay the Fizz. The Arcane Shift damages something and flickers the Fizz, so you get another spell out of your trash, something like a stack deck, you know, to draw, or a Stupefy to target and draw off the Ezreal. It's a really nice combo. It's one of those ones that like easily get missed by sort of experienced Ezreal players. So it's nice to see that you know, he's very aware of the combos.
Right, I think we're just having some conversation about the amount of runes to pay. I mean, to be fair, I don't blame the Ezreal player here having so many cards, so many seals. It kind of gets hard to track your rune count, but it's good that the opponent is keeping him consistent with it.
Yeah, the thing is, like, obviously when there's a lot going on in these games, and sometimes, you know, you are playing on tournament, you know, you're playing on stream as well, it can affect your sort of your thinking patterns and things like that. So I don't think it's anything malicious from the Ezreal.
No.
I just think there's a lot going on. The opponent's keeping them honest, which is great. It's exactly what we want. You know, you want your opponent paying attention. You know, you need to pay attention as well. And hopefully the Ezreal gets over this. I think it's probably nerves a little bit here. You know, playing in an online tournament, you know, you're being watched and things like that. So we just should see it calm down a little bit now. Wages of Pain being dropped on the Ari, and are not so fast saying no.
We do
Seems a
let us
bit expensive.
Yeah, we do let ourselves kind of open to maybe some frigid touch, but I still think we're in a very good position here. Because if you do go in, we do just kind of give away 1 free draw to the Ari. So maybe we just let that board be.
But even if you like swing in here with the Ezreal and the Fizz, they go down to 2 might, and then obviously the Ari brings one down to 1 might as well. But just a gust to bounce the Ari back to hand, and then potential just to clear the Raven Bloom. But he needs to remember about the -1. Let's not forget that again.
I think Gus also seeing a lot of play now after the removal of Fight or Flight from the ban list. Yeah, removal from the game, to be fair. And I think we
has he
forgot.
forgotten again?
No, I think we forgot. Oh no. Maybe we have a Stupefy. Maybe we're trying to go for the double
He has
kill.
to have a Stupefy. He has to have a Stupefy, yeah. He has to have a Stupefy, surely.
Getting a Find Your Center from the Raven Bloom, so that's some
Yeah, he
cards.
played, he played it not so fast as well. So the Raven Bloom is already 3 might and then -1 again. Oh.
Yeah, I think just again matchup inexperience here. I mean, that's the strength of playing some decks that you don't see often, having that kind of surprise factor.
Not again, not again. This man's going to be seeing Ari in his dreams tonight, and not for the good reasons. Jesus.
I didn't even think of what he said.
Man, that is going to haunt him. Ari is now his sleep paralysis demon for the next week. It's not good.
I think, as you said, the nerves getting to him, having a timer, having so many things to think about, just forgetting about the little -1 can't be game breaking. It's not game breaking, but game ending right now.
Yeah, and then a Feral Strength to add insult to injury, just completely cleaning up everything Ezreal had going. He's going to have a few runes. He's going to have a few seals, so he's not going to de-ramp himself too much. Plenty of cards. There's still some play here, but when Ari's holding 2 battlefields and you've got nothing on your backline as Ezreal, it gets a bit dicey.
Right, and do remember that we are on an Aspirants game, so we do have that 1 extra turn if we keep double holding, so not the end of the world. We can still get to the right amount of runes to change this game around. Our Razas are also almost ready.
Yeah, Razas can definitely make the difference, but I think, again, you're going to have to take a step back here as Ezreal. You're going to have to play one of these setup turns and pray that, you can take Ari off the battlefield. Because obviously Ari doesn't have access to a lot of accelerate units. They have the Tasty, but it costs quite a lot. They have the Watcher, but you don't only really want to drop that. You don't want to drop that just to score a point. Seems a bit redundant. So Ezreal is going to get an opportunity to kind of, pick up a little bit of tempo here, pick up the board, Wages of Pain to clear another unit that clears the Zhonya's as well, and possibly a nice little setup here, Tam, for Ezreal.
Yeah, and we do have a lot of just sources of to pay our energy. We do have the 2 seals for the I think the upcoming dam one if you do have it.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something just to knock this Ari's tempo back a little bit, because we just seen a kind of this is a setup turn for Ezreal, and all he's managed to do really is hand fix. There is a Raza coming up. I'm not sure what he's doing with Room. This guy's a bit nervous. He's forgot. I've got a few things. There's cards flying all over the place. You've been there in skirmishes where people are dropping cards and misplacing runes, and it happens. It happens. It's absolutely fine.
I mean, I'll be honest. If I was in his position after forgetting that -1, I would be. It just shambles.
I'm just pulling the Ethernet cable out. I've got to be honest. Just walking away. After the 3rd or 4th time, that Ethernet cable is just getting yanked. I'm going home. I'm done.
Yeah, to be fair, it is a stressful situation to be in. So I mean, it's fine with our players. One thing that we do kind of give the Ari an opportunity to do is by using the Wages of Pain, popping the Zhonya's. We're giving an opportunity. Oh, never mind.
No.
Oh, Singularity again. That is just brutal.
The timing on these singularities have just been horrible. Ezreal's I got my Ezreal down. I've hand fixed a little bit. Oh, look, the 3 Razas coming out. Never mind. I'm back to square one.
We don't have anything.
No, there's nothing Ezreal can do here.
Yeah,
no, there's nothing Ezreal.
We don't have retreat, right? Ezreal doesn't run retreat in the deck. Is the blue 1 mana return to hand. I know Kai'Sa loved that.
Yeah, I mean, possibly, but what you might save the Raza here. I'm watching the chat as well. I don't know if you can see this, EK, but the actual player's like, I'm a bottle of vodka in. Like, that might explain some things.
I mean, honestly, after that -1, I'll be drinking too.
Yeah. To be fair, like, that bottle of vodka's looking at me like, you know, the Family Guy Lois meme? Like, she's just sweating looking at it. Like, every time you miss that -1 from the Ari, that vodka looks more and more attractive.
Oh, yeah. No, we like to have fun.
We do, definitely. But it is an online tournament. You know, pride's at stake here. It looks like the Raza and the Ezreal down to that singularity. No retreat in hand. The Ari is taking both battlefields, going to 6. It is a 9-point game, so there could be a comeback here, but it's going to be an uphill struggle.
Right, and the point I was trying to make a second ago is by having a disarming rate to get rid of a seal is also huge here. But by getting rid of the Zhonya's last turn, we do have the opportunity to have that Poro conquer again to make another gold. So we are good on runes, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. The Ezreal is just not removing the singularity cards. This guy's like, I don't know if it was like a thing in the UK. It was like if the kid who brought the ball got like, you know, scored against or anything like that, they'd pick up the ball and go home. That was like the joke. It feels like that's what he's doing here. He's like, look, I'm already down. You singularity'd me. My cards are staying. Okay, they're just staying. It's my rules now. I'm playing my game.
It's like, man, listen. I mean, come on. Getting rid of it now. You know, we had our time with the ball, but we have to get rid of it at the end of the day. 6-2. We do have the extra turn though, and we have 9 runes, 2 kind of seals up. We do have a gold token and a seal, so it's not the end of the world. We have 5 cards. If we have a way of breaking Ari's board, it's going to be very hard for them to just bring it back. We do have
Watcher, right? Watcher. Yeah, Watcher. Maybe a singularity of our own, something like that. Ezreal does have options, obviously, with the Ezreal dropping there as well. He does have some options for hand fixing, discarding the seal. He's still got 6 runes up, so he can't Watcher this turn. But can he play something like a Raza, then Watcher next turn? Ari is only down to 2 cards in hand, so options are limited. It's not over just yet. But this is a time as Ezreal where you need to think very hard. And if he's honest about being a bottle of vodka deep, the brain cells aren't firing.
To be fair, he did do that fizz play with the bottle of vodka. There is a fizz here, so this might be huge right now.
Yeah, what do you do here? You drop the fizz, you Wages of Pain, you clear something, but then the Ari's still going to go to 8 points. Like, you need to have a Watcher in hand. You need to have some Razas dropping on the board right now. Something needs to happen right now for this Ez, or it's going to be very, very hard to play.
I think if I had one card right now, it'd be Bellows Breath. A repeated Bellows Breath goes so hard here, getting rid of both things, but having an Arcane Shift.
Yeah, okay. I can, flicker the fizz, okay.
Do we have a way of getting rid of that Rake?
No, other than another Arcane Shift. No, so he's just using the fizz for the stack deck to pick up some extra options here. So actually a really good turn from the Ezreal. Like Ari, yeah, they're very far ahead, but they're very low on very low on cards, sorry. So Ezreal might get a chance to come back here. But if I'm Ezreal right now, like I'm just praying that the stack deck's going to show me something wonderful.
To be fair, I think the one thing we just wish we had as the Ari player was Defy, and we do only go up to 7 on this turn, so having to double conquer or hold just might be a bit too hard for the Ari player from this point.
Yeah, unless the Ezreal forgets about the Ari legend ability again.
Not again.
Not again. So we do see the Finder Center looking for some answers. So nothing in hand that can sort of score those extra points. But you're right. Like if you get to that 7-point mark, it's not as good as you think it is in an Aspirant's Climb game.
We're still waiting on one more double, maybe a double conquer, a hold conquer to win the game. But it's just, I mean, Ezreal is at 10 and... Ooh, that's a main deck Ari legend, right? Ari champion.
Yeah. Did it get... No, it got bounced back by the Gust of the Ezreal, right?
You're right.
Yeah. So that's been sitting in the hand for quite a while. So we did have knowledge of one of the cards there. And now this battlefield, I know it's only 5 might there, but obviously you've got the Ari Legend ability, -1. You've got the -2 of the Ari itself as well. So it can become very, very difficult to deal with. He's just thinking about where he puts it. Do you put it on the battlefield? Looks like he is going to choose to. Ezreal does have some options for might decreases, but obviously with the Legend and the Ari, it's very hard to fight this.
Right, and we do have 4 runes up and hopefully a Raven Monastery hit here. So basically 3 cards, if the Ari player gets lucky, can draw into Disciplines, Defies here. But I think a Watch, again the key card for both players here is that Watcher. I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, and there is obviously an opportunity for Ezreal just to singularity this as well and pray that there's a not so fast in hand. Like if you singularity to like save yourself the game and then they just start tapping runes, it doesn't feel good whatsoever. He is looking for the option with the stack deck, so that's probably one of the better cards you can get off the top deck for sure.
Right, I think trying to get some last cards, maybe a Frigid Touch would also be here. But that blue Ari, I think that's basically a 6 might defender with the -1 from Ari Legend, the -2 from their Legend. So I mean, we're dealing with what's that, like 8 might from that hold over there.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the Ari is like old school, so it can only, put you down to -1 essentially. But the Frigid Touch can put you down to below 0. So there's a little bit of change in the way the spells worked between set 1 and set 2. And hopefully people don't forget about it, because that can be another thing that affects your decision making. Last Right's coming down to the Ezreal that is going to make him 5 might. He's going to have the opportunity, if he conquers, to play something from the trash. I can only imagine that's going to be Razas.
Right, and I think just one play the Ezreal can do. Oh, he's trying to go for the equipment cascade here. Just trying to keep using this Last Rites over and over again.
Yeah, so Ezreal goes down to 2 might with the Ari effect and the Legend effect as well, putting the Ari down to 2. So he can trade with the Ari if he so chooses. And you're right, I think it's just the equipment cascading down. So the Last Rites is then going to hop onto the Fizz, assuming there's no buff spells and a Rebuke as well. No, so he's just going for the win. He's just going for the win. Okay.
Yeah.
Why would you -1 the Ari, then Rebuke the Ari?
Maybe just rebuking before. Oh, I think that's probably the super fight draw.
Possibly, yeah, okay.
Because I think in his situation, you would play it prior to the engagement.
And the discipline absolutely screws you up.
I mean, as your player playing to his outs.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, even then that's what 2. We're still afraid. Oh, the second Rebuke is just horrific.
Ooh. I mean, look, you get the Conquer, great. You kind of bounce 2 cards back to the hand, great. 2 Rebukes down, you're probably not running a third one. So Ari can kind of like just play the Watcher now and be very, very happy with what's happened. Ezreal is going to get the Conquer with the Last Rites, I would imagine, unless there's a Defy, or sorry, not so fast in hand. Then this might be swinging back in the favor of Ezreal.
Right, so we get our Ezreal Legend proc. I don't think we did the Monastery proc from the side of Ari, but this is where it gets good for Ezreal. We're getting Rasas with these cards over right now.
Yeah, the Last Rites playing with the Razas is just the creme de la creme, is exactly what you want to do with these types of decks. Fizz is going to be available. It can conquer if he so chooses, but leaving it back. There's no rush for points right now. Safety is all you're caring about as the Ezreal. And this has been a long game too so far, compared to game 1 anyway.
Right, I think I mean, part of that is that Asper's Climb. We do have the Rake to get rid of the gear. So this is very important.
I mean, obviously, with the Rebuke going back in hand, you knew it was a possibility of that going down. Ari and the Rake being replayed. So it's just kind of like, hey, you put them back in my hand, I'll just take them again. And Ezreal is going to have a few interesting... Can Rake kill Last Rites? I'm not familiar with the card 100%. When you play me, you may kill a gear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think just
It's
reminding
like-
our, yeah, just reminding our opponent
I
about the
can
card.
remember, is it pickpocket? It's like you can only kill a gear that's worth 1 or something like that, isn't it?
Yes,
But
you are correct.
rake is just kill a gear.
I think our opponent, maybe not knowing this, I think this card does not see too much play. I will say we do know the pickpocket. Action is one, but yeah, there we go. There's the rake.
Yeah, and just
We don't get
passing
another-
turn. No, it's absolutely fine. Like you've killed the main threat of like board generation. You are gonna have a few bits of might on the board now from the Ezreal, and like the smart Ezreal here, if possible, would try and clear that backline. So Singularity would go super hard. A Watcher into a Bellows would go super hard. Are those combos available? That's the question. Ravenbloom coming down, another Ravenbloom coming down. So that is going to be a lot of might for the Ahri to take on. But again, 12 runes, 4 cards in hand, and 2 units on board. Just need to double conquer, and it's not impossible.
I mean, to be fair, we also do have one more turn because we are only going up to 8, and we have the aspirant, so we can try and chill. But if we do try and chill here, we do let ourselves open to again the Watcher Bellows if we do draw it. So are we gonna try and win this turn or the next turn? Mari said.
That is the question. And you know what? There's the Watcher.
Watcher.
We knew it was going to be there somewhere. Everything
think
gets
both-
-3.
Right, and do we
Watcher
have
going in.
third rebuke maybe?
A third rebuke would go super good right now. Even just playing a couple of spells to boost that Ravenbloom could actually make the difference. So Frigid Touch is a great one to play. So the Watcher's going to go down to 3. Do we see a Defy or a Not So Fast in the hand of Ahri? I think if we did, we would have played it by now.
I mean,
The Watcher going to drop down to 3.
Any buff card is huge right now.
Yeah. Anything, Discipline, On Guard. There's so many options in green. Have we got any of them in our hand? Meditation.
Meditate, drawing 2.
Yeah.
I think we're trying
Okay.
to win on this turn. we get
Meditate
anything?
resolves. And he
Defy!
gets a Defy! He finds
That's
out the Meditate.
huge.
That is absolutely disgusting. The top deck nation for the Ahri. Don't get me wrong, they've played this so well, but my
Oh.
God, does that feel disgusting?
I mean, just playing to your outs perfectly here, saying, yeah, I can only win this game if I find this Defy of these 2 cards. I'm not gonna attack with this Rake this turn. I'm going for the win, and that is huge.
Yeah, the only thing that saves the Ezreal if this Ahri decides to move in is a Stupefy. That is the only card that can possibly save them. They're looking at their top deck. It was a hard bargain. Not enough runes to play
And
it.
that's not the
It
game.
dies, and Ahri taking a very, very messy game, but going 2-0 versus Ezreal. Ahri is good if you forget about her legend ability.
I mean, I think that's one of Ari's secret strengths. I feel like this. You don't see her too often. I mean, if you're going to Lille, keep this in mind.
Yeah, so just flicking back to the booth, I was just watching the end game chat there. He was like, "I'm so sorry, I'm so drunk," and the Ahri player was like, "No, I had fun. It was a fun game. That was an interesting game to play, for sure. It was an interesting game to watch. That's for
Right.
sure as well. Did you enjoy yourself, EK?
I'll be honest, I did enjoy myself. I mean, the Singularity game 1, the meditation and the Defy, this Artie player is just popping off in my heart.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just gives me that inspiration. I'm such a meta fiend. Whenever I see a deck like this, I'm like, hey, I just want to play that deck. Let's go have some fun. Is Ahri going to go into the deck box tomorrow at some point? Maybe.
Maybe. Honestly, after that kind of experience, maybe.
Yeah, we're loading into another game. Obviously, you guys are just looking at it or seeing us. Yeah, we'd looked at a Kaiser Mirror that's almost over, so we're probably going to dip out of that one. But chat, let me know. Did you enjoy that game? Is that one you're going to tell your friends about, or is that one you're going to forget about very quickly?
I mean, if I'm the SGR player, I am finishing that bottle of vodka and I'm forgetting about what happened there.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Or maybe the second one, depending. So we've got chat saying like, oh, how did he play the defy off the meditate draw? So in Riftbound, the chain doesn't like in this is where like Yu-Gi-Oh players get a bit confused. In Yu-Gi-Oh, the whole chain has to resolve all at once, all at the same time. In Riftbound, you layer the chain. So basically it's like, okay, spell 1 there, you can react to spell 2, you can get the draws off spell 2 and then react to spell 1, essentially. So it's a bit different on how we're looking. We're seeing Aurelia versus Victor, but we're seeing, I see the word judge in the chat, so probably is going to get a bit messy on this one as well. I don't know. Okay.
I think
yeah,
Victor
so we're
was
going
a
to join.
good one. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, we're going to join right at the end of the action. 7 points to the Victor, 6 to the Aurelia. But if we all know anything about Aurelia, when it has runes up and a Guardian Angel, my God, is it horrible to deal with.
I mean, if on the side of the Victor, we have our Vanguard Armory up. We do have 10 runes. And the salvage to get rid of the GA. This might be... I don't know if you can accelerate something, maybe with the Watcher. But I don't think as a deck, Aurelia cares too much about Watchers. Like, oh, +/-3. Okay, sure. Here's the punch first. I'll get my might back immediately.
Yeah, Defiant Dance is like the most shockingly broken spell I've ever seen in my life. Like a 4-might swing for 1 rune is absolutely disgusting. And that's the reason, Aurelia's as strong as she is. Like a Defiant Dance plus a native champion ability. Every time she's targeted already, she gets one. But a Cold of the Week, if that's not defied, that could be absolutely horrible. It looks like it's going to get windwalled. You have to. You absolutely have to. I get it. It's expensive, but you have to, and then you have to pray they don't have another one.
Now, we don't have enough green runes for the second spell here, so a second Call of the Week or just any removal spell does just spell the game for us.
Exactly. Imperial Decree! That hurts.
Do you have a Bellows?
It doesn't matter. He's got... Oh, no, they're tapped, aren't they? He must have a Bellows, right? Seal?
Bellows Breath. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. It's expensive, but it clears the board. What can you do with 1 rune with Aurelia against the Bellows? Not
I would
much,
say Defy, but we don't have green runes.
No, we used them all on that Windwall. Windwall's really expensive.
Right, yeah. I mean, and then we have... I think there's just nothing to do here.
Yeah, it looks like they're holding on for dear lives. This is fingertips on a rooftop right now. Like, is there anything you can do? Like, what are you thinking about? Yeah, he's like, even in the chat, the Victor player's like, you have no green runes. What are you going to do? I just love the chat on this. Just the smack talk that's going on. It might be better just to stream the chat, plus, I've got to be honest. Like, forget the game. Just stream the chat. Oh, dear. So Aurelia thinking really hard about what they want to do with their 1 purple rune against a Bellows Breath Imperial Decree combo. I'm not sure if there is anything they can do, but looks like Victor will be probably taking this one.
Right, and I feel like we just don't have the way to counter this, but we do have one option. Maybe we do run a unit. We can rush it into the Targon's Peak. Maybe a Stellar Corn off the top would be huge, because we remember if we do conquer that Targon's, we do have 2 runes. Refreshing. But Victor does have some access.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of discussion at the judge table right now. There's a little bit of discussion on the chat, sorry, just to see, like, the Aurelia is saying, like, no, I purposely left 1 green rune for the Defy, whereas right now the Victor player is saying, no, you definitely tap them all. So we're probably going to have to run it back a little bit. Luckily, there's a chat log that can clearly see quite easily how many runes they recycled. So if you want to scroll up in that chat plus, you'd be able to see.
I mean,
how many? Oh, okay. So maybe Victor didn't play the right cards. Okay.
I mean, if we had Defy, there's no way we're windwalling Call of the Week. So.
True.
I think that Aurelia going to die.
I'm not sure. They're still chatting. Basically, I think the Victor has said that basically, no, I didn't have enough for Bellows in the end. So interesting chat going on right now. This is the problem when you jump into games like literally 7 to 6 points. I didn't say it the other way. I'm not being a meme. So yeah, it's one of those things. So when you jump into a game this late, it's really hard to kind of get a grasp very quickly what's going on. And obviously with the discussions as well. Like, don't forget, these players are playing for like the Runes and Rift ladder. It's like quite a big deal to be the winner of these tournaments. There's players that are going on and doing very good things on Twitter and stuff. Spreading their guides and whatnot. So it's not a matter of like, oh, do you know what? Yeah, maybe I didn't get that right. There is a discussion to be had.
And we do have the Invitational coming up, so getting first or second on this tournament does get you the opportunity to compete further on.
Yeah, there's some really big prizes on those invitationals as well. I don't know how Plus is doing it. He must be a millionaire, I'm telling you. Or maybe he just needs lots and lots of subscribes on YouTube, subscribes on Twitch, follows, likes, all the good things that you guys in the community can do. So if you want to see those prize pools get bigger, you've got the opportunity right now.
I think we're
there you go, Plus. Little shower.
Guys, if you ever pull the Baron card.
Yeah, so it looks like they're still discussing the runes if they were right for the victor with the Bellows Breath. And again, we were just kind of a little bit late into that turn, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But luckily enough, I mean, both players should be keeping track somewhere. At the very least, they should be recording the game, so maybe they can just quickly flick back and have a look. But I imagine this might turn into a judge call just to make sure what's happening. This is the kind of painful thing about playing online. Like, it's quite hard to sort of check back what's going on. But we'll see if they get a resolution. Because right now, if that Bellows Breath goes through, I can only imagine that spells the end for the Aurelia EK, right? Is there any coming back?
No, I don't. I mean, you're going to have to just go for a top deck, maybe a any unit and a one cost buff spell, try and conquer, but this might be the end. But see, what did they play? They had 10 runes up on their turn. They played a Salvage for 2. They played a Call for 4. That's 4 runes. Then it's a Imperial for 5. That's 2 plus 2 is 4 plus 5 is 9. Yeah, that should be enough. 10. Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah,
that's enough.
They definitely had 10 on their turn, right?
Yeah. I'm checking the stream right now. They did have 10, so definitely had enough runes to play it. Maybe he's talking about how many runes were floated, but I think at this point, the amount of runes that we have doesn't matter because it's either does already have the out or do they not have the out.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a little bit of discussion still going on. It's like, hey, look, 2 plus 2 plus 5 plus 1 equals 10. I had 10 runes. We've just basically done the same thing on stream as well. And all I can see is the bro. No, bro. What? Bro. Why is it always bro when someone gets a rule wrong?
I mean, to be fair,
it's always bro.
I mean, to be fair, these players compete for a lot. Right, check
we're just doing a.
Yeah, we were on. We were on 10.
Yeah, so basically, Aurelia is saying you started on 9. The Victor player is saying I started on 10. These cards equal 10 runes, and the Aurelia player is like, no, you had 9. So we're a little bit. We've gone to capitals in the chat now. That can't be a good sign. Just smashing that capital. Do you know what? This game isn't going anywhere, so we're going to switch back to the caster booth. We'll let the judges resolve this. There's nothing much more we can do in this situation. As soon as a cap slot goes on, it's not going to get resolved very quickly.
I mean, I pity the judge that has to go through that, I'll be honest. Tough call from them. But I think if you're the Aurelia player there, right? I think there's no way out. Maybe like On Guard, Stellacorn, but I mean, that's chances of that happening, and then chances of Victor not having a Hidden Blade from the end of turn ready too. I think that's definitely in the Victor's hands.
Yeah, exactly. I think like Victor's in a game-winning position there. We do see the Vanguard Armory. We see the couple of recruits lying around. Only 2 cards in hand, so maybe not. Like the Aurelia thinks they can win, but again, this is not for us. This is for the judge. I don't think we're going to manage to get into another game, so I think it's just going to be me and you chatting for a little bit. EK, how did you find those games? Were they fun?
Oh, honestly, I think definitely one of the best parts about casting is you get to see some insane plays. I mean, meditate to defy. I mean, some people don't even know that play exists, right? With the knowledge of
Yeah,
the stack.
exactly.
So it's
Yeah,
just
that's
really
the
cool
thing. Like,
coming over.
yeah, knowledge of the chain in this game does save a lot of games for you. And just knowing how those resolve. Like sometimes if you've got draw cards in your hand and you can react, you can possibly see another card. So there's always options in terms of that. So it's good to see like these players knowing the way their deck works. And again, this just comes from practice and practice and practice. But what are you feeling for set 3? Who are you going with, EK?
I mean, I'll be honest. I think maybe some of the homies back at the UAE are watching right now. I am a green-orange lover. I've been doing it from set 1. In
okay.
its strongest and its weakest, I'll be playing that deck. So I think the new Master Yi looks to be really fun. I think people are calling the XP package kind of weak, but it's green and orange, and I'm gonna play it.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's really strong. So did you play Jack set 2 then?
Oh, I love Jax. I mean, kind of sad to see what happened to him. The new rule changes, but I did win a skirmish with it before the ban list, so I'm happy with the performance he has. Sadly, couldn't go to Lille to hunt for these like green-orange metal cards, but I think it's just a very cool like mid-rangey playstyle that I just fallen in love with.
Yeah, exactly. No, to be fair, I really enjoyed Jax. Like I said to myself, like as soon as I win a skirmish, I will switch to Jax. And then I won the skirmish, and the whole weapon flickering errata happened, and then Jax just fell off. Like it just wasn't fun anymore for me. So it's a shame, but hopefully, yeah, we've got the new Yi with the XP package. I think it's quite strong personally. Like if you can get the hunt triggers nice and early, you get some shockingly powerful cards very quickly.
I mean, you do have the Reckoner's Arena to get that double proc too. So just in general, I feel like the deck does have a lot of potential. So it would be funny to see how the Chinese meta kind of develops, because I think this is the last set we have where they have the quick the release before us.
Yep.
But I mean, from my point of view, I think it's good, but it's not as good as some of the monsters we're about to see in set 3. But speaking of, I mean, what are you gonna play in set 3?
Oh, that's a tough choice. Like when I saw Vex, I was like, do you know what? This might be quite fun. Green purple. I've been playing Aurelia, quite enjoying Aurelia, but I've got to be honest. I'm messing around with the discard Pike Baron, and it's really fun. It's really fun. So I might be a disgusting red purple player yet again, and just dropping those Barons to ruin everyone's day.
Oh no, I think the Barons. I think one of the coolest cards you're getting next set. The ability to just have the extra battlefield, it just does so much. But also, I feel like what's the card I'm thinking about? When you play me discard once, just one of the more toxic things you can do with Pike. You know,
the fairy, yeah. And then you play it, bring it back. Yeah, the spirit. That's right. You play it, bring it back, play it again. It's just like just keep discarding cards. Oh, by the way, you're down to 1 card for the rest of the game. Enjoy. Yeah, that's kind of like so toxic, and that's kind of why I'm leaning that way. I like to ruin people's day. No one else can have fun.
I mean, what do you do? It's like, oh, you just got discarded 3 times in a row, and they just slam a Baron. It's like, okay, you had the answer in your hand, but not anymore.
Yeah, exactly right. But it looks like all the rounds are finishing up, and EK, this is my exit. I think. Are you staying on for one more? Have you got one more?
I think I have one more in me. I think it'd be next round. I think it'd be the final round of Swiss. Be interesting to see what kind of decks we have as the players kind of scramble into the top 4 spot, which would be very competitive. I feel like this week. But anything you want to say before you? I mean,
I would definitely love to say something, EK. It's been an absolute pleasure. First time casting with you, and I think we gelled really well. So looking forward to seeing you cast the next couple of rounds as well. I've got my main compadre who I do skirmishes with coming up a little bit later as well, Agito Swiftly. So make sure you tune into his cast because he's fantastic as well. But for me, that's me out. You can catch me at SC Button Me Up on Twitter. You can catch me on YouTube, BMU Cast, Twitch is BMU Casts. And if you go to my Twitter, I've currently designed a companion app to work with TCG Arena and Rift Atlas. Has like match logging functionalities, community functionalities, so it helps you get better at the game. A few people have picked it up and they're really, really enjoying it. So if you catch me on Twitter, all the links and the downloads and stuff will be there displayed. Hope you enjoy it, and yeah, thank you for having me. Plus, really appreciate it, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your cast, guys.
Thanks so much. Hope to see you soon, or maybe cast another game with you too.
Absolutely.
Wages of Pain comes out to swiftly answer that and take the Inferno away.
Inferno's such a good ability, right? You have the newest mechanic coming into set 3, the ambush. You're able to reaction speed play a card when you have units on a certain battlefield. So now that the Vex moved on over, you had a unit on that battlefield, so ambush comes down. But as you point out, the Wages of Pain taking her out, and that abandoned hall paying dividends for this Diana player, going up 2 might on that single turn, enough to take care of a lot of units, specifically the Vex. So Pyke off to a good start, but Diana looking to have stabilized here, as it is 3-3, but they do have both battlefields under their control currently, so not too bad.
Yeah, now we get to see the Pyke accelerated out, essentially, like we mentioned before. It can just take care of that goal to make him come out ready as a 4 might attacker, and then being the second card will also stand up this Darius. So now we have 11 might potential on attack, so we'll see how he decides to go about this. Looks like he's just going to test the waters by attacking the Ripper's Bay with the Pyke first, showing 4-2, but of course Ravenbloom has the original abandoned hall effect, but it looks like that's not going to be the case here. We're just going to go for the ambush Diana, actually.
Nice stuff. So ambush can go on both sides, and that does come down to take down the Pyke with 4 might. When you play a spell, you get +2, but he was already tapped out, couldn't play any remaining spells, but that does leave the abandoned hall rather exposed. So nice little cleanup conquer for the back line. Darius to go up to 4, so swinging things ever so slightly in his favor. But what's not in his favor so far is the hand economy currently. 2 cards to 4 cards. Not feeling comfortable. To be fair, Mr. Plus, I haven't played the most amount of Pyke. What are the kind of resource generation cards in terms of card draw that Pyke has access to, if you're familiar with it?
I'm not sure what this version of a Pyke list might be playing. I mean, there's definitely some. There's the new card that is available in purple, the draw 2 discard one that is essentially the Ezreal on a spell. We did actually, I just want to point out real quick, this Diana did not utilize the legend ability when the Darius pushed in onto the abandoned hall, and could have actually, because any showdown is valid for this effect, could have opted to use that to gain a resource and then do the predict for the blue Diana. Instead, just let that card go. And that is another thing that we've been seeing as a way to boost the hand advantage for this Diana. Of course, Pyke, like you mentioned already, is struggling to keep up in hand parity, and I'm not entirely sure what else they might be running. There's also the new 3-cost red spell that draws you a card for every battlefield you control. So there are some draw options available for Pyke, but so far not seeing anything of the sort. Just kind of playing for value, and now we're going to get to see the stack deck come out, and maybe this can find us something that'll draw us some extra cards.
Yeah, we'll see. And it looks like he did a bit of a interesting interaction. He Tide Turner, so swapped the battlefield, or swapped the Darius to the Tide Turner, and then played the Legend ability, or used the Legend ability to return the Tide Turner. Wait, the Tide Turner's in the trash, or is back in the hand? No, it's back in the hand.
It's
I'm
back
pretty
in
sure.
the hand, yeah.
Right.
Here we see it deployed again. This is a pretty cool little trick that Pyke can do to kind of swap around and give pseudo ganking to things, thanks to being able to reutilize Tide Turner multiple times in a turn.
but making it somewhat straightforward for the Diana player. Just a single card left after this following stack deck. A Tide Turner and a Darius. That's everything to the name of the Pike player. So let's see, can they try to hold things on? Because a Mind Splitter slash a Ravenblue student will be easy pickings for this Tide Turner. So that's a Conquer number 1 going up to 5. And you could very well be tying things up, but trying to equalize the hand size. One of the newest cards to set 3 is a straight up discard card. I don't remember the exact name, but I do remember the ability.
Bewitching Spirit. I remember this card's name because it's been my entire life since set 3 has been spoiled and been able to be tested. I've been obsessed with playing Bewitching Spirit. This card is very, very strong, especially in a deck like Pike that can reutilize it over and over. You can conquer a battlefield, deploy the Bewitching Spirit straight to the battlefield, and then immediately pick it back up with the Pike to keep it safe, and then just keep having access to consistent discard. And it is quite annoying to be on the other side of.
You're so right. That seems to be more likely the combo a lot of Pike players have kind of leaned on. At least what I've heard so far is the fact of this Bewitching Spirit going on the board, back to hand on the board, discard your opponent over and over again. A bit of a slower pace kind of strategy, but an effective one nonetheless. But in this situation, you're the one out of cards. Diana has plenty to work with just 3 remaining. Not the most, but a little bit more than what you have, of course. So plays out Hui, I believe is his name. A glorified traveling merchant, but does a little bit extra. What do you know about Hui?
Hui is an incredibly strong card for blue. Definitely a big boon for all mind decks going forward. Reads, when I move, draw 1, then discard 1, then do the following based on the type of card discarded. So spells are going to draw you a card, gears are going to ready 2 of your runes, and units are going to give him +3. So he can move in and be an attacker for 8, which is very threatening. He can just draw you more cards, or he can, of course, untap some runes to extend your turn. He just does it all, and he's a very, very valuable card to have in a Diana deck like this.
It does seem to be quite a strong card. A little bit of way of getting some resources, as we mentioned, a way that Pike has tend to be struggling on so far. But man, these wages of pain, putting in the work for Diana. I believe that might have been the second/third wages of pains coming down, and no more discard options for the Pike. So he sees the writings on the walls, decides to concede. That is game number 1 of this round number 3. Going over to the way of Diana. So up 1 game. And little side note, both of these guys are straight flexing online with the overnumbered of both of their legends. I love it.
Through and the hair forming a crescent as well. The theming is just on point. I love the overnumbers for this set.
Yeah, they killed it, because I believe the set 1, their set 1, those are truly classic. It's going to be tough to beat those, but set 2, when they came out, they try to confine every single overnumbered legend pretty much with a similar style. It was more of that, not watercolor, but similar watercolor, and they just narrowed it to just 2 colors. So paintery kind of feel. I love that they kind of diversified and made each legend their own in this set 3. I like that a little bit better than what they did in Spiritforged, of course. But Arena's great is to get things rolling in this game number 1. Both players will be starting off with a single point and no turn 1 opening for Pike. But Diana does have her chosen champion, as we saw how good it was for her in that game number 1. Sets it up to try to make some waves in this game number 2 one more time.
Yeah, and then we get to see a Bewitching Spirit come out for Pike. So this engine getting online early. We'll see whether or not Diana's able to kill it in the backline to stop it from being a nuisance and being able to go up, conquer, return it to hand, and redeploy it and rinse and repeat until you're out of cards in hand. Hopefully there is an answer for Diana in this deck to the back row that will be able to deal with that. But another thing to point out about this Diana Chosen Champion unit is that being a 3-for-3, now on this game that we got to see that going second, you have access to one of the better champions in the game for 3-for-3. Currently, we kind of see most people agree that Lucian is probably one of the best chosen champions in the game, as having that orange Lucian being able to come out as a 3-for-3 with Weapon Master and being able to go in and come back is very powerful. But Diana might be giving him a run for his money, being Also a 3 for 3, but with this effect to predict and draw you a card is very powerful.
Yeah, and like you said, you're basically predicting for free because it costs an energy predict, but Diana generates that free energy during that showdown and plays out a Vex to round out that second turn for the Diana player. Passes back over. Are we about to see the discard engine get things rolling for Pyke? So sends in for a nice little conquer. Most likely will deploy out that legend ability before to do so. The Starcross, even better way of getting it back in hand. So this might be a discard or two, isn't it, for the Pyke player?
Yeah, I love the Star-Crossed edition. I mean, this card has been so strong, especially with Bewitching Spirit. It can create some insanely difficult positions, unsurmountable even positions for your opponent. If you're able to get their hand all the way ripped down to 0 to 1 cards, they get into a point where even if they were to deploy a giant unit off of the top of their deck, something like, say, even an Elder Dragon, you can play the Bewitching Spirit out, make them discard whatever cards they have left, then Star-Cross that Elder Dragon back into the deck, redeploy your Bewitching Spirit, and now Elder Dragon's in the trash. So Star-Crossed is going to be a huge boon for purple decks, especially decks revolving around Bewitching Spirit.
Right, and it makes so much sense in a Pyke build that kind of makes good use of getting cards back in the hand like that Starcross does. And you're so right, it is reaction speed, so you can react to the trigger of Elder Dragon. So I 100% agree. I think we're going to see a whole lot of Starcross in this next Riftbound Unleashed meta, but Diana ends up holding up to 3 points, hides a nice little card, and then passes it on over with a full 6 runes available on the opposing turn. But now Pyke in a much comfortable position as opposed to as he was in that game number 1. So conquers as he did before and might do a little bit of deja vu of what we saw in that previous turn. Bringing that bewitching spirit back to hand might be the next play we see.
Yes, and the added bonus of getting the gold from doing so off of the Pyke Legend ability is also super nice. Just having access to easy gold generation is always great. I mean, we
All right, guys, we are indeed back and looking to close out the final round for today's Swiss. We are down to just 2 undefeated players, and interesting enough, we will be spectating these guys, so only one of these will remain undefeated. But I am here joining EK to round out today's Swiss. How are we feeling about our next matchup? If you want to let these guys know what to expect on the feature.
Right, so I think today we have 2 of the strongest decks in the meta right now, Kai'Sa and Aurelia. And we have, I think, a bit of a dreaded matchup for the Kai'Sa player. Kai'Sa really liking to just remove all cards from battlefields, but that gets a little bit harder when every single card you have to deal with has Deflect. You know, we have the Defies, have Not So Fast, have the buffs. So it'll be interesting to see how we get that kind of, how we play around that in this matchup. But also just Kai'Sa, super strong deck. So
yeah. I think both of these decks are extremely strong. As you just pointed out, these are the top dogs in the meta. Kai'Sa rose up a couple notches since the bans, and Aurelia fell down a couple notches since the post bans. Traditionally, or historically I should say, Aurelius has had a favorable matchup against Kai'Sa decks, but now things have kind of leveled the playing field with the post bans. There's no Obelisk of Power to turn 1, maybe even turn 0 if you will. Sneaky deckhand, get those early on 2 points because Aurelia loves to play from ahead. But let's go ahead and see how this matchup is shaping out in this newer post-ban meta. 2 undefeated players, 1 walking away, remaining undefeated. Let's find out which of those players it will be.
I think something really big that you mentioned is the lack of turn 1 sneaky. I think Kai'Sa one of the best decks in the format to deal with sneaky because it comes on their turn 4. We have that early removal with Hextech Ray, so that's a big power swing actually in the favor of Kai'Sa in this matchup.
Yeah, it does feel that way. And rushing to set things up, I misput their names. Let me fix that real quick. And guys, and for those in chat wondering where I can see the standings, exclamation point bracket should be able to get you there. But give me one little bit of a second. What happened, we had a feature match, but then they denied being on the feature match. So it threw us off a little bit. But we do see a little 1-2 Pondering Poro with the Yordle getting developed out for Kai'Sa. And then nice little boots. So is able to go ahead and play out the Chosen Champion and ready it if they do so. But you're completely tapped out. So I don't love that play. Do you like getting your champion when you're tapped out, EK? Or do you want to wait one more turn?
I mean, to be fair, against Aurelia, the only thing that you're scared of is Charm. We don't have that in base removal, but Charm does require us to play a unit, equip it, ready it, and have it be strong enough to get rid of our Kai'Sa. So in a way, I do think we're safe playing our Chosen Legend. But from Aurelia, I mean, do you just say, hey Kai'Sa, do you want to deflect 3? Yes or no? And I think the Aurelia saying, you know what, I want to keep my card here.
Right, saying he doesn't want to risk it, even though, as you pointed out, it is a really heavy investment to get that Aurelia off the board. The only killing options are something like a Falling Star. If they equip the Boots of Swiftness, there isn't really a good answer. So actually just going to forego it for now, even though he wouldn't have the cleanest answers, but just setting things up. And Aurelia post-bans have become a rather slow and steady wins the race kind of deck. As we're seeing here, Kai'Sa already up to 3 points, while Aurelia is still way behind and just going on the board development game plan. Kai'Sa looking pretty good so far in this early game.
Right, but the double hopeful might be a bit of an issue, but again, Aurelia is not a deck that's afraid of high might units. That Fervent being able to go to 10 might with a few cards is one of its biggest strengths. But now, Fervent with GA is one of the hardest cards to get rid of in the game, but especially for Kai'Sa. We do have 2 runes up for something like Not So Fast 2.
Yeah,
So
I believe so. Trying to leave 2 runes up, unless you want to go ahead and use that legend ability on your turn. You could tap a rune to go ahead and stand your legend and then pay a rune to ready her, and just decides to leave it there because, you know, the hardest thing about Aurelia, some people describe it as a bit of a straightforward deck, but those that really play an Aurelia deck, they know keeping rune management and being conservative at the right points makes a huge difference between a good Aurelia player and the best Aurelia player. So being quite conservative here, doesn't want to go ahead and tap more than he needs. As EK pointed out, you want to go ahead and leave 2 runes where you can for those not so fast, or at the minimum something like a Defy. But let's see if they could get it done with something like just sheer raw might power, because that is a good amount of might. Exactly 9 might in the back line. Technically enough for now, but I don't trust it with Defiant Dance being maybe in the hand for Aurelia.
Right, and maybe it's a case where Aurelia is also at 7. 7's one of the hardest numbers because we can't Singularity, we can't Falling Star, and if we do, we have to invest a Stupefy. And that Stupefy is also another Deflect. We do have the gold token, we do have the Kai'Sa legend, but it might get a bit too expensive for our player here.
Right, especially the simple fact there is a keyword deflect on it, but trying to go for it and actually goes for the Void Seeker on his own unit just to get a +1 draw and make that +2 draw because of the Void Seeker drawing 1 as well. But little by little, Aurelia trying to stabilize in this early to mid game, I should say, going up to 2 points, and thanks for the Boots of Swiftness can go ahead and move on over, gank to the Void Gate. You're a little bit more exposed because of the additional +1 bonus damage. So something like Falling Star will be doing 4 total damage each proc. So it's a little crazy, but since you have the safety net of a Guardian Angel, you're not ever feeling too bad, are you?
Right, and I feel like also Kai'Sa looking at this matchup and saying, you know what, I'm just going to use my early point lead to just develop a board and maybe try and cheese a win here with stuff like Watcher, stuff like Time Warp. But basically forcing our opponent to go into this very dangerous battlefield for Aurelia here. The big option here is, do we ready our Aurelia here and just gank back to the Sunken and saying, you know what, I'm going to keep my Aurelia safer for the cost of 1 extra rune, but choosing not to.
Right, and more so since you already scored on the Sunken Temple, I would have almost been inclined to go ahead and just recall back, but honestly, that is double the trouble, double Guardian Angels. There is just no world this Aurelia is going to the trash anytime soon, and I think Kaiser knows it, so I think she's going to go on the game plan you kind of mentioned, try to sneak out a win where you don't have to conquer both battlefields, but if you get to at least that 7-point threshold, something like a Time Warp into that hold for the 8th point might be your only way, because right now Aurelia can play the game plan to just kind of move on over, just dance across these battlefields, and as long as you're leaving up enough runes for things like combat tricks, things like counters with the not so fast, you're never feeling that in trouble, to say the least. But a Darius comes down for the time being. Is he going for 8k? Because that could be up to 7 plus the 2 is 9 plus the 4 is 13, and then all said and done plus the additional 4 up to 17. That's a good impressive number.
Right, 17 is a good impressive number, but I feel like a better number is that +6 Defiant Dance using the using the Aurelia legend. So I think Kaiser's saying, I'm just gonna wait. I have a Time Warp turn set up. I have a huge board. You can only defend one battlefield at a time. I think that's one of Aurelia's biggest weaknesses.
Yeah, I
Because
think
no
he
matter
is
what
playing
she
it
does,
very intelligently so far. Just trying to pick his spots, not kind of overextend where he needs to. He knows Aurelia has a really tough time of dealing with the back line. The only card they really do have to deal with the back line is things like Charm, and that's only individual units dealt with at a time. So even if they had all 3 Charms in hand, that wouldn't even effectively clear everything that they have to worry about, but does go ahead and tie things up. So 5-5. So Kaiser have to get going, but speaking of, it will be a charm to at least take down the biggest might unit back there, and that's the Darius going to the trash. They do get up to the 12 runes though, so they definitely have a whole lot of runes to work with for the remaining of the game, or for the remaining of round number 1. As you mentioned, the Time Warp is on the table. We are talking about Kaiser decks. We don't know for a fact if they do have something like a Time Warp, of course, but we could only guesstimate a little bit, as we have seen successful Kaisers of the past run things like it. So it does have the option to just do a straightforward conquer on that Void Gate, get up to 6. But man, that's Aurelia holding to 6 and then jumping on over to the other battlefield, conquering to 7. But oh, this is tricky. I mean, I guess there's a world you can still maybe do the play we were discussing.
Right, because I feel like we do go up to 7 on our turn for the Aurelia, but then we'll leave the Sunken Temple open. So the Kaiser Conquerors goes up to 7 and then just play Time Warp and they go up to 8.
Right.
That wins them the game. So it's all about, can Aurelia defend against 2 battlefields? Maybe we have Ride the Wind, and I think that's what we're trying to go into. Maybe these Ride the Winds, these charms, to kind of navigate against that game plan. I mean, that's what an early point lead does for you.
Right, it looks to be guys are putting Aurelia in a bit of a tough spot. I mean, we say that, but the biggest caveat being if he does or maybe does not have the Time Warp, because in a world where Kaiser doesn't actually have the Time Warp, this is a very tough spot, because I don't think you're ever going to be truly able to conquer this Aurelia away, but one step in the right direction. You want to take away the ganking capabilities from this Aurelia, making it that much harder, because Aurelia is a legend that doesn't have the hardest times, but without the Boots of Swiftness, it does make it that much harder to find your way over to the other battlefield. So I like that Rocket Barrage there.
Right, I think some players here would just gravitate on the GAs, but the Kaiser being very smart, very experienced player, going for the movement capability here, saying, I'm going to make you use your buff spells on your own turn, get rid of these Aurelia procs, and just target your hand when it's your turn. So when it's my turn, I just need to double conquer. You have less cards, less runes, and an easier way out for me to win the game.
Yeah, because right now you got to leave a unit, and not just any unit, a decently strong unit to deal with the current back line of Kaiser. That's at minimum 10 total mic incoming your way. So it just doesn't realistically seem too likely to do so. because right now you do have a way of finding your way over to the Void Gate. You could recall back to base, do like a simple on guard, or of course the signature spells, anything to just target, utilize that legend, move on forward and push. Yes, you go up to 7, but as we keep going back to, and another Swiftney's
another one.
coming down, that makes it a little bit easier, of course. But the biggest problem we keep going back to, he leaves a battlefield exposed. But you know, the more narrow that Kaiser hand gets, the less likelihood there is of an actual time warp. What are we thinking, EK? Do we actually think there's a time warp here?
I mean, if you're the Aurelia player, you're prey, right? But the important part here, I think, is this first Forerunner, one of the cards that's seen maybe the biggest glow-ups in this meta. You did get rid of it, but we still have 6 might in the background. That's what, 16 might now facing you?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe if we don't have the time warp, maybe we have a bunch of... I mean, maybe you have enough cards to straight up kill it. Remember that Falling Star is doing 8 damage now that we're on the Void Gate.
Right, sometimes
So
you
this
got to
might
do it the
actually be-
good old-fashioned way, just with the numbers in your base, the numbers that you have in hand. So let's see what they decide to do, because it could very well be the last turn for both of these players. And I think this is sniffing like a time warp.
That's a little bit of a time warp.
Oh yeah, right, because he's putting everything there. But wait a minute, he's doing a discipline to maybe draw into a Ride the Wind is the only out Aurelia can think about, because he doesn't have the Ride the Wind most likely in hand. Goes up, does he draw the Ride the Wind? Because if not, the time warp is looking to close out this game number 1. A little comeback from behind, or they were never truly behind, but
And
here
there
it
it
is.
is.
100% it was the time warp.
Right. I feel like also maybe getting a bit too excited, sending everything in there, because if we do have the Ride the Wind, we do just lose our board.
Right.
But I mean, it worked out either way. That time warp just brilliant usage of his Death Knell cards, and using, remember the Hex deck? That was the 3-mana deal 4 draw card on our own. I think it was a Scout to draw 1 more card. I think just consistent drawing from this new mid-range version of Kai'Sa that's seen a lot more play now in this new meta.
Okay. You know, now going into game number 2, they do have the options to go ahead and tech in those sideboard cards into the main board. We saw a couple good cards. It wasn't so much an Aurelia, but Windwall is an option to go ahead and just flat out counter. But the more realistic option that we've seen a lot of successful Aurelia players in the past kind of go towards is the hard bargains. At least 1 hard bargain, hopefully 2 hard bargains for any Aurelia fans here today, because hard bargain might just be a way of taking down that time warp. But in that situation, you had 3 runes, I believe, for Aurelia player, and Kai'Sa had all 12, so you needed to repeat hard bargain, or else Kai'Sa could just tap the 2 to counter the hard bargain. No, I believe that's what the rune counts were on each side.
I think so. And definitely one of the biggest weaknesses now is that we don't have this early game tempo from the sneaky deckhand, especially now going first, because we only have 2 runes. So will this be another case where we fall behind in points as we give this Kai'Sa just a free early game, basically?
You know, it was a matter of just lacking a bit of tempo early on, right? We were discussing when he had the GA, when he had the Swifties online, was it beneficial to try to get the Aurelia a bit sooner than later? And I guess hindsight 2020, he needed the Aurelia maybe 1 turn earlier, because as long as he had the swiftness online, he was able to go ahead and double conquer, not double conquer, but hold and conquer, essentially double scoring each turn. If he had started 1 turn sooner, he would have actually been able to get there before the Kai'Sa, but it will be Kai'Sa getting onto the scoreboard first, getting it with the sentry there on Targon's Peak, so has the option of fully tapping out and relying on the ready 2 at the end of the turn to feel a little bit safer, but essentially almost taps out and back up to 3 as we're seeing here for Kai'Sa.
Right, and right now we see probably the one card that just flips this matchup on its head right now, and that is the Celicorn Hoarder. But deciding to go into... Oh, I guess it does not matter too much because we do have the Hextech Ray, but if we kept the Herder in that battlefield, we'd have no way of moving it back. And I think we are insisting on it, saying, no, I want to get this point.
It almost seems to me there is no way around it. He has to have something like a boost of swiftness in the hand. As long, that's the only way you feel pretty confident pushing in the Stellarcorn Herder, because that is one of the downsides you think is a good counter to Aurelia decks. But just as we saw in game number 1, the boost of swiftness really allows him to go ahead and move on into either battlefields. And speaking of moving to other battlefields, the Stellarcorn Herder trying to capitalize on a lot of resources being expended on this Kaiser's turn, or on Kaiser's turn, Kaiser's hand in general. And that's another card draw, and it's ready. So an additional card, EK. That's 3 cards in a single turn. Stellarcorn is insane sometimes.
Right, that's a draw 3. We conquered both battlefields, and we're getting 2 runes at the end of our turn. Just a huge swing for the Aurelia player here.
It really was. So got up to 2 points. So starting things off decently well. And more importantly, you get to keep your Stellarcorn Herder nice and safe in the back line. So Kaiser can't go ahead and take down the Herder with the unit and then try to ping it in the back line after Zhonya's Hourglass. You're only leaving the option being you have to have something like a Falling Star. And without any reflexive triggers a couple erratas ago, that Zhonya's Hourglass will be able to protect the Stellarcorn Herder from something, at least a single Falling Star. But just trying to go ahead and set up a good defensive front on the Targon's Peak. I don't know if it's time for the Aurelia Fervent to come out to play, as you can't really ready it. So this is going to be an interesting turn for Aurelia. Maybe just go ahead on the game plan he had a bit earlier in game 1. Just try to establish a bit of those gears. Something like a Boots of Swiftness, something like a Guardian Angel. Wouldn't be terrible. And then just kind of look at Volmont for a simple conquer. But we'll see what he has in mind.
Right, and this the huge might difference here. As the Aurelia player, we do have the cards to kind of beat it, but one of the best cards in this situation for the Kai'Sa to have is Retreat. We have our no more uses of it, but there's a Defy to counter that card, keep our Herder alive. I think we just want to keep that thing on that battlefield. Again, this is the very important question. Do you summon the Aurelia here? We do have the Zhonyas, but the Kai'Sa can just remove the Herder or proc the Zhonyas and then go for Falling Star. We do have cards at hand for it. It'll be interesting to see what we do.
Right, you're saying if he has something like a Darius to go ahead and accelerate that unit over to the Volmonts, kill the Stellarcorn Herder, and I believe you would still have runes. I mean, Darius is 5, Falling Star is 2. I think there's a world you could actually kill your board, and that would be absolutely devastating for our Aurelia down below. I wonder if they have that 1-2 combo punch, because that could be exactly what Kaiser needs to just wrap up this game as early as this mid game we're finding ourselves in, but retreats this survivor for the time being, but instead goes for the Piercing Light. Kind of a bit of what we're talking about, but you do have to pay 1 for the repeat. Or was it repeated? He paid 2, so maybe it wasn't repeated.
I think what Kai'Sa can do here is repeat the Piercing Light. Actually, use the Piercing Light once, and then proc 2 damage on the Aurelia. And if we have Frigid Touch in the situation, we can just kill it because of the marked damage on it. That way, we are going through both Zhonya. I'm actually confused. How did the Zhonya get procced?
I think he ended up repeating. So he started the turn with 8. Wait, was it 8? I might have to look it back, but I think it was repeated 2-2 and then paid the deflect with the legend ability. So paid 2 for the repeated and then deflect with the legend ability. Unless it was 3, because he would have to tap 4, right? So he had to start the turn with 9.
I mean, I'll probably take our players. I mean, these players are undefeated, so I'm not going to question them on their play. So probably something that we did miss. But right now, we do have a pretty good situation as the Aurelia. We have a lot of cards in hand. We have the +2 runes from this Targon's Peak, so it's more of a, I'm just going to kill your Ferris. Yes, you're going to spawn those tokens, but you only have 2 cards in hand. What would be 4 on your turn with the Death Knell proc, but you have 8 cards as an Aurelia. And this is basically a free conquer because we're getting these 2 runes back from Discipline.
Yeah, it does feel that way, right? Because you could push in, so Aurelia's already at 8 total might. The current defending might as a tapped out Kai'Sa is 7. Of course, you do get those 2 mech tokens in the back line after everything's said and done. but this could go ahead and very well be a double conquer turn. If there's something like a Boots of Swiftness, you want to make sure you leave enough online for your opponent's turn. You want to play those combat tricks as you inevitably have in hand, right? As you mentioned, there is just one too many cards in hand. First things first, we get a charm to take down the survivor while you can. You still have your full runes pretty much available if you pass here. So I'm wondering if something like a Boots is worth it in this position, and our answer is yes. Aurelia goes ahead and plays it out. Most likely should be able to go ahead and recycle 2 runes. Yep, and this is exactly what we were discussing before, so should be going up to 5, and then you pass the turn, and interesting enough, doesn't want to be trapped in essentially, or stay out of battlefield, since a lot of Kaiser spells do read if a unit's at the battlefield, so I can respect that.
Also, Kaiser does just want to play on this even scoring tempo, so going to 6, going to 5 is kind of... This difference between 4 and 5 points to a Kai'Sa is not that big of a deal. The Aurelia player is saying, that's fine with me. You can go up to 5. That's the same as me going to the Vilmos. Oh, we have a Gust to just outright remove this token, because tokens can go to hand.
Oh, I love this tech. I don't ever think I've seen a Gus in an Aurelia deck. If memory serves me right, there might have been a national Aurelia that had Gus as a one-of in the deck, but I'm loving Gus post-ban meta. We even seen the likes of Gus join the Draven deck sometimes. I believe the top 4 decks, 2 of the Dravens there had a whole set, at least 2 Gus in their main board. So I think it's definitely coming back, as it does kind of work as a pseudo fighter flight. It just only impacts those smaller units, of course, but works pretty well here against these mechs, as we're seeing.
Right, and with the advent of decks like Rexai, decks like Victor that do want to have more of a swarm, small unit game plan, it's cheaper than Fight or Flight, and it gets rid of these permanent units, so it does have a pretty good place in the meta. And it can be used on your own cards, as we've seen with the Ezreal lists with their sneaky deckhand, the aggressive tempo versions.
Yeah, now that you bring that up, that makes a good amount of sense, because Stellarcorn is a 3-might unit. If you get it is reaction speed. Bring it back to your hand to kind of save it for down the road. But first things, Aurelia will be conquering Valmon's lair. I could only imagine they have a way of targeting to go ahead and ready it on this turn and maneuver their way over to Targon's Peak for the time being. You have a decent amount of runes to work with, so you're not feeling all that bad about leaving it on the battlefield this time around. So we do get the On Guard. I would imagine he's going to pay the Legend ability. More importantly, though, I feel like we just leave all our runes up after this, or what are we thinking?
I mean, we can use the 2 runes to just play anything, maybe a Discipline to draw a card, but we are at 6 points, which is definitely where the Aurelia wants to be. Just one more double conquer from the win. One thing you can do in this situation is you pay 1 to retap the Aurelia legend and then bring her back to base. Because we don't have a Zhonya's or a Guardian's Angel right now, so that Aurelia is sort of exposed.
It does feel that way, right? You have to really rely on something like a not so fast. So you do go ahead and play out another Boots of Swiftness just to bring up that might total that much higher. So defending at 11 so far, but we know just how quickly, or defending at 8 so far, but we know just how fast that Aurelia Fervent Might can get out of control. A bit of a saving grace, though, for Kaiser. There's only 4 cards in hand, so they probably don't have all 4 of those cards being those combat tricks. But speaking of combat tricks, we get a nice little Blood Rush we don't see every day from Kaiser players.
Right, Blood Rush is a card, but we get that hopeful up to 8 might, so we are trading right now. But again, it is Aurelia, so that is just basically infinite might on board against this deck.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of might, as you pointed out. That is a repeated Blood Rush. So Nox is hopeful, effectively tying the Aurelia for the time being. But 4 cards to 4 cards. Which of these 4 cards is going to be more beneficial?
The second one!
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of the sauce why Kaiser has made it so far in today's event. A Blood Rush used to be played in old school Draven decks, but interesting enough, paying good dividends here in our final round of Swiss. But of course, a Defiant Dance might have something else to say about it.
Oh, I think that's the Defiant Dance. No cards in hand. I think that's a flip. We had maybe a Falling Star, but with that many cards in hand and from the Aurelia, I just don't think there was ever a world where we took that game.
Yeah, he's already saw the bigger picture, saying there is no world I could falling star it, try to do some damage, but that's just way too expensive, and that is GG. Or you couldn't even do that, I believe, because after the cleanup from combat. So yeah, it is a tie game, 1 apiece. Both of these undefeated players have done so well in this entire event. And as we said before this game started, only one will continue that undefeated streak into our top 4 cut. And because it's top 4 cut, it, funny enough, actually depends if the loser makes it into top 4. They do have some great tiebreakers, but remember, the tiebreakers now, the primary tiebreaker is your own win percentage. So there's going to be 1 undefeated guaranteed in one of these players, and then 3 X1s. So if the other X1s had better win percentage than the Kaiser / Aurelia here, then maybe one of them gets knocked out. So everything is on the line. As I see a nice little gust we talked about earlier, take down this gem jammer for now.
And that's also one of the ways the Aurelia can bring back the early game tempo. But I do want to showcase a specific card here. I don't think some players have ever seen this card. Emperor's Die. If you can look over it, it's when you conquer, you may pay 1, return a unit you control here to its owner's hand. I think this is just some really good innovation.
Yeah, from our Kaiser player, right? When you conquer, as you pointed out, you can pay 1 to go ahead and return it, and then you get an additional Sand Soldier for doing so. So a little bit more way of kind of pressuring out, getting more units on your board, and then getting some more key pieces back in hand. Maybe late game beneficial to do that to something like a Watcher to replay it. You could do it for Kaiser Survivor. It does have the Accelerate. But honestly, in your eyes, what other cards can kind of benefit from that Emperor Diaz?
So I feel like this card here is just perfect counter to yellow decks, right? Stuff like Call the Weak, stuff like on the spot removal. It's like, okay, you have the 2 might Sand Soldier there to keep it in hand, but also we do have the Gem Jammer to give a unit ganking. We can conquer, bring that back to hand. This Kaiser Survivor is a really good one, but most importantly, this Aurelia is never using this. We are never paying 1 to bring back our Aurelia back into hand, and we're never paying 1 to bring back our Celicorn into our hand. So this is just a complete, just one-sided battlefield for the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, you're making a good point, because usually at least some of these battlefields, they get to kind of double dip the benefit on both these legends, but you never want to go ahead. You already invested so much trying to get these units onto these battlefields, as you're already a bit of that slower to the race kind of deck. So yeah, I'm right there with you. You're never going to do that on your Fervent. That's basically rebuking your own card, which is absolutely ludicrous to do so. But it looks like Kaiser will be the first to score. So first point, Little Zon Warren's action, pitching the Stupefy, drawing 1. And it could be a 1-2 punch with a double conquer here. But Stelicorn getting backed up by Azonia's Hourglass is always something to be considered of. Does he want to just push up the hopeful to get some points on the board? Because you mentioned it before, even tempo is the way to go sometimes, but maybe doesn't feel too confident defending, but it looks like he has some good cards in hand.
Right. Also, we did have the option to just accelerate that Kai'Sa and then pay the 1 to bring him back, but I think the Aurelia here just valuing having the board advantage, especially while the green Aurelia is not out on the board just yet, but that's a lot of draws now that we have with the access to Zonia's and the Stelicorn.
Right. Not only doesn't he have, I mean, he could technically play out the Fervent, but he doesn't have any way of enabling it efficiently to go ahead and attack as soon as it comes down. Usually we see a little bit more gears about now. So something like the G or the Swifties we saw in this whole series long, you could technically target it with something like a Defiant Dance or On Guard, but it's a little bit of an overkill. So first things first, kind of testing the water, saying, do you have any kind of Hex Tech Rays online? And the answer is yes, but I would imagine you have a little bit of a reaction speed spell of your own at the minimum. Oh, interesting.
Hard bargain. I think maybe not having the right cards to get rid of this. I feel like Hard Bargain is a card you'd keep for stuff like Singularity, stuff like Time Warp, but maybe just saying, I don't think it will come down to that, and I don't see myself getting a lot of advantage from this one card just yet. So I'm just going to throw it out now.
This is huge, right? A double draw, a potential double clear. Scored 1 on the Zon Warrens, looking to score a second point on the Emperor's battlefield. Are we thinking another Hex Tech Ray is around the corner? I would risk it here. I feel like it's decent enough to risk and plays it on guard in case. Actually, no. Pitches the on guard from the
He's
zone
on.
warrens. Interesting.
I mean, I'm just confused. Why are we maybe just not using the on guard to say, actually, no, we would have traded either way. So yeah, he had to use the hard bargain to go for this play of getting rid of both units on the battlefield. But we only have 2 runes up. I don't think we have a way of bringing our Stellacorn back into our base, so we probably will see the Stellacorn and the Zhonya's get popped this turn.
You know, a fantastic addition since the bands of Fight or Flight usually found in Aurelia decks is something like a simple flash, reaction speed, recall back to base. Something like that wouldn't be all that bad. You get an additional draw for Stellacorn, and more importantly, you keep her nice and safe for a little bit down the road. But Kaiser doesn't want to deal with any kind of potential defiant dances, so goes for the more straightforward conquer and a pseudo double draw kind of. Thanks from the Zone Warrens for now. So just keeping that hand economy nice and up so far. And now trying to discuss what he wants to go ahead and try to do to deal with the Stellacorn Herder, because eventually you have to proc the Zhonya's Hourglass one way or the other. So might as well do it while you can. But it's always tricky, right? Because you always have to consider the not so fast online for Aurelia.
Right, and I mean, the scariest part is if we do deal with the Stellacorn Herder. Oh, hold on. Rocket Barrage is huge here.
It really is, but it does target a gear. Not so fast says a unit and a gear. Does he have it in the 4 remaining cards? And the answer is no, or might just be a no. And now the falling star to completely obliterate the board state. Oh, but a discipline holds on tight for now.
Maybe we have a Superfly here. We can try and get this out of the way, but that's a lot of resources just to be used from the Kai'Sa player.
You're so right, surviving by the hair on her chin, or maybe not on her chin since she's a girl, but just surviving by the smallest of margins. A little Stupefy would bring her down to equal the mark damage, equaling the might, and of course that does mean they fall to the trash. So just 2 runes available. One didn't have the counter, but one might not have the exact card they need, because we did see Stupefy previously, haven't we?
Right, we saw the Stupefy, we saw this Hex Deck, right? And I think this Herder just, living by its fur by this point.
Oh, yeah. Surviving to see another day, so that will be holding up to 3 points. Has the Swifties, and that is a tapped out Kai'Sa. This might just be a phenomenal position for Aurelia player. You have any little bit of a might increase, and we do see it here right now. Discipline coming in. That is a double score up to 4, and more importantly, that's Kai'Sa at the lowest resource we've ever seen. Overall, 3 in hand, no units on board. This game 3 is heavily favoring Aurelia from this position.
Right, and we are just two turns away from losing, and the Siren is just going to generate us so much value with the Stellacorn, giving us 1 draw every turn. Now, I do want to just go back a bit in this game. When we did that Rocket Barrage, would you have just bet it all and repeated that card to get rid of both of the Zhonya's and the boots? Or do you think it was right just to get rid of just one?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because I believe they did have enough runes to go ahead and repeat the Rocket Barrage, but then that's your entire turn. You wouldn't really have anything else to go ahead and just like she did. I believe she played out a couple more units, but was the Survivor already in base? I can't remember, because if the Survivor was in base, I still don't think it would be enough, because the Discipline was always still online. So you take the Discipline would bring up Stellacorn to 5, so 5 to 4. So maybe there was no true way of taking the Stellacorn out, regardless if you repeated it or not.
Right, and I feel like at this point, it's just super tough from the Kai'Sa player to get back into the game. Yes, First Forerunner is one of the most efficient cards in the game, giving us 12 might throughout 2 turns. But again, Aurelia does not really care. And we haven't even played Fervent yet.
Yeah, you love to see it as an Aurelia fan. You're getting the job done. And sometimes it's either or, right? Whether your Aurelia runs away with the game or your Stellacorn Herder with the swiftness, with the Siren already on setup mode, you just end up getting one too many cards. And Aurelia with more cards, she almost seems unstoppable, almost to the point that these matchups, I've been heard from higher level players, do they see the Stellar Corn or do they not see the Stellar Corn? When they do, it's almost unbeatable. When they don't, it's a whole lot more manageable. And then in this game number 3, I'm pretty sure they found that Stellar Corn as early as they could.
Right, and not only finding Stellar Corn, but finding Zhonya's and Stellar Corn, being able to just protect it from the Falling Stars, the I forgot the card, but the Lucian, Piercing Light's the card I'm thinking about. And it just feels like it's just too, even though it's a low my unit, having these waves of the buff cards, the Zhonya's, it's just too much to handle for the Kai'Sa deck.
It really does feel that way, but interesting enough, pushes the Aurelia, even though she held that battlefield, right? Wait, what are we missing here? I swear that was a hold to 5, conquer to 6. Oh, no. Stellar Corn with the Siren in the back line. Right. So it wasn't conquered that turn.
Right, using the Siren there to get 1 draw, moving it back, 1 draw, moving it forward, and they get the Zon Warrens. That's a pseudo 3-card draw from just reconquering it. And it's just, I just don't see the card.
Wait, someone is saying, maybe I didn't miss because sometimes when I watch too many games of Riftbound, they kind of mesh together, but I swear, I guess the Stellar Corn Herder did gank over, or was she in base? Because they're discussing here, Russian Bear saying, didn't you hold there? But that might have been the turn beforehand, because we did see the Siren.
No, yeah, I'm looking at the stream. So it was holding back there, but then we used we ganked over to Zon Warrens, and then we used the Siren. I mean, I'll be honest, if I'm the Kai'Sa player, I'd be getting a little bit of a headache too, just seeing the Stellar Corn going back and forth. But yeah,
they did held there, right? Because I remember now, they did discipline and then move over, so they couldn't double score as we originally have thought. So just going to be sticking at 5. Or no.
No. I think it is. The current game is right. So I'm looking at the stream. Yeah. So it was. The board state was Siren, Zhonya's, and Stellar Corn at base, and he was at 4 points at the start of turn, and then they conquered both.
And yeah, thank you, Chad. It looks like we're getting correction. It wasn't the conquer, more importantly, from Aurelia that got to 6. It was the hold from 4 to 5, and then the Stellar Corn gain point was the 6 point, is what Chat's pointing out.
Right.
Okay, makes perfect sense. We're all caught up as we see the Thousand Tail Watcher at acceleration speed coming down to try to take care the pretty much game-winning piece for Aurelia so far. But at this point, it might just be too late as Fervent's already established already. The Zhonya's Hourglass is in the backline to protect the Stellar Corn. It's almost just as a bit of a mini victory to take that battlefield, because I don't see any world where Kai'Sa's stopping this Fervent from going ahead and just finding her way with something like a Siren and then a simple push forward should be able to double conquer in the next turn.
Right, and we do have the ability to just get multiple procs of our... Actually, we do not, because we get Zhonya's. So one thing we can do as the Aurelia player here is send in our Stellar Corn Herder, cause her to die, use Siren to pseudo gank with Aurelia, and then we can equip our boots to get another attack with the Aurelia, but I don't think that's needed at all right now. Arm going back to base.
Oh, he says charm back to base to just make it that much more easily conquerable. So it says, don't they trade? So he's saying you might as well just charm me over to Aurelia, but I think he didn't want to risk something like a Hextech Ray. So just pushing the Watcher to base, just simple 6 might. Aurelia's already at 6 might. 1 for the ready, 1 for the GA. Once you target it with Siren, she goes up to 7 might. So already without any other resource investment, she can most likely conquer this. But there has to be at least 1 card, 1 little Hextech Ray to get the job done. And look at that, EK doesn't even need additional cards.
Right, yeah. There's no... Okay, now seeing the hand... I think Aurelia had about 7 ways of winning that game. Just
and it honestly, Aurelia decks feel that way, seem to be that way in a lot of situations, especially when they find the Stellar Corn as early as this Aurelia player found. And it looks like only one of these players did remain undefeated, and that will be going in the way of our Aurelia. So Aurelia that we just saw, I believe his name is Lorenzo, locking in the first seat in today's top 4. Can he go ahead and take it all the way? As we head back to the casting booth, we're just about a week away from Lille, or maybe exactly 1 week away from Lille. I know some people play on Friday, but the main event is on Saturday, 1 week from today. A lot of people have considered Aurelia as one of the biggest contenders to pretty much lock in a championship position over at Leo. How do we feel about that kind of statement? Do you think Aurelia has what it takes, like we saw previously with Draven, previously with who? Wait, it was Ezreal, Draven.
Ezreal, Draven. That's it, right? We had two?
That's it. And then, of course, pre-Spiritforged was Annie in Houston. So, yeah, all the Western ones has just been Ezreal, Draven. Is this third Western Regional finally going to be Aurelia's time to shine, just like we saw in the national event out in China? Or maybe Draven is still Draven, because I'm hearing rumors that he's never really took too much of a time off, even post-bans.
Right. I think we can break that down. I feel like, firstly, Draven, as a deck, Draven was Z tier, right? S plus, S plus plus. Some might say. I feel like the ban list didn't kill the deck, but made it into a S tier deck. No, it's still one of the strongest decks in the format. I think some people are just not playing it as much because they feel so targeted by the bans. Oh, they just think it's a bad deck now, but the deck still has a lot of its cards. We're still running Ferris Forerunner. We're still running the Draven Legend, one of the strongest effects in the game. But going back to Aurelia, I think Aurelia has a really good shot here. Being one of the only decks in the meta, especially after Jax had its unfortunate leave due to the rulings, being able to use the Stellarcorn Herder to its maximum. We saw it draw up to 4 cards, I think, that game. And it will definitely be the main question to answer from these decks that are facing Aurelia. Do we have a good way of dealing with this Stellarcorn Herder? Kai'Sa using Falling Star is one, but if it's backed up by Zhonya's, I think it's just a matter of GG by that point.
Right, we'll see exactly how things shape out. Of course, we will be doing a co-stream for that event, so I am beyond excited. It should be a great time because, you know, China has the production quality. They have the stage, they have the table, but one thing about the Western Regionals, they don't have any downtime. We get the lovely opportunity to spectate multiple games per round, and you can never go wrong, right? More Riftbound, you're just feeling that much better about the day. So I am down for that. But maybe they honestly, it's not like the production quality is necessarily bad. It's just honestly, China sets the bar extremely high. I don't know what their budget is out there, but it seems to be almost infinite. Because, I mean, Riot has a good amount of chunk of change to spend on their game. And they seem to do so out there. And I guess they do so as well for the Western ones. We will see, though. 1 week from today, we should find out exactly what we're getting ourselves into. But real quick, to end off the point of what we would expect out in the Leo, I think a good sleeper pick, which already had a decently good Draven matchup, and now post-bans feels like it has a decent Aurelia matchup, is Lucian. It had a little bit of a buff with Relentless Pursuit, and Aurelia having to slow things down without the sneaky deckhand Obelisk of Power. If you get that combo rolling a little bit earlier, you kind of sneak up under Aurelia. So I think Lucian, I will say it here, I think we see a top 8 Lucian and Leo. Do we think we're crazy here, EK?
Now that I'm really thinking about it, you did get some good buffs. The Sunken Temple Assault change did benefit the deck. We get to go under the Aurelia's tempo. I think maybe top 8, if it's piloted really well, it's possible. I definitely see maybe 1 or 2 Lucians in top 32.
Okay.
If we're going with dark horses, I'm not sure how much of a dark horse it is, but I'm thinking these yellow decks, these Victors, these Rexais, I think you're going to see some just explode in Lille, this regional.
Are you calling it Victor top 8? I believe Victor did top 8 out in Bologna 2 regionals ago, so it's not impossible. They can definitely do really well, and they did just get that much stronger. So much so that I've been seeing some Aurelia decks mainboard 2 hard bargains, not just 1. They're trying to really prepare for Imperial Decrees. So I don't know about that. It seems smart, but you know, there's only 4 cards you could fit in the deck. So the 2 cards you put in are 2 other good cards you could have ran instead. So we'll see. It's going to be an awesome regional nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, guys, I believe there is not even a single match going, or I think there's just a single match going, but I can't join their lobby. So I think that was everything. They just haven't reported. So that's going to be it for the final round of Switch. Which 4 players managed to lock in their top 4 spots? We know one of them for certainty. It might be the Kaiser getting in there as well, but as I pointed out before, there's going to be a good amount of X1s. It was Kaiser one of the fortunate X1s that made it. We'll let you guys know the exact legend distribution once we get back. And then once we do get back, we have 2 new casters joining the commentary booth. It's going to be Alguito Swiftly. You guys know and love him. And then keeping it a little bit of the UAE representation here, the man, or he's not exactly
He's
where you're
Kuwait,
from,
Kuwait.
right?
The Middle East, the Gulf region. But yeah, he's a homie.
Right, he's the homie, the man, excellent judge in our community, just an awesome member of the Riftbound community in general, will be joining the booth. But before we sign out, if you have any little shout outs / little closing remarks you want to leave us with, I think right now would be perfect.
Right. I feel like I not much to say since the last time, but again, shout out to the people in the region that helped to grow our community. Shout out to Riftbound UAE once again. I mean, now that we're getting some golf representation, shout out to the homies in Kuwait as well. Haven't seen them in a bit, but hope to see them soon, maybe in a regional. But yeah, I think today was very fun. We had some pretty good games, and I'm happy to see what comes up next in the top 4.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see more of EK in the near future for a future event. But for now, guys, we'll go ahead and close things out on our Swiss rounds. When we get back, it is top cut, final 4 players. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And Ali saying first time seeing EK's face reveal. Nice.
Well, say hi to them.
For sure. All right, guys, we'll be right back.
Saw how powerful gold generation on a card like Draven Vanquisher was, which of course we now have seen was so strong that we've deemed it to be unworthy of being fit for competitive play, a banned card now. So we definitely cannot understate how valuable generating gold is for a deck that has cards like Starcross, like Falling Star, cards that are very, very strong, that have those higher power costs that you can just offset by doing what you already want to be doing by returning this Bewitching Spirit to your hand and keeping it safe and obviously being able to reutilize it the following turn.
You know, and I believe this next turn might be the first time that he might be able to double dip the Spirit the 2 times in a single turn. But first things first, the Moonfall, the signature spell of last game, coming in one more time. So only valid target, of course, being the Vex, pays the deflect with the seal. And this is one way of dealing with the Vex, unless there's something like Abandon. But if there's Abandon, you just play it out one more time. I think this Vex might not be sticking around too much longer, and that is the perfect unit you want to take down, because he was slowing down the pace of the game. He was pretty much playing into the favor of Pyke. The later you go, the more likely you have those spirits to just dwindle down the card hand for your opponent. So I like this use of just trying to take down the Vex ASAP, and it should be good. On top of that, you even get the Conservatory trigger to maybe even get a spell on top of that.
Which, of course, would be a huge help here because this hand is starting to look a little low. So we're going to want to start drawing some cards, hopefully get some hits off of Ravenbloom and some hits from this Diana Lunari as well to start refilling the hand before the threat of hand destruction is too great. As you said, there's the opportunity to begin to play it twice in a turn now should he be able to hold control of this battlefield. So going to want to start drawing cards as quickly as possible, maybe see something like Consult the Past or the new Jin spell with Repeat, a spell that I have, in my testing, have seen do wonders in these Diana decks that are electing to also run Ezreal, as of course we are all familiar with set 2, the power of Ezreal Prodigy, reducing the repeat costs of cards, being able to establish that Ezreal and then make the draw card for the draw or pay 2 and then repeat for 2 to draw 2. Being able to stack Ezreals to make that just a 2 mana draw 2 is very powerful. But we haven't seen an Ezreal yet, so we'll see if this Ezreal's running something like that. But we do see Falling Star coming back out to play for Pyke.
And it might be a reaction speed. What do they have in mind? The ambush coming down before the finalization of the Falling Star. So keeps a unit, keeps the hidden card on the battlefield as well. So nice little push there. And the Falling Star gets rid of a Diana, but another Diana coming down. But now it's time for Pyke's signature spell, Death from Below, to come out, kill a unit on the battlefield. And if that unit had 3 or less, but Wages of Pain, was he trying to do it on his own unit?
I'm not sure. I didn't get to see the target, but regardless, it was abandoned back to hand rather swiftly. So Pyke was sitting at the ready with the abandon, waiting to get rid of whatever answer Diana might have. And now we've seen quite a big swing because Pyke has been able to clear the board and leave Diana with only 3 cards in hand. Once again, I'm wondering if whether or not we missed an opportunity here to utilize Diana's ability with the resource to trigger Diana Lunari. I might have missed that there wasn't actually a showdown there, but regardless, a pretty big swing for our Pyke player. Even though we're sitting at a tied point total of 4-4, it does feel like Pyke is in a pretty strong position.
Right, a little bit of an interesting interaction as chat's pointed out, but doesn't Diana, real quick on a bit of a side note, you have to exhaust her to get the +1. I don't believe he's exhausted the Diana legend at all this game, unless he's just been shortcutting it. Have you been noticing it?
No, that's I think Chad has mentioned that as well, that I haven't really seen him tap it, but you might be right that they're shortcutting and just in chat talking about it, but for the sake of visual clarity, it would be much
Nice.
appreciated to have our players to tap the unit or leader when that effect is being used. But regardless, we'll see a Bewitching Spirit come down again for probably the 4th or 5th time at this point, and now a Darius following up to come in and conquer the arena's greatest, and now hiding the red Pyke alongside this Darius.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too bad. The most might that Darius can get up to, I believe, will be, or not the most might, but the most might that Battlefield can get up to is the 5 from Darius and then the 4 from the Pyke getting revealed from that hidden zone, of course. So I think 9, if you're somehow able to play around it, but I don't think the 3 cards left in hand are too favorable for that kind of play. So goes for the Ravenbloom Conqueror, goes up to 5, tying things up, but you are effectively behind on point tempo. Pyke will be able to hold up to 6 before you're holding up to 6. And with only 2 cards left in hand, I think we might see a turn where it's just both cards might just be discarded this turn. You think it's worth it to do so? Or actually, how do you return it? You would need something like a Star Cross, maybe.
He can just move it up, as we see here, to the battlefield and then use Pyke to add it back to hand. So that's, of course, what we're going to see happen now. A gold generated for it as well. And now we can redeploy the Spirit to get one of the last 2 cards out of hand. And then if there is another copy of Starcross, like you said, we can get rid of or add a Vex back to hand and then get our Bewitching Spirit back to hand and redeploy it again. But looks like we're just going to stock up a Noxus Hopeful along the Bewitching Spirit, which will, of course, proc our Darius up to 7, who's now going to go in and try to take out this Vex with only 1 card available in hand for Diana.
It does come in at a little bit more cost effective with the Vex being in combat, of course, but I don't think a single card should be able to do the job. Wages of Pain gets it into the territory of trading 1 for 1, but you need something. I believe there was a bit of a smoke screen now in these colors as well. I can't remember exactly, but Mr. Plus, do you remember what I'm talking about? I think there's just another, but it costs 3 instead of 2, like smoke screen.
It is another Diana spell, 3 mana, give -4 at reaction speed, yes, but it looks like we actually had the Diana no longer human as the last card in hand, so ambush unit was able to come out, but then answered in turn by an ambush unit for Pyke as well, so no cards in hand and only a Vex Cheerless on board for our Diana player. It looks like Pyke was able to systematically rip apart the hand of Diana and put them in a very difficult position.
Yeah, and brilliant performance so far in this game too for this Pike player, which is a single card in hand, a single unit. There is very little to be done when you have to take care of both battlefields. If you top deck something like the Moonfall and you somehow manage to crack one of these battlefields, maybe there was a world to get over, but not feeling too good. A +1 draw from the Stupefy, even that seems a little bit too tall of a task. I just don't know if there's a single card that allows you to get over this. I mean, there's just one too many might on the board. He's pushing. He goes for the Lunar Bloom. Wait a minute. Wait a
Discard
minute.
one, draw
Drawing
two.
two. Doesn't have to discard because there's nothing to discard. So 2 more cards and everything is cheaper because Vex is currently in combat. Mr. Plus, if he manages to do this, this is the craziest sequence of events that we've seen go down, at least in this tournament for sure. But looks to be the case as he doesn't draw what he needs most likely.
Yeah, and our Diana, of course, is in a position where they have to answer both battlefields with Pike being at 7, but looks like Turbine, she wasn't able to do so, and we are going to get to go to game 3.
2 cost cards? Because I think the first play they did was that
Raven
3
Bloom.
cost Chosen Champ.
Yeah, she does have Raven Bloom student that
True.
she had in game 1, so Raven Bloom able to be a turn 1 play. I'm not sure if there's any other, if Diana would be playing something like Plundering Poro, but we are just going to see a stack deck come out for Diana's turn 1. And Vilemaw's Lair is a cool choice for Pike as a legend to have as one of their battlefields because it is a symmetrical effect, but his legend ability makes it a little bit asymmetrical since he's able to go in and conquer and then pick that unit back up and essentially leave the battlefield in a way that no other legend really can do. So kind of gets around the need for ganking in that way with Vilemaw's Lair.
Yeah, it makes a whole lot of sense when we're talking about the legend ability from Pike, but goes off a bit on the offensive. First play is going to be in the favor of Pike. Plays it accelerated, so conquers for 1, and then you get to untap 2 to try to leave some runes open, unless he just forgot. No, he doesn't forget about Targon's Peak. But I don't know if there's 2 cards, but I guess 2 runes are enough for something like an Abandon. But I think in this situation, Diana needs to desperately try to get some kind of units on the board to try to contest these battlefields before it starts getting a little bit carried away. So starting things off with, I believe, is that the 3rd stack deck already?
Yeah, you're correct. That's all 3 in the first 2 turns. The first 3 actions of the game for Diana were all 3 stack decks.
Wow. And just try to be as efficient as you can. Develops out the Chosen Champion with the remaining 3 runes, but that is 2 points already incurred for the Pike legend. So sees what he has on the table for his 3rd turn. Tide Turner, they're bringing out in a ready position, so looking to go ahead and push the other battlefield. So he seems to be firing on every single cylinder in this game. Number 3 says he's taking it home despite being on the draw, because now you would think he's locked in place, but to the point you were making before, now it's time for the legend ability to come out to play. And I think you just simply exhaust, or is it a single energy? Okay, it is an energy to do so, so foregoes it for now.
Good day, summoners. Here we are now, top 4, bringing it down to the semis. It's been a quick rundown. It's been a great day. I'm joined today by Mr. Mo, the Minch.
Hi, everybody. Hope you all have been having this, a fun tournament. Like, I always love these post-ban tournaments. It's always fresh. People are always trying out these new things. What have you been liking so far, Gita?
I like that Draven was severely beaten. Oh, wait, no, he's just right next to me in the room. He's doing really, really well. I like the fact that they looked at the bans and went, actually, we do need to do something because things have been a little bit rough for everything that wasn't purple.
Yeah.
It didn't really do a lot from what I've been seeing out there in the world, but at least they tried, which we're most happy for.
Yeah,
But this top cut's looking great.
Yeah. And for those who don't know what the top cut is, it's the first place is Aurelia, Kaisa, Rexai, and Lucian. So the up and coming game we're gonna watch is going to be Aurelia and Lucian. Like, personally, like, I'm happy like the deck didn't fully die off. Like, I'm happy that there's Draven still existing. It didn't have to fully die, but I'm very, very happy that it's very severely hampered. I'm happy that the Miracle deck is gone because that even it's broken power level wise, but also just for tournament perspective, like it takes too long. It takes too long. It holds up tournaments. People take too long resolving their called shots, and then this, and then there's just too many actions. I'm just happy it's gone.
How dare they not think of us poor casters when making these cards?
Exactly.
But no, I'm really looking forward to this top four here. We've got two that have been kissed by the void. We've got a man on a mission and a lady who just wants to go back to eating some nice spring rolls in her hometown. But overall, though, I'm looking forward to this here, seeing the Lightbringer coming down on top of the Blade Dancer. Overall, what are your stances on this matchup? I'd love to see a Lucian win here. Dave would be proud of us if he could get one, but I feel like Irelia would be the winner overall.
Yeah, but like Lucian, like if Lucian can get on to some early starts, and his might is a lot higher than Aurelia early on. So if he can get his combo like the Trinity, the Skyfall early, it might be hard for Aurelia to catch up. Just because like he only needs one battlefield, he doesn't need to hold if he has the combo. He'll just go into one, score from the Conquer, score from the Trinity Force, and then he'll get it. He doesn't need to conquer both. So Aurelia has the advantage in the long term if she has her her buffs, her ride the winds to stop him from going dancing all around. But I think it's gonna be close.
No, I agree that we have some good synergies between both these colours, so it's good to see that purple green are doing well, and so is the body and fury. As you can see, turn one play over there for the Lucian, getting out the lovely Doran's Blade into Lucian on his second turn, and the stack deck and the Guardian's Angels for Irelia. Both players kind of getting off to a good start on both of their first turns and into their seconds.
Yeah, and like the strongest thing from Lucian always is he doesn't need to stay in these battlefields to contest. Like usually, like, oh, do I want to get into this battlefield? Like Aurelia's just gonna get in here and kill me if I do. No, not with Lucian. He'll just get in the point, get his point, and run back out. You're not even worried about Aurelia just killing your unit for free, because let's be honest, Aurelia when she has the cards in hand, you're always afraid of just this one Defiant Dance, and she's already bigger than like 3 of your units combined. Oh, and there we see the Trinity Force. That's step one.
Yeah, the fun thing about this as well is Lucian's one of the very few legends that doesn't need to have to be tapped to do things. It's the whole, for every equipment you have, you gain an assault when you attack, which is great, and it's a very interesting one, which means that having Forged the Fluff here makes you have an actual ability to do things. Going into a Sabotage here, on the other hand, how do you feel about seeing Lucians? I don't see a lot of them having many control variants of their decks. Sometimes you might see his actual cards coming here, the Piercing Lights, and sometimes you might see some of the Falling Stars. But what have you been noticing about Lucians recently?
It's like Falling Star I don't like as much, but Piercing Light I think definitely has some good meta spots. Like in the last meta where Draven was everywhere, I saw a lot of Lucians running Piercing Lights because it is very good into Draven. Like you kill the 2-drop, you kill the Draven Vanquisher, and it's just a big blow. Like it's a big turn. But that's why we have sideboards. Like you play against the meta. Maybe you have a few sideboards, but yes, I do think you want to stay kind of zoned in on your own combo. But sideboards, a few tech cards in the main deck are always going to be very good. Like Piercing Lights, and of course Sabotages. Those not only are controlling elements, but they also clear the way for your combo, so you can do whatever you want to.
Oh, definitely, indeed. And as you can see here, Aurelia trying to get in the points as early as she can, equipping herself, getting herself readied, playing out a second GA, just trying to keep herself healthy in the back there. As besides our good friend Mr. Akshan, you don't really see much gear hate in terms of red and purple at the moment. Maybe a Detonate you want to give your opponent 2 draws.
Yeah, it's like Detonate is like one of those where it's like it never really is destroys your opponent's gear. But sometimes it is, like against like the Miracle versus Aurora matchup. Like sometimes you're like, oh, I have a random. Oh, that's a really good one. But she still has the GA. Like, is he only gonna go in, crack the GA? Well, you're getting a point.
Still, yeah, so it's still good. It's still bigger.
Yeah,
it's still scary.
Yeah. Let's see. So
you go to 8 now because it's +2 and then 1 for being targeted, and then ready yourself with the okay.
But
the thing I like this, and the thing a lot of people forget with how Thundersong works is you're also just trying to trick your opponent to use cards. Because
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, this is like what I'm thinking. Like, I'm not even sad about this as Lucian. Like, we forced the Aurelia to use 2 cards, force a card, and like spend a power to ready her. You can just go into the other battlefield, and you're still at the same point. Like, okay, you didn't lose a GA, but, like you didn't make your opponent lose a GA, but you know a card is still good, and they have another GA, so like you weren't really killing this Aurelia anyway.
Yeah, and that's it. Just a nice clean card that happily just goes, I'm going to convince you that you need to play something from your hand. If you wish to. There's another battlefield I can go on to. Unless you have a Ride the Wind. Please don't have a Ride the Wind. And I'm going to go get a point over there. I'm going to pull myself back so you can't hurt me. And then next turn, you seem to have lost a card that no longer gives you free might.
Yeah, and like, we know from the cards we saw that at least we know 3 cards right now from the Aurelia's hand, which are going to be Defy, Not So Fast, and a Draven Audacious. So like the Aurelia isn't really threatening much here. Like, so she can't really do the dancing other than with like, you know, go back, target it, go to the other battlefield, except with this this other GA in there. But so I think this Lucian is actually in a very, very good position if he has the Trinity Force or not the Trinity Force, the Skyfall, or draws it in the next turn. Then he is going to be in a very, very, very good spot. Just because, like, this is the issue with Aurelia. Sometimes you see, oh, she has five cards in hand. How am I ever going to beat that? Those 5 cards are a Not So Fast, a Defy, a Draven Vanquish, a Draven Audacious. You can't really, there's no pump spells. Even, you know, I think all of us have been at some point, you know, traumatized by like, oh, I'm going to attack in this Aurelia. I only lose if she has 3 pump spells, and then she goes like Defiant Dance, on guard. I have like plus 13, and you lose. I'm like, oh, okay. So we always have that fear, but you have to check her. You can't just let her have free reign. Sometimes, especially when we've sabotaged and we know 3 of the 4 cards in her hand, you just gotta check her. Like, we know she doesn't have anything. Just go in, make her use the things, or else she's just gonna accumulate all these resources, and then we'll never catch up.
That's true. This thing. Luckily here we don't have a Stellarcorn kind of just gliding around the arena getting 3 draws a turn. Luckily it's just Aurelia kind of having to do all the heavy lifting. Overall though, you've got 2 good units in the back there sitting around. As long as I have a Ride the Wind ready, you can walk into zones. My hand could do with a little bit more sculpting. Trash a card, draw a card, wait a minute, that's really good. So here comes a Skyfall. Skyfall comes down, chuck it onto your Thunder, and then just smash into that Aurelia and see what happens.
Yeah. Also, honestly, now they say Stellarcorn, I kind of wish, like, it probably wasn't ban worthy, but I hate that card personally. I hate playing, when your opponent, like, it is the biggest groan test. When your opponent plays a Stellarcorn, you're like, ugh, I have nothing to kill this, and you just see her just go in, go out, go in, go out, and just keep drawing, and you're like, oh my god, like, it is just, it is one of the personal cards I wish was banned, even though maybe power level wise or like for game design it shouldn't have been. But I kind of wish it did.
Just you wait till next set. I'll be hearing the same thing going, oh man, that clone of LeBlanc, the yellow one, he just keeps drawing cards.
Oh,
man.
yes.
Drawing cards.
Yeah.
You should move in there and trash the Piercing Light. So they do play it in the main deck, which is good to see. But going to 3, matching that of the Aurelia. Did they draw something very good? Hopefully they did. Although, maybe using that Piercing Light to damage the Aurelia first and then walking in with the big scary man that is the Thundersong at 8 might, since they have the additional thing equipped, would have been quite interesting to see Aurelia's face.
Honestly, like, we know 3 of the 4 cards, and 3 of them can't buff. So, and the Bryn here is an 8 with the assault. So, this is one of the things where like you're checking them. Is the last card in your hand a buff spell? And even then, we have 9 cards. And like the issue with Piercing Lighting the Aurelia is just it has deflect, so it just costs you so much power. So I'm guessing that if the Aurelia has something here, maybe our Lucian player has like a cleave, or like a blood rush or something to help mitigate it. Because I doubt that they'd have just been okay losing to a pump spell. I'm guessing one of the 5 cards in hand was a way to deal with it.
Yeah, say that's what you're hoping for, right? That they have either a option to do with it or a way to sort of remedy their own issues. Luckily, in this case, Aurelia didn't have anything in hand to sort of fight back with, which they were hoping for as of when they checked it a couple of turns ago. But as of now, we seem to be good. Everyone's favourite camel. I love the camel. He's a very cheap camel.
I am perhaps a little biased against it just because of some of at least my group. Some of them were overhyping the camel, so I'm probably underrating it just as a balance to their overrating of it. Just because I wanted to be a contrarian to what they're saying. I'm like, no, it's not as good as you say. It's probably somewhere in the middle.
I love the camel. Now, I do believe that means it can't be stunned by Vex, which means it's going to be very interesting in the next set when everyone's going, man, Vex is stunning everything. Camel says no.
She can't stun, like the purple Vex, right?
Yeah.
Or the purple Vex can't stun it because I don't think the purple Vex targets. I think it just when your opponent plays a unit, stun it, which does not target, so it should still stun
My
it.
camel.
Yes.
My camel.
Sad. Yeah.
It's sad. All right, that's it. She's just the first person to get hit then on the squad. Going into Zorn's Warranty, though, looking to try and get ourselves a little bit more... Getting rid of the Defy. Well, then, that could come up later, although they're going to draw a second one. Overall, though, going 4-for-4, keeping toe-to-toe here, they still have access to that ganking ability, which would put them just a little bit underneath what they need to for the Thunderstorm here, but attaching that GA would put them at 9/9, and then if they have any form of buffing spells, maybe they'd be in a decent place themselves, but overall, they do need to be careful, as if they don't do anything this turn, that will be a holding to 6.
What I'm surprised by, I just want to look at their trash. I'm surprised that Defy was binned and not the Not So Fast that we've seen from the Sabotage, because what card does red orange have that can target our unit that's not also defiable? I'm not sure I'm missing anything. I don't think there are any.
Be using challenge is generally what you'd be using to target something.
Yeah. And that's defiable.
I guess you need to have Not So Fast for nothing really. Yeah, not to think of.
I'm not sure if I'm missing anything, but I remember when the hand was revealed for Sabotage, Not So Fast was part of it. So I'm not sure why. Maybe they this is sometimes I don't like saying that someone misplayed or did anything like that, because sometimes they have an idea that I'm not seeing, or they have a plan for it. But currently, I don't understand it. Is my current thought process. I'm not sure why that happened.
Yeah. And as you can see now, they're currently at 7-4 in a fantastic position right here. Overall, though, 2 cards on the side of the Aurelia. Can they somehow take both battlefields and then hold for a full turn and not be dealt an insane amount of damage from a camel, a Nordic man, and a man with what shouldn't work as a gun?
Yeah, and this Bryn here alone has 12 might on attack.
It's just doing the Lord's work. What are you about?
Yeah.
Overall, though, I'm super happy to see this Lucian and doing something really good. I think it did come a bit of a detriment that the Aurelia didn't really have a good super start. Obviously, they've had to throw out the Aurelia on turn 2, and they've just kind of sort of stuck with it since then. And I think at this point, they probably feel a bit too far behind to really be doing anything too crazy.
Let's see what they let's see what they discard here. Is it going to be Not So Fast? Surely. I mean, yeah. Let's see. It's just sorry. The Bryn here is even 14 might, not 12. With the assaults, it's 14 might. That's even a Defiant Dance doesn't do it anymore. They need 2 spells. It's gonna be so much.
And so, looking at this right now, anything in hand that's going to kind of shift this game over, if possible. They need to do something crazy right here now, just to try and get themselves essentially to fight into this 7th point.
Yeah, the biggest. Sorry to cut you off there, but the biggest point here is that. Oh, okay, sure, that's what they're gonna do. I was gonna say that. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. Okay, I was gonna say Draven now is a legal target to kill and just get the 7th point, but with GA it can't die anymore. Okay, they have a second Defy. Maybe that's why they discarded the first Defy, but still, I'm not sure what.
I mean, does it matter anymore? Does it matter anymore?
Yeah, Okay.
Because when I lose a
Okay.
combat, you lose a point.
No. He dies. When he dies, it's not when he loses. He needs to die. So he's not gonna die with the
Right,
GA.
okay.
He's not gonna die with the
Uh,
GA. But we're still gonna
Just
get
be
like
recalled, man.
yeah. We still need to clear this. We still need to clear this with a tapped Aurelia. I'm not sure how we're gonna get there. Of course, we have to have a buff spell. If we don't have a buff spell, it's game over because the Aurelia is tapped. Or Ride the Wind. Ride the Wind also helps.
That's kind of the key, right? Just to try and push it down, just keep going forwards a bit more. Now, if I'm being stupid, I think I might be being stupid here. How did the GA get onto the Draven?
Forge plus fluffed.
Ah, yes.
Yeah,
Sure,
that's why the
doesn't-
Aurelia is tapped. Yeah.
That's why I was really confused. Like, how are things getting tapped?
Yeah. That's how like all these equipments have been like trading places. It's all been Forge with fluffed.
Yeah, good. Brain was crazy. But yeah. So are we going to go 8 into what was it 7?
Yeah, it's 8 and 7. Like I'm not sure what they're thinking about.
I don't want to die. Well, unfortunately, you've played yourself here, so yeah. So yeah, 8 into 7. That's right. So Lucian survives. Draven goes back to base. GA falls into the trash. Aurelia again is just stuck there on the other one, and then he goes over to Lucian right in the hold.
Yeah. Also, like the Draven players didn't charm. I didn't use the Zons. Yeah. I'm not sure what. Yeah, that's
so
game 1.
Game 1 has been fully agreed upon there. So Lucian taking the game off Aurelia. I'm happy to see this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a fan of this. I do like Lucian.
I really like Lucian. Like there are a few decks that haven't played much because I don't have that much time to play Riftbound. So when I do, I kind of feel like a little bit forced to play. Not forced, but I feel like a bit pressured to play like the more competitive decks. Like I have a short amount of time. I want to play my competitive deck, so I've been on Draven mostly. So and a bit of Ezreal. So, but I've always wanted to play, yeah.
I mean,
I
next
want to
set
play
we get
Lucian.
the red buff.
Oh.
I'm happy to throw red buff into Lucian and then just
Red buff
score
is so
points
cool.
everywhere.
Red buff is so cool.
That's what Dave was telling us. He was like, Lucian's gonna be the best deck in the format. It's like, Dave, I don't know what you're cooking here, man, but it's not smelling too good. Source set 3. Dave, you're cooking here, man. This smells great.
Yeah. I've been playing some Miracle Volley. I love that. I love like the dragons deck, and that ends up drawing your whole deck. Just like I'm playing a pure combo, full like draw your deck. Is it good? Into specific matters. If my opponent doesn't have
it's fun
base skill,
does it have to be good?
Look,
it's fun.
To be honest, if my opponent doesn't have base killing stuff, ways to interact with my base, it's actually very good. However, if my opponent's playing Jhin, Kai'Sa, anything with a falling star, then it goes back to fun tier.
Yeah, but as we see here, going straight into this turn 1, turn 2, and then into the turn 3. Lucian coming straight down, Stellacorn coming straight down, a unaccelerated Kai'Sa came straight down, but scoring that 1 point instantly, coming back out again, getting those 2 cards back up as it's the tar guns, using it against Aurelia as quick as you can, and Bob's your uncle, we've got 1 point on the board already. Going into a stacked deck, which is the usual play from a purple card who just needs 1 more card in hand to just do something they want to think is crazy. But overall, if they can maybe get an equipment down, and then you can pay the cost with Aurelia once they've moved, he can ready it, and you can move back again. That's 2 more draws. That's 3 draws in 1 turn. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, this is the annoying, especially now they can give him Targons, untap to spend the card, spend a discipline, untap, remove it, untap to. It's just so annoying when you don't have the answer to it. But we have Relentless Pursuit, we have challenges, we have a few cards, but maybe we don't want to challenge a Relentless Pursuit into Aurelia with 5 open mana and 7 cards in hand. But
just saying, right?
It's
just in case.
Yeah. Like they might, one of those 7 cards is probably a buff, and that's all they need to beat us. So
that's it, right? You think maybe one of these cards could just, poke me in the eye? And I'm not really a fan then anymore, but overall speaking, it could be anything, right? Could be a buff. Could be a buff.
Anything. Yeah, could be. Could be 7 counter spells. You never know.
You never know. Yeah, green and purple. 2 hard bargains, 2 defies, maybe a wind wall, and 2 not so fast. You never know.
Yep.
But overall, though, ride the win. Perfect. There we go. We're getting those 4 draws this turn, everyone. Hope you like drawing.
Oh.
Unfortunately, they don't have an equipment to make them a 5-cost unit, so unfortunately not a 5th draw this turn, but still going to get that 4 draws, which is still pretty good in my opinion.
Oh, it's only they only
It's
drew
only
4 cards this turn.
only 4.
Yeah.
It's only a handful of cards, it's just a couple.
Yeah.
But, we found that equipment, though. 1 draw too late, unfortunately. Although, 2 points on the board now, down to Lucian. Safe to conquer both here. Unfortunately, again, only a 4 might unit, so not getting a draw on the Sunken, but getting a draw for conquering, and then Lucian going in and back out again after scoring their 3rd point. Overall, I think it's fairly good.
Yeah, it's and like against this Aurelia deck, especially now, like we saw, like the Lucian player has a main deck Bryn here, so we don't. I'd guess like has 2 or 3 between the main and side. You want to get to 6 points. You want to get to those 6, the magic number 6. Play the Bryn here, and then it's lights out for the oh, perfect. And we're not even losing the Kaisa here. So like we want to get to 6 points, play the Bryn here, and then just put in as much might, because then they have to play their whole hand to protect, like pump their units. And then we can, if it's too much, we come to the other battlefield. If it's not enough, we just win the game. So Lucian's magic number is 6. Even without Trinity Skyfall, they can easily win this game. They just need to get to 6 quickly and do it before the Aurelia can just have infinite cards and just stop us from getting there.
Unfortunately, they will be targeting this now and then moving over, going to that 5-point threshold to go to 4 points on the board, get an extra draw. So, unfortunately, it will be a 3-point drawing game again. Not too bad, though. But again,
yeah, being on odd points for the Lucian is a little bit awkward. But it's not the worst. But it is a bit awkward just because that just means that Aurelia is going to get to 6 before us. So we might have to stop her from double conquering once. But this Aurelia having to use all this power to like dance this Stalacorn around, it's real. Just because on the bigger turn, this hurts. Just on the bigger turn, they're just gonna have a lot of mana to do to stop us. They're not gonna have as much mana to stop us from doing what we want. Because again, she's gonna go down to 4 after this. So we'll see. Oh, Adaptatron, another unit is pretty nice, just because now it means we don't need to keep this Stalacorn alive. Like, we don't, like, of course we want to. Stalacorn draws a million cards, but it's not as important as it was when, like, you don't have another unit. Like, okay, chosen champion is 5, which is why I'm talking about, like, power being relevant. If he plays Aurelia next turn, he only has 1 mana. So having another unit in the back gives him the option to say, you know what, you spent a lot of resources. Let's say he puts on a cleave, a blood rush, or whatever to try and kill this Stalacorn. You're like, okay, I can see. You can have that. You can have the Stalacorn. I'm gonna put it on the Adaptatron and do the dance again. Because at this point, I have 8 cards. I already got everything I need. Oh, there's Bryn here. She makes another appearance.
Can you empty your hand for me, please? It'd be very kind of you.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Now he can concede the Stalacorn without actually emptying his hands. Like, okay, I drew all the cards I want. You can kill my Stalacorn, and I'm not toothing. But the one thing he has to keep in mind, well, I guess the Lucian player does not have 4 mana to repeat a Piercing Light. So yeah, now you can say, like, you know what? Congrats, you have my Stalacorn. I'm not gonna fight over it, but deal with this Adaptatron next turn, where I'm gonna have 9 cards in hand. I drew my deck. I don't need any more cards.
That's it. At this point, oh no, the Stalacorn's going to be stuck at 5, which means, okay, if I can get to 6, I can just take your Stalacorn off you. Or it means that you're going to pump it, so it goes, okay, I'll just ignore that battlefield. I'll push the Lucian into the other battlefield. I'll conquer. I'll get my 2 runes back for the turn. I'll move back out again. I'm at 4. Okay, you go to 6 next turn. But then I still get to know that I am in control of this game.
Yep, exactly. Like, my friends were, like, testing for a skirmish. So I was, like, playing the Aurelia side more recently. I'm like, yeah, man, like, I was spending so much power on my first couple of Aurelia games. I'm like, okay, maybe I shouldn't spend like, maybe I shouldn't just use my Aurelia Legend like twice a turn, just to do all of that, because sometimes you do need all this power. Like, okay, what's the use of 9 cards if you only have 6 mana to spend it on? If you die with 10 cards in hand, you basically had 0 cards in hand.
Yeah, and there you go. Now
Challenge. Now that's
Fortune Brynhound.
Yeah, that's big. That's big.
Yeah. And what was it a second ago? It sucks that they're going to go to 6 in this turn. Well, it looks like it sucks that they're going to be at 5 to 4. So obviously, already can come out. They can be ready. They can be targeted, so they can move around a little bit. But it's not as scary as it was a minute ago.
Yeah, like he needs to, he plays the Aurelia, equips the boots, tries and conquers, but then he needs use 1 mana to ready the Aurelia Legend, but then you can't even target it again to gank over.
Exactly.
So this is very good for a very good position for our Lucian player.
That's it. Do you go and fight the first mate just to be able to take a card of your opponent and then get 2 more ruins for next turn, or do you go into Sunken Temple and hope to draw another card that's going to help you win the game?
Yeah, it's probably going to be Targon's.
I say Targon's probably best because you're going to be out of cards otherwise, so in terms of ruins. But overall, 5 to 5 isn't so great, especially when all of a sudden 2 very useful equipments could just fall out of Lucian's hand and just kind of win this game.
Yeah, this feels. Yeah, Lucian Lucian has put himself in a really good position. So let's see. He's gonna ready, equip. Let's see where he goes. If you go into there, you might you have 9 cards, so probably one of them is Defiant Dance, so maybe you don't lose to a Relentless Pursuit. But even if you do lose a Relentless Pursuit, you can't really play around it at this point. You are very far behind in terms of just development. Sometimes you just gotta go for it.
Yeah, I think in the case of the Lucians, where it's I'd rather let my first mate go rather than using a Relentless Pursuit. I'd rather use that on Lucian. I'd rather use that on on a bigger might unit for next turn.
Yeah.
Overall, though, 9 ruins up here, 6 cards to hand. Can we empty it and start just doing some damage back? I see a Triforce. Maybe the answer is yes.
Skyfall.
And Skyfall.
Oh, let's go.
Get it started in here.
All right, let's see. So
big ass Lucian. Let's go.
Yeah, just conquered 7. Move. Oh, going into this. Oh,
yeah, baby.
Wow. Okay. I mean,
the fun thing about this one is, depending on what's in the hand, if you could maybe
and
ride the wind over, you can ignore it.
Yeah, honestly, you can always just re-equip.
There you go.
You can always just re-equip. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna move away.
Go to 6. Oh no, this is pretty relevant though. Now that she's at 6, holding to 7. Now she only needs to conquer one side.
That's it. And you can't pay for a challenge, because obviously challenge is a 2 cost and 1. We do have a fairly chunky Thundersong, but unfortunately nothing to equip to it. So yeah, did we just do something terribly wrong?
My guess is maybe the Lucian player has a punch first, or they have a punch first. They're considering using into the early, but that loses to a Defiant Dance. So I do like the idea of I'm just gonna hold and try it and hope for the best. It is honestly doesn't sound like it's gonna happen. Aurelia with 9 cards.
I mean, that helps.
Yeah, I think Aurelia's gonna win this. Yeah, even without that, all the buff spells
there you go.
Perfect. Yeah, Lucian's a lot smaller on defense. All a lot of his might comes from the assault.
Yeah, Lucian is the perfect what a red deck should be doing. My turn, I want to fight. Your turn, please don't hurt me.
Yeah, it is. Ooh, okay. So Lucian starting off with an Arena's Greatest.
I mean, he would have won the game last turn, so maybe.
Yeah.
You got to 8 at that point.
And
so
again,
just for the chat, since we're in between rounds here, in between games, Red Buff or Red Bumbleback is a fantastically good card in Lucian, but unfortunately, Kaiser's so good of a card that it's probably relevant until it gets rotated out. So unfortunately, if you are like me who don't want to pay £150 for 3 Kaisers, you're going to have to pay £150 for 3 Kaisers.
Yeah, and sadly, like they're rotating out at the same time too. I think the rotation is like the first 4 sets or the first 5 sets together.
First
So
4 3 sets. It's like the first because it's like the first year, 9
yeah,
months.
so I think the first
9 months.
4. Yeah, so like whatever, like if it's first 4, first 3, either way, like the set 3 is gonna be rotated with this. But I do think they both have their spots. Like Brett
Yeah.
Brambleback with Trinity Force Skyfall is gonna get a lot of points. So is it better than Kaisa? I don't think strictly, no. I think Kaisa's still probably as a base level a lot stronger, but as combo potential, there is probably some spaces where Red Brambleback makes sense.
It's a much better combo piece than Kaiser is, but Kaiser's just a very efficient, a little bit overtuned card for what it does. But
Yeah,
Red needs
it
something
is
to be
very
fair.
good.
Blaze and Draven.
Yeah.
But as you've just seen here, very quick gains from these two, getting out the early Doran's Blade for the Lucian into the Lucian itself, just to weapon master up to go to 5 might on itself, 6 when it walks itself in somewhere, into a Sunken Temple. We like drawing cards. And
Yeah.
the Irelia, possibly in the same situation before where they just have to get something out on the field because they just didn't draw a unit. The Irelia is known to have like so few units in the deck that essentially they're breathing and you might not ever find one. Overall, though, looking very good for Lucian, getting to 2 points and then getting the Triforce out here. If they do have access to the Skyfall, this could be a very quick game for Lucian overall.
Like it wasn't just because you can't play Lucian turn 1 going first. It's like he didn't get too many points. Doesn't have a relentless. I think he didn't play a relentless pursuit. Maybe, with them playing a Skyfall, what does that tell us about their hand? Like they might have not. They don't have any other units they want to play. But maybe this tells us he has a Skyfall that he wants to play this turn. And then he's going to start scoring a lot of points. Starting with a Sabotage. Let's see. Off the top. Sabotage off the top. Let's check.
Got something I want to do. Can I check my hand? Yeah. You don't seem to have any kind of rebuke there. So that's a little less scary.
Yeah, Ride the Wind is pretty nice for points. So maybe... But but if they Ride the Wind, they can't really contest. I mean, they can't really beat us off might. But maybe it's scarier down the line. Boots are always very scary, but boots are kind of interchangeable with Ride the Wind, as in they give them ganking this turn, but of course, boots are reusable. Defy is maybe the least the least option we're scared of, unless we have some relentless pursuit shenanigans we're going up against.
See, I think Defy Dance was the best one there because if you want to walk in and fight, I don't really mind if you want to move over because at least I'll get more I want out of this and. Overall, then, hey, it sucks that you had to lose a card.
Yeah, and Divine Dance just so efficient. Is it gonna be the Skyfall or no? Two orange. Auction. Ooh.
Give me that, GA. Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Like.
Oh, you have to kill me twice now. Oh, it's a shame. Auction coming in with the steel. Quite literally.
Okay, we're equipping there. I mean, they're gonna Ride the Wind over. Would be really nice if they let this resolve. They score the point. When the other showdown starts, they Relentless Pursuit over. Just follow this Aurelia to the ends of the earth. Just, I'm gonna fight you, and I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, just get in, get your point, get out. Obviously, we know the Aurelia has boots for next turn, so you don't have to really be aggressive with this.
Yeah.
Just let her do her thing. And then you get yourself out. You'll be at 3. She'll be at 3. She'll go to 4, then to 5. And then it's a case of like, okay, my turn again. We can fight now. I've got an Akshan that's not going to die if I put him in first.
What I think they're considering here is maybe a Ride the Wind back to base, just because out of respect for a Relentless Pursuit. That's why they're considering not going to the other place. Like if they go to the other spot and they get Relentless Pursuited, then that is a big potential blowout, but we'll see.
I think they've only seen the one in the first game, right? They didn't see in the second game. Maybe they think they decided it out because the movement wasn't necessary, which is terrible. It's always necessary. Movement's always really good. Movement's always a fantastic thing to do.
This is something like I've talked about a lot, where your opponent went into the Aurelia knowing you have Ride the Wind. What does this mean? Like they know you're gonna Ride the Wind over. If if they didn't want to ride the wind, they would have just went to the other battlefield where they beat you in might. It means they have something. So like you have to like whenever you play the game, any card game, your opponent gives you a lot of information from the plays they do, and when they tell you, I don't care if you ride the wind, I'm coming into you. They're doing it for a reason. They know your hand. So like, it was either the first mate or Relentless Pursuit, and I think they should have ride the wind home, because out of respect for your opponent's play, like they're not gonna attack into you if ride the wind was gonna score you a free point.
Yeah, so play this, got an extra card, you're at 5, you can now go to Sunken Temple, draw 2 cards, equip the boots so you're at 7, Aurelia effect to ready it so you can move over to Lucian, and they clash. That's kind of a play. I don't know if it's a good play, but it's definitely a play. He's all tapped out, so there's no kind of shenanigans from Lucian this turn, but can you really let them hold to 6 so they go to 7 this turn if you can't take them off if you can't keep them off the Sunken?
Like,
so there's
move into the Sunken, draw a card, see what you get, and then you can maybe like draw a card from the cellar, then maybe try and like depending on what you get, maybe draw a card off of the Sunken as well. Then you have the boots, which makes us tied, and then if you have any pump spell, we can at least kill this Lucian.
Mm-hmm.
And if we have to trade with him, it's problem is like our opponent's gonna score both battlefields next turn anyway. So this is just such a bad position. We have to be able to beat this Lucian in might. And then we're like at least in a playable position. Right now it's feeling disastrous, but you know,
it's feeling mixed bag. Yeah, I mean they've got 5 up still, 5 cards in hand. You know, there's got to be something there, right? That can do something this turn. Overall, 3. So it's going to cost 1 for a draw if they do get the draw. So that's 4. I don't think it might be too far now. I think I might have gone past it. We know they've got the boots in hand, so that's cost 3 with 2 mites. That goes to 2 up, and then 7, as you said, readied. And then I suppose all they need then is, like you said, they just need 1 pump spell, so an guard or a defiance discipline, so they can go to 9, and then obviously they just fight it out.
Yeah, maybe I think. Because like another issue is like how we protect this Stellacorn next turn, because it is just gonna die. So like maybe a consideration was if we have a one mana play here, we target that doesn't even work. Like we needed to like, well, I guess if we conquer the other battlefield, we can always untap the Aurelia. Yeah, we can go if we have a one mana card, we can kill this Lucian. But then we don't have mana to pull her back. Ugh, this is so bad.
That's the thing. It's in a really weird position.
Yeah,
I just totally agree with you. It's a weird position here. Currently, you're just matching might. If you pump with anything, you can't then pay to ready the Aurelia. If you just clash, and then you just lose next turn because you've got a double kill action that's going to equip 2 cards to it and then hold for another turn and then goes to 6 into 7, and then you just got to get the other side. Pumping it now, so you can't pull it out now at all. So okay, you do win this fight, but you're not really winning the overall battle.
Yeah, like when no Aurelia like legendy, no Aurelia chosen champion, 5 might is trivial to get over, especially consider like on the board is already trivial, but with all this equipment as well, like this Akshan alone with the might buff with the assault buff is stronger than her. It's going to be an uphill battle.
I say currently it's 5 to 5. Okay.
Yeah, with the assault, it's 6.
Okay, true 6. Yeah, I was going to say it's 5 to 5. You're right with the assault. It's 6 now. So yeah, you do take out that poor lonely Stellacorn. If you have no more units in hand next turn, you might just as well say thank you for the game. We'll see you guys next time.
Yeah, like if somehow this, like I'm not sure. It's just like Draven might be like some way to like get back into it, but it's like such a long shot. Like you need Draven and like you put on the boots, move in, kill something, win a combat, and then even then it's such a hard thing. And the players are, I think, the earliest conceding. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he kind of realised like he needs to draw a card. Unfortunately, he didn't draw a card. That was a unit, and it's just basically like, you know what? maybe Aurelia doesn't run enough units. Maybe we need some more units in this deck because generally speaking, Aurelia runs like what 7 units in the deck. Hope you draw
Something like
into
that,
it.
depending on it. Yeah.
I've just been told by the man behind the mirror and the curtain, Mr. Plus, not Mr. Plus, Mr. Plus, that Kaiser won the other game, which means it's red on reg hatred, it's crimes against humanity, and we're here for it.
Yeah, I'm excited. Like Lucian is gonna have like this is even a hard matchup for Lucian just because of all the removal the Kai'Sa has. But you know they have the sabotages. They probably have sideboard unyielding spirits. They have some speed with all of this. And you know what's nice against a deck that has all might based removal, might based equipment that keep adding mightier units that they can't keep removing. Thermal beams in the sideboard, of course, for the Kai'Sa, and rocket barrages. But game one, they have some gameplay. They just keep equipping. They can't keep hex teching Ray. They can't hex tech Ray these units that have like Doran's blades and like Trinity attached to it. So I'm excited. I'm excited for this game.
Yeah, I'll see what's going to happen here. Obviously, it's 2 different sides of red. It's the I want to be aggressive on my turn, push you over when I can, versus I'm going to throw stones at you and see what happens. Which, Kai'Sa, you know, it's what Kai'Sa loves to do. Sometimes it's 6 pebbles, sometimes it's just 2. So overall, yeah, it's going to be some fun. I'm looking forward to this. Kai'Sa obviously was kind of the big deck for China in set 1. Fairly good over here, but I think Annie took her thunder overall. She's dead now. We don't care about Annie. Back to Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
So overall, it's actually 2.5 has obviously brought out some cooler decks, some decks that just couldn't deal with all the movement or digging 13 cards on turn 2, whichever version you prefer. But I do think that with Fight or Flight getting removed, aggro decks have had a chance to come back into the meta just because they can walk into a battlefield and go, oh, we can fight now. It's great. This feels really good.
Yeah. I'm so happy. Like Fight or Flight was one of those cards where like it's good on offense, it's good on defense. It doesn't cost a power, and sometimes it's hidden, so it costs them 0 energy. Okay, that there costs 1 power, but it's just so versatile. It's so good, and it's good in control. It's good in aggro. It's good in it was good in everywhere. So I'm kind of happy it's gone. It was just too good.
Yeah, let's say either it was hidden and you had to go, oh, which game are we playing now? We're playing, is it a Fight or Flight? Is it a Switcheroo? Is it a Edge of Night? Because they play it now, they didn't play it too often before. I'm sure there's a red card that you can flick up from the bottom. It's like, which game of I'm not going to play the game do I play today? So it swings back best. But I'm happy. I think the ban list was good. As you can see, we have a non-Draven ADC in the top cut. We have 2 ADCs instead, both red.
Yep. Yeah. I think I remember like one of the tournaments was like I think it was like all the ADCs were in the top 4. It was like Sivir. I think it was like Sivir, Draven. Yeah. I like the Vex is really good. Like the Monch, you know, it's very similar to my name. Is also in there, which is pretty strong. So I'm excited about it.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to the jungle meta coming in. Hopefully, it will do something. I think the 2 big jungle decks, Rengar and Kha'Zix, won't really be as cool as I think it, especially with how stunning works with that damn Vex. But overall,
but Rengar's so cool. Rengar Trophy Hunter.
Yeah.
Instant speed Dead Bloom. That's so much fun.
Did you see what China's getting that we're not? I'm really upset that we're not getting.
Oh, the pretty cat Rengar. Oh man, I was sad. Like the pajama skin or whatever. Oh man, I'm disappointed. Like
I was like, I want my jokey event skins. Where's my jokey event skins?
Yeah, like I'm a fan of the centered. Like I get the meme. I like a pun. I'd like both, please. Can I have both?
Oh well. Soon it will be fine.
Hopefully. Yeah.
But what are you looking to play then in set 3? Was it just Vex now that more stunning, more less gameplay, or looking to make it a bit more aggressive?
I like the Vex for I just like the overnumbered Vex. I think it's extremely cute. But like in terms of gameplay, LeBlanc seems very, very interesting. Like not even just power level. I think LeBlanc is really cool. And like Rengar, I just love the instant speed Dead Bloom card. Not so much the Rengar Legend and Thrill of the Hunt. Thrill of the Hunt is one of my favorite cards in Riftbound. It's so good. How about you?
Only equipment didn't drop when it was banished, right? Damn.
Yeah. Like what are you interested in? Like what have you been a fan of?
I really like the idea of Lilia because it's shockingly fast, and like every single turn, you can just
Yeah.
conquer, conquer, conquer. I think I
Yeah.
did it where I was like turn 4, and I had 5 sprites on the field that I played that turn.
Holy.
It's just like, all right.
Do you have like there's a temporary one, right? There's the little gear that makes like a temporary one, and then it has
Yeah, it's like temporary
temporary.
lantern.
Yeah. And then there's
So
like
it makes a temporary.
the
It's a temporary. You can make
yeah.
another temporary off of like Sprite Mother or whatever. So you make
Yeah.
a third one, and then Lilia's thing costs 1. It's like, all
Yeah.
right, I'll just have
Oh,
it for
yeah,
1.
yeah.
And then I've got 4 on the field
Yeah.
and walk out.
And isn't there like a 5-mana spell that makes, is it 5 mana or 4 mana that makes like 2 sprites, 2 ready sprites
Bright
as well?
Burst, which is, yeah, it makes 2, which is such a good spell. And then
Yeah.
someone reminded me that's going to be really good in Lux as well. It's like, oh, I can't wait to play that for free.
Yeah, just keep drawing cards. Yeah, like Lux was always a deck. A lot of my friends that have been, it's their little pet deck, and I get it. It's fun, Cast your big spell, draw a card. Cast your big spell, draw a card.
I think the idea with like Lux, it's one of those decks that it's like you say, it's like kind of a fun deck. But I think over time, when you
Yeah.
get more things that cost 5 or more, it's like, oh, it just keeps getting better and better, and
Yeah,
the sound of the
she
sirens is
needs-
coming for me.
Yeah, she needs a better signature for sure. Like her signature's kind of
gotcha.
bad. Yeah, and right now she's kind of weak to just your opponent playing the units at base. Like I remember my round I played against the best of Lux in Bologna, and like he had 14 mana basically because he had the chosen champion Lux. But one of the games, he has 14 mana and he passes to me, and I'm like, I'll pay a base, not go into it, and pass to you. He looks at his hand, passes back to me, and I'm like, Ferris Forerunner, hopeful, pass to you. And I'm just not gonna go into the battlefield. And it is a bit like, yeah. Sorry, just
Right, the man behind the mirror just
whatever.
says, do we take a break or do we carry on straight into this next game? I'm okay to carry on. Vince, do you need a
I'm
break?
okay to carry
Are you
on
okay?
too. No, I'm good.
Right then.
I'm good.
Too good. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure,
All right, this is grand finals. Kaisa versus Lucian.
Looking forward to this. Let's see some good stuff happening here. Overall speaking, what are you looking to see here? Are you looking to see like a super early aggressive Lucian? Are you looking to see kind of a slow build with the Kaisa? Generally speaking, Kaisa runs units, which is always good to see, which we kind of didn't see much of from the already in the last game.
Yeah, the Kaisa the Lucian needs to. I guess it is like one of the weird ones where like, if you just throw in all your units, you're just gonna lose because Kaisa has the removal for this. However, you don't want to also just give her infinite time. You want to strike the balance of like building the equipment that gives your units past the might thresholds that Kaisa can kill. So they have to use, for example, a falling star on what is usually a 3 might unit. Now it's a 5 might unit because of an equipment. You want to keep forcing her into these bad trades, into these bad mana trades, and just keep cascading into it. But at the same time, don't take infinite time because Kaisa does have units. She will eventually just play her Kaisa, her Thousand Tail Watcher, and she will take over the game. So you want to strike that balance of like not spreading yourself too thin, but maintaining balance. Like Penalty Power is like actually a decent one because setting back Kaisa a turn on mana just from this 2-drop not conquering is pretty relevant. And it's good to see Kaisa finally paying energy, not paying power for once for her spells because of deflect. Yeah, usually she usually just cheats and oh, I'll tap. I'm guessing I'm not paying any power.
Oopsies. So yeah, it's nice to see the deflect coming kind of relevant here, as you did say. We're equipping this early. Okay, I think so. Going straight in. I thought they might have walked in first and then gone with it, but I think maybe they're a bit worried about having a void seeker to the head.
Seeker, like something like that. Yeah, or a Hextech Ray plus a Stupefy also kills it. Yeah. So like get it over. Like this is what I was talking about. You need to get it over the might thresholds. You get it to 6 might. There's nothing that the Kaisa can do other than 2 Hextech Rays.
2 blues. Could be anything. Could be anything. Now, Lucians tend to run about 12 to 15 units. I mean, that works too, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, then it's like going to be, let's see what's going to happen here. It's going to be like Stupefy Hex deck, or is it just gonna be, or is this Rocket Barrage only to stop the extra conquer point? It might be to stop the hold point. I mean,
I'm okay with that overall. I think with Lucian and decks that need the equipment, I think the equipments are more valuable than some of the units over the game's general runtime. You're going to 2 points anyway, obviously better than going to 3 because you kind of need to get those time warps going if you're a Kai'Sa player, as we generally see towards those last couple of turns. Camel.
Ooh, Camel's nice. Camel's very important. Kai'Sa, now, if a deck ever has an issue dealing with the Camel, it's Kai'Sa. Like they can outmight the Camel at points, but they do need to build towards outmiting it. They need, that's a big card that goes towards outmiting the Camel. With Thousand Tailed, with Cleave, I don't know if they're on Cleave still. With the Darius, sometimes they can outmight the Camel. So if we can, hold it and give it an equipment, then it's a lot harder for Oh, is it gonna be the Hex, like a Stupefy Hextech, right?
Yeah, that's what we're thinking. They had it.
Yep. So that's why it's smart for the Kai'Sa player to like equip beforehand. This probably tells us that his hand does not have another equipment, unless of course he has something to this. Let's see, Relentless Pursuit.
Not a battlefield, right?
It's an action. No, we can't do that. Yeah, we can't do that. Can you tell them in chat? Yeah.
Say, wait a minute. There's no reaction speed stuff for Lucian. We know this by now. Chat, my bad.
Yeah.
You caught me, my bad.
Yeah, just like.
No, unfortunately, that Kai'Sa is very dead.
Yeah, they need to like get back their resources. Like, did they the rune they recycled for it too?
I think they just brought something back. So yeah.
No, I don't think they got the rune back though. Oh, there we go.
But yeah, unfortunately, that's as you were saying before. It's very simple. If it costs me 2, and I get to just go pew pew, and something dies, and I draw a card too. Or if I had Voidseeker, I pay 2, and then I just go pew pew and draw a card anyway.
Yep.
So
like,
but
yeah, okay. Relentless Pursuit, or what are we doing? Or is it another first mate? Or Lucian? Okay.
Just for the sake of it, and just push him in, pull him out again. So he's at 4. So it's like, all right, I'm going to push this down. It's 2 for 2. You'll go to 4 as well this turn, but we can fight for it.
Maybe the Lucian player is holding it for like a combo or something, a combo turn when they want to push in both. But man, how juicy is this falling star right now? That's gonna hit both the first mate and the Lucian base.
It
is gonna happen.
Yeah, it's
it is gonna happen.
Relentless should be better. You walk in, get your 4 point, pull yourself back out again. Worst case scenario is they kill the first mate. They can't touch the. Hello.
Not with. Well.
Huh? It's action speed, I guess. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's legal, but this first mate's never surviving this.
It's
never surviving this.
It's legal, but do you want to do it? It's like, sure, I guess.
Again, it's like, now, like, we give our opponent this information, but our opponent went into this battlefield knowing we have Relentless Pursuits.
Yeah.
So,
it's not the worst one, I suppose. It's just a very odd one. You kill their poor little Poro, you don't get a gold. Or they just punch you in the face now with anything, because they've got 10 runes available. If they can't, then they just walk a big thing into you, so... Oh. I mean, could there be a hidden reason that they want to be walking a 3-might unit into a 2-might unit on a field where they could have put a untargetable unit onto the field instead? Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're not even worried about, like, stranding the... You're not even worried about stranding. Oh, the Spell Breath is just gonna kill this thing.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand, because, for example, if they were worried about, oh, I don't want this camel stranded in the Void Gate, Relentless Pursuit pulls it back. That's like, it has, when this card conquers, it has moving back to base. So you can just conquer this and move back. That's what you're trying to do. So I don't get pushing this, because it dies to anything. Like.
Yeah. Okay, so you're killing the Lucian now.
Yeah. I guess, and like King the Lucian and Darporo, I guess. But like, why not like push in the Ferris Forerunner into Forge of the Fluffed, and then do it on that. I guess they don't want to risk this. I don't get why we don't want to risk this Forerunner, because Forerunner dies and it makes 2 mechs. It's not like we're worried about Lucian and then Falling Starring our mechs, because if that's what their hand is, then they don't have enough cards to actually stop us from doing what we want to do, and which is killing all that stuff. So I'm unsure about this play. Okay.
Do we
That's
also have
somewhere.
a triangle shaped thing that we could also put down?
No. There's no shot they have it, because if they did, they would have played it like 2 turns ago. They would have played it 2 turns ago instead of like just running their Kaisa into a Stupefy Hex X-Ray, which we know that the Lucian player is aware of, because that's what he did like on the 2nd turn. So if he did have it, he would have played it. And also, I'm just kind of tracking the cards in his hand, like the way from what position it's been played. I saw the Dorans come from the right, so I'm like, oh, okay, he just drew this Dorans. It means he doesn't have a lot of other equipment, like, because they would have been played before.
Just mesmerized by what's going on here. I suppose the idea here is okay. Well, it makes sense because that's a pretty big camel, and you'd be losing some things if you went to fight the camel. They do have 3 open, which means there could be something very scary in their hand that could come swinging out very fast.
Yeah, it's just like the Relentless Pursuit here, and we've already seen one. And even then, how big is this? Yeah, this camel is only a 9 on defense.
That's still pretty big.
Yeah, and if we have, and it's 9 on defense, and we have 10 over there, so they'd need like a punch first as well.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why it went there.
Well, yeah.
Okay, let's see.
I don't mind losing a Forerunner to then make 2 smaller Forerunners. But yeah,
yes,
so
exactly.
6 in
That's
7.
That's why I wasn't too worried. Yeah.
And then hopefully a punch first. He says. Hopefully, please.
Let's see.
Anyone?
It is kind of punch first or
something.
bust. Runs pursuit to the other side, and now, since he didn't use it as on defense, why not? Yeah, just go there. Now it's attacking, so it's 11 to our 10, and we can move it back.
Hold on. So it's lost 3.
Oh, we don't need him to move it back. Yeah, we
we
don't need to move. Yeah, we don't need to move it back, since if we're killing it, yeah, we don't even need to move it back.
I don't know what we're doing here. So
it's just 11. Yeah, because like when I said it was 9, I was talking about like going at Relentless Pursuit.
Still got minus.
Oh wait, no, it does. No, it's stuff.
It's still got minus might because it's not targeted.
Yeah,
it's
just
can we? Your stuff is minus for it.
I guess it is a miss trigger on. It is can be considered a miss trigger on the Kaisa side. It's not necessarily something that's always happens. Like it is considered a miss trigger unless they realize it happened.
There you go. Wait a minute.
It seems.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
So some things do die.
They realize,
but not everything lives.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's 9 into 10, I believe. Oh, no, go on.
Yep. They've realized it. Like I was saying, like it is, from a rules perspective, it is a trigger you can miss. However, he realized it and said it, and both players accepted the board side of like, oh yeah, it's not actually missed. I remember it should be -3. That said, like I'm never gonna tell my opponent you missed your Watcher trigger.
No.
From a rules perspective, you can miss it, but it's very clear that Watcher was actually the one. A Watcher thing I think was one of the things that was responsible for making Riot change their miss trigger policies. There was an issue where like somebody played a Watcher. Very clearly, they didn't announce the -3, but they played the Watcher and then attacked the battlefield that they would only win if the -3 was active, and the opponent said you didn't announce it, so you lose. And there was an issue like technically the opponent was right, and he was given like, yeah, you didn't announce it, so you don't get to watch a trigger. So after that, Riot was like, okay, it is very clear when that this is supposed to happen.
Let me remind
and
you, when I'm fighting you about 2 minutes later, that there is a trigger that happens when he hits the field. So yeah,
yeah,
in competitive
yeah,
play, respectfully, especially if it's like towards day 2 or like the end of day 1,
yeah.
one you're gonna be tired. I understand that, but 2, you know what it does. You've seen 16 of these today. You know exactly what this thing does.
Yeah, and it's like in all my years of card games, I have only had maybe one call about actually missed triggers. People know when you actually missed it, and when you don't. When you go into round 2 into these deep rounds, people are experienced enough. Like, yeah, I'm not. I realized this a bit too late. Yeah, I missed this trigger. Or like, come on, man, it's very clear. I played
As we
Watch
saw
for a
there,
reason. Yeah,
Lucian on
Rocket
turn 2 played
Barrage.
out the counter. Only they could do Rocket
Yeah.
Barrage in response there. Unfortunately, we
Okay,
got the big
Forerunner.
boy out. There we go.
Forerunner's good. Forerunner's good.
Forerunner's very good. Unfortunately, is it just going to get destroyed now?
I mean, let him get
Well,
destroyed. Let him get destroyed. It makes two 3-3s.
We cool.
Yeah. Okay.
We cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's gonna
Alright,
get us
does he live a turn?
points.
It's gonna live
Yeah,
a turn.
it's gonna get us a point. Even if Kaisa kills it, you know, sabotage.
For
Okay,
chat,
good card. Good card.
The Watcher is your opponent's cards are -3, so you aren't targeting anything specific, but your opponent. Same with how other cards that target your opponent aren't ignored, essentially. So we go back to game. So yeah, luckily here we have the lovely Forerunner here looking to run down that poor Udall. Probably. There's only one card up.
Yeah, no like falling star to kill like no
Hmm.
falling star to kill to like kill the little mechs at home if they do manage to like crack this Forerunner.
Oh,
Okay.
I'd have
Yeah,
got rid
like-
of the beam, to be fair. Because the second you have 2 equipments down, that beam's instantly value.
Yeah, maybe that tells us the cards in his hands aren't equipment.
Maybe. There you go. Paying the 1, get an extra draw. I like an extra draw. What about you guys? I love a draw.
Yeah. I will sometimes maybe do a less optimal play just to draw a card. I'll be honest, you know.
Look, I may have lost a few games in the past going like, oh, I can draw a card. And we're like, that's the wrong play. But I drew a card.
Yeah. Like I could win a game, or I could draw 5 cards. I'll draw the 5 cards.
I mean, if you ask anyone from my locals, and I'll say to them, do I do the right thing or do I do the funny thing? And 9 times out of 10, I will do the funny thing.
Yeah, I agree. This rocket barrage should be recycled, but I don't think it matters, to be honest. But it should be. Or no, did they? Yeah, we took a rocket barrage. Yeah, it should be recycled. Yeah.
So they used
Yeah, it
one
should be
first
recycled.
turn, and then it should be recycled. There you go, it's getting recycled.
Yeah.
So far, everything seems perfectly fine. If the Kaiser wishes to, they can walk both the Kaiser and the Hopeful in here. I will presume, because they've got 9 ruins available, that they will just drop heaven and earth on top of this poor thing's head in a second. That also works too.
Why this? I mean, it could.
You go back to base, right? So you take it here. They
No,
don't really...
it's Vilmos. It's Vilmos.
Oh, yeah, they can't go back.
Okay. I mean, we could have. What was Kaisa tapped or not? No, Kaisa wasn't tapped. We could have.
Could just damage.
Oh no! Is it? Yeah, no. Yordle's 2 might, not 3. Okay, never mind. I was thinking we could hex deck to trade, but no.
Could have
It's 2 might. Yeah.
I mean, to be
Yeah,
fair,
no
this
reason
is
to.
worse because when you die, you just make 2 more of yourself.
Yeah.
That's half the night. So
Yeah. Like
being stuck
Forerunner
here
is so
isn't
good.
something- Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just. I agree with you. It's like, yeah, why did we do this?
Oh my. Okay. Just
Uh,
dancing around. I mean, we have Blood Rush. It's just no. Like no. The Lucian has 100% has a punch first, right?
I have no idea. Sure, why not? No, it's dead.
But we know about this Blood Rush.
Did we? Was Blood Rush in
Yeah.
the It was.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
was
next to the
by
thing, yeah.
Hextech, right? Hextech. It was 2-5 Hextech, Blood Rush, Thermo.
Rocket Barrage, yeah. Look, it's late at night. Everyone's tired. People are just walking down into apparently the abyss, and then somehow getting themselves back out of the abyss and dying anyway. So who knows what's going on anymore? This Lucian, I think, is just having to play a game of I have to go fast because when they have so many ruins available, every single turn is just going to stop me from having cards in the field. So, draw those very powerful cards there, Yugi. No, passing turn. Okay, all right. Just be scared. Just be very scared. If we have some equipment in hand, maybe we can become very scary robots ourselves. 2 Doran's Blades will do it, really. The Thimblebee will kill me, but,
no.
you know.
People, just for the people in chat, Kaisa went to conquer, and he relentless pursued it into him. Kaisa's the attacker here, and we knew about Kaisa having the blood rush. I have the hand screenshotted, but you know, I'm just addressing chat questions so that they don't think the opponent was doing anything wrong.
Yeah, so if it's uncontested and you walk in there to contest it to get the fight, then you become a defender on the opposite turn. So it would be a case of if they got dragged in on a charm because they already had the area, then the opponent becomes the attacker.
Yeah, it's whoever applies contested is the attacker here.
Oh no! I knew it!
GG.
It's always a time warp! Oh, it feels a little bit bad, but I mean, unfortunately, when Kaiser doesn't have to spend any cards and recycle, it's very easy to just pop, and
yeah, it's Time Warp's one of those cards. It's just like I win. Yeah.
So
Yay.
we did it, guys. We somehow beat the allegations that we were 30 minutes behind. Actually, we were 11 minutes ahead of time. Thank you for being here, everyone. We appreciate this very much. Unfortunately, there was 2 ADCs, and one was fed and one wasn't. And you know, sometimes you try and do a play and you just get run down instead. So that's it. The Minch, thank you very much for being here. I don't think we've had a chance to talk before, so it's nice to actually speak to you and cast with you. Is there anything
was great
you'd like
casting with you too.
say to our lovely community out here who's also very tired and maybe a little bit grumpy? Guys, go get yourself a adult beverage of some kind of bread for volume, yeah?
Yeah, but it is pretty late for me. It's 2 a.m. You know, I need to get to bed. But it was exciting watching these the last 2 games. It was a lot of fun. You know, maybe I wish the last one got on the game 3. I want to watch some more Riftbound. But it was exciting. You know, it was a really fun casting with you. And yeah, of course, always all applause to Plus and like running this server. It's a lot of fun. It helps, you know, everybody just wanting to play some Riftbound competitively and just watch. So, you know, all plaudits to him.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. And again, thank you, Plus, for doing this. We also appreciate you brought us all together to enjoy a game that may make us at midnight a little bit crazy, but we do enjoy it overall. And thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. As always, we do it for you guys more than anything else. You've been fantastic. In the last few months that I've been working with Runes and Risk, we've grown insanely, and hopefully we can put some more good shows on for you. I know all these big events are coming up soon, so lots and lots of casters missing sleep, depending on where they are in the world. You know me by now. If you want to find me, we've got live stuff tomorrow. We've got skirmishes over at Community. If you want to come by and watch, I know it'll be very early for a lot of you guys, because I know a lot of you are generally more NA based. But for those of you who are EU and aren't playing in that event, the 3 of you that are in here, see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, have a great one, guys. Mwah! Peace out.
See you guys.
Plus your love.
Good night.
Give him likes. Give him thanks. Join the join button, because YouTube stuff. And we'll catch you guys hopefully soon. Not next week, though. I'll be falling through an attic.
All right. Bye-bye.